Good morning, everyone, and welcome, well, or evening or afternoon. Who am I to judge your time zone? But welcome to LPL, wherever that time may be. NIP versus JDG, first up on the docket. Last time around, NIP beat JDG unexpectedly. We've seen NIP since then go on pretty good run of form. Oh, this is a strong team. I think even versus top esports, we saw a decent showing from NIP despite the loss. And there were some good things to show from that. Karma. Oh, right, hang on. Yes, isn't today new patch day? Oh, we might be on new patch day. That is an important thing to note, actually. Oh, ain't that interesting? Yeah, we're on patch 28, 26.8 now. We have been for this week, actually, because that's what they've been noting here. I just have to notice that, actually. Yeah, the Karma nerfs were big, but Lucian's still strong as hell is the big thing there, basically. Well, good to see everyone who's coming in now. Now, have to put us onto a quick ad break at some point. We should be pretty close to getting to player interviews before the game. But yeah, coming into today, we'll see whether JDG, whether the prep advantage is working out in their favor this time. JDG, for once in their split, don't play back-to-back games. We have NIP today. Believe they're playing away in Shenzhen, so they will have been traveling for it. Then on Saturday, they're playing WE. So they're traveling to Shenzhen, then to Xi'an, and then they're going back home to anyway, I think we have the player interviews now, so let's switch over to them.
欢迎来到赛前采访，为大家邀请到深圳 NIP 的上位选手侯雅，跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是深圳 NIP 的上单慧雅。
那我们现在感觉上单的英雄选择真的非常的多样，对此你有什么样的一些想法吗？
很多我喜欢的英雄可以用，所以我喜欢现在版本。
好的，我们也会期待你在赛场上给我们带来更多的惊喜。那对于这一场面对北京 JDG 的比赛，想要和队友们一起给大家展现出怎样的面貌呢？
和之前打京东的时候一样，大家好好打，赢一下比赛。
好的，一起努力，我们赛场见。同时为大家请到北京 JDG 的打野选手俊佳，跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 JDG 的打野俊佳。
那上一轮的时候不敌 NIP， 这一场着重进行了怎么样一些准备呢？
因为我觉得我们上一次的状态都没有到特别好吧，然后这一次我们状态应该好了蛮多的，然后希望今天可以赢下来。
那其实对面的打野选手古往很多时候也是对面非常重要的带动节奏的那个人。今天打野对位，觉得自己需要做好哪些方面呢？
因为古往选手也是玩的特别好的一个打野吧，然后感觉他前期的 gank 就需要特别的注意吧。
好的，也期待你们在赛场上有优秀的表现。
Well, there you have it. Gonna go into quick ad breaks. We don't get any during the game as well, and then we'll get loaded into things as well. I'm gonna go get myself a coffee. I'm gonna go get ready, and then we'll sit down and get ready for the games. NIP versus JDG. NIP genuinely have been a great team to watch this split. JDG, of course, top 2 team from last split too, so this should be a top tier matchup by all logic as well. JDG looking to get themselves even in the head-to-head, and I think given the fact that they don't have 2 back-to-back games, I think JDG actually come in as favourites today, despite the fact that NIP beat them the last time. Okay, well, now just waiting to get ourselves onto stage now. I believe we're here in Shenzhen here. I believe we're in Shenzhen. First game, I believe, was in Beijing for JDG. We'll see how they deal with the away crowd as well, as in, like, the away venue. Because JDG play the grand majority of their games at their home stadium this week, despite the fact that they're not playing back-to-back games, they are playing away games, and I wonder what their prep looks like when they're on the road. Perhaps things change there a little bit. Okay, let's get ourselves in the intro and get ourselves onto stage.
您可以通过英雄联盟客户端、掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢千元耳机和游戏手办。扫描上方二维码，定制 LPL 队服队员 ID。开一局吗？开就开！感谢提供全场保护的杜蕾斯，今晚持久战力开一局。Sky Motor 手机电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品。更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，醒神好喝，当然站吧！奥风电竞椅，职业战队的选择，想赢做奥风。
直接给他一手点速，线面杀中间，爸爸这时候很能滑，再滑一个。来了！抵消，小心用公开属性抵消了纳尔的大。这有血手的伤害，找到了真豪，把你困在原地，化敌为牢。阿兵还有动作，就是阿兵的清高力。兵哥杀死我！
Welcome to Shenzhen, and welcome to our first game of the day, NIP versus JDG. JDG, our second team from last split, went to first stand. Well, admirable loss to semi-finals to BLG, but a third, fourth finish in an international event. It's the first time that they've been back there since 2023. Not bad for them. NIP on the other side, quick stumble there. Have been, however, if you have missed this split, if you've not seen, are currently level with JDG. These two teams are tied third at 4-3 in terms of series, 9-7 in terms of game score. Technically, NIP have the head-to-head, so they, for now, tie-break them at 1-0. Gala leading out JDG. Oh my god, whoa, hang on, whoa. I think I heard the crowd chant leader... Has the crowd chant leader traveled from Beijing to Shenzhen? Have they brought their Jio man with them? I could hear his voice. I'm so sorry. I was going to go into some more. I was going to go into some more analysis. I'm pretty sure I heard Jio man in the back. They've brought their shout chanter with them. So for those of you that don't know, every team at the start of the game will have someone say like Jing Dong Jio, and then you know the one person that leads them in that is particularly famous for JDG because his voice is wonderful. So JDG are traveling this week, right? They're going to Shenzhen and then they're going to Xi'an later in the week. They have their 2 away matches in Ascend right now. I believe that they're traveling to both of them. Yeah, I believe they're traveling to both of them. So typically when that happens, even when they're in, you know, someone like Shanghai or somewhere different for playoffs too, Crowd Chanley did, well, he lives around Beijing, so he's going to stay in Beijing a lot of the time. But it sounds like he's on the road with them. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. And now we're in Shenzhen as well, which, so it has a lower capacity than Beijing, but oh my god, the acoustics are really good. Sam, JDG are on the road this week.
Yeah.
And I heard their crowd chant later, so they've brought their crowd, they've brought Jio Man on the road with them. How wonderful is that, Sam? Incredible, incredible. Okay, right, Sam's gonna get his share in here, and then we should be able to get into the games. So the big things you need to know about this matchup are, look, the last time that JDG faced off against NIP was in back-to-back games, particularly bot lane. Traded out a couple of games which weren't great, so Gala had a particularly bad Ziggs game. And on the whole, JDG, we haven't liked them when they haven't drafted towards a dominant bot lane. I think that's something that we've agreed on over time, is that if they have a dominant bot lane, it really helps them. When they don't have the dominant bot lane against a team like NIP, I think that's where some issues come in. And of course, the early game around Junja is so important. You know, this is a team which has worked very well off of the early jungle invade meta. Hang on 1 second as well. I know I've got to turn the camera back on again. Oh no, it's there. I'm going in the right direction. I'm very good at this. All right, Sam, hello. Say hello.
Hello. Glad to be here. Glad to be listening to the dulcet tones of the Jio Man. You know, us, we're somewhat immaterial. That Jio guy, I mean,
Jio Man is the most important person on the rift.
far.
We're aware that he's the most important
players.
person on the rift.
No. Make sure he makes the match. The cheering squad has never been the same without him around. But yeah, I agree with the points you're making. That I think particularly bot lane focused is going to be understandable, because NIP, when they've looked at their best, it's often been through Asum and George just being such monsters that maybe go on to be a psycho as well. And on the other side, right, JDG, Honkyu's coming off a couple games of great form, which is good news. But I do need to see Gala and Vampire not get taken apart too aggressively there.
Yeah. Positive sides for JDG though, because I do think that Asim has been, besides the match versus Top Esports where I think he was quite flat there, I think he has been second best AD carry within the region, behind JackeyLove. And I think JackeyLove, even with that loss yesterday to Weibo, which is just so funny. Just Weibo, man, what a team. I do think that JackeyLove's been the best AD carry, and then I think Asum has been the second best over the course of the entire split. I think mid lane matchup is going to be a question of whether Care is on form or not. I see a lot of comments about, oh, it's about his champion pool, it's about whether he has Ari or XYZ, and I'm like, well, these big playmakers, and I'm like, well, I have seen, hey Gerald, I can see you by the way, I have seen Care do very well and very badly on just about every champion he's ever played. Yeah, Care is one of these players that can just be very streaky. And today, when it comes up against Honky, someone who is on really good form right now,
I get a little nervous.
I think that we saw Honky kind of individually win versus Invictus Gaming just through beating Renard. Yeah. And I think that actually, if Renard was, well, obviously if it was Knight, then whatever, but if Honky had a clone and was playing against him, was completely neutral in the mid lane, I actually think IG were the better team versus JDG, because Breathe was doing really well, and the bot lane was doing well. I know it's a little bit crazy to say, because IG have been on such a loss streak, but I think that Renard is such a problem for them in the mid lane right now, and Honky abused that so well. Yeah. So now we apply that logic to NIP and say, well, Care can be a problem. Honky might just solo win the series through him. There are very few players which can do that in the world, and especially within the LPL as well. Knight and Honky, if you have like an outmatch in the mid lane, Cream as well, like our top 3 mid laners, I sit there and go, if you don't perform well against them, you do just win, you just lose the game through mid lane.
I mean, there is a world, of course, where Care has been one of those players who's able to punch up to that weight class. It's just the consistency at which he does. So the important thing to note here, guys, is not that we're necessarily expecting Cream to lose. Hell, Care, good grief, let me get that name correct here. That would have been a bit of a bad clip. But there is a world, right, where Care potentially just takes it to Honky, has a great time, and life is good from there.
So coming into the series, you know, JDG, I think that they prepped very well when they haven't had those back-to-back games. That's another thing here, you know. I suppose the bigger thing for me is actually, okay, JDG, they're not having back-to-back games this week. However, they are traveling for them. You know, they're going to Shenzhen, they're going to Xi'an. So while they might not be playing, you know, Anyone's Legend, then BLG or something like that, they are playing away from home, which, you know, for these teams with arenas, we don't know how that affects them and how they prep and how their schedules are like. And NIP are no slouch of a team.
Very much so. Very much so. And I think especially people have kind of realised that NIP in some ways are better than the sum of their parts. And some of the parts have actually also stepped up, which is important to note. As we said, Care on a really good streak of form. The bot lane much, much better than we were anticipating. Guwon's managed to actually take a line and a role in this team that's been very successful in terms of this very aggressive, voracious style of jungling. And even people like Hoya, right, that creativity, that consistency in lane has kind of become a lot better, right? Because obviously, yes, he's always had that creativity, but the laning phase, him on carries has always been one of those ones where, particularly back on his Thundertalk days, was not always a particular joy to see.
It was like, does he have Rumble? And if he doesn't, things go a bit issue. They're very problematic when it comes to the carry meta. But he did really, really well. I think versus Suyan as an individual matchup on the whole, you know, he did very well versus Bin. And I think that Hoya, yes, he is actually, I'm going to say that back about Suyan, actually. I can't remember the exact individual matchups there. But the thing is, like, Hoya, we expected him to be an individual loss condition. That's not really been the case as easily as that. He's found ways to neutralize lanes. He's found ways to impact the game. He's the only person consistently picking Gragas right now. And that's worked very well with Guwon. And I think that Junja versus Guwon, let's move on to perhaps... Well, I mean, every matchup here is fun. That's the great thing about having top teams, right? I think that Guwon versus Junja, two very volatile players, very much in the style of, you know, there's invading level 1 volatile junglers. They're both going to be a great litmus test for their teams. Let's get into games, Sam. Game 1, JDG NIP. JDG playing away from home. NIP won the first matchup, but Sam, because of the prep advantage, I think, to JDG compared to last time, I wonder whether they have the advantage here. NIP already doing some weird stuff in the draft, though. They've blocked out a Maokai. Yeah,
again, remember where we are. We are not in JDG's home arena. This one is back in NIP's. The return fixture. The Maokai ban away, as you noted, is pretty significant. It does feel like that champion's just been rising in priority a little. We've started to see a few more comps with it, especially if you compare it up with things like the Yone, which has always been quite strong, but unusual to see it in this first round against something like a Karma, actually, which is normally incredibly high.
It is worth noting, so we're on 20, so we have been playing on the 0.8 patch this week, and Karma has been nerfed now 2 times in a row, so not as dominant as they were, but it's not like Karma's not Karma still, but you know, looking at the other stuff around, we still have Nocturne, the Lucian banned away from a Suman draw. It's been a very big comfort pick for them. Still have our Seraphine, still have Rumble, still have stuff like the Pantheon Rise. There is a ton of it's game 1, but we have a ton of power picks, right? Especially when you're banning away stuff like Ezreal and Maokai. A lot more of them get through the draft, which normally means blue side is a little worse off, so I'm a bit surprised at that. Now, this Nocturne is really important. We're talking about both these junglers being level 1 invading menaces. Nocturne is the best level 1 fighting jungler in the game. Yeah. If you're actually on a camp and you're melee range, Nocturne beats other junglers.
And that means particularly over the Raptors, people have been really loving to fight that, debating the lock-in of the Ashe, plus what I would expect to be the Seraphine. That lane is still pretty S-tier, it must be said. There's not many things that manage it. Maybe things like the Caitlyn Bard, if you want to go that route, or the Ezreal.
Well, the Ezreal Bard's gone, and the Lucian Milio's gone too, so a lot of your answers are actually off the table here.
So that's why I say potentially a Caitlyn Bard might be your answer if you want to go that way, especially as Assume and Jua. Get the S, not the Z sound in there. Rumble also did make it through picks and bans, and that's another one of those very high priority top laners. And Hoya, as we said, even when he wasn't at his peak of form, was still a pretty good Rumble enjoyer.
Yeah, you might look towards Rumble plus some kind of engaging threat as well, so something like an Annie in mid lane for Care to give yourself some hard TC. Could also go Jhin. Jhin's not a bad lock-in, does fine versus in lane versus the Ashe Seraphine. Assumes had some good games on that. Then JDG might third lock in the Ambessa, good matchup into the Rumble and pretty good into kind of all-comers diving forwards that. But you need some CC, whether that's from AD carry or picking an AD carry, picking an AD carry that can lane well against the Ashe Seraphine and then locking some support later. Otherwise, going for a different way though, not the Annie. Care, notable RE1 trick. As I've said, I say this every time I cast, Care for me is one of the 5 best REs in the world. This guy is really good, specifically on RE mechanics. The guy is a monster at this. See what kind of form he's in today though.
Been seeing a little bit of Silas into the RE once more. It's also strictly a flex, so I'm just seeing that hover and it's Honky of all people, so I wouldn't be entirely surprised if he did lock it in. The Annie on their own though for JDG, you've already got the Seraphine, you've already got the Ashe. Very easy to make that work. Of course, something like an Ambessa would work quite well here too, especially if you've got a second phase of bans to go with.
Carry on.
Because I was about to say, the other thing you have to work with here is the fact you've got point and click for the Ambessa, and you can ban away the Renekton here before it has the opportunity to be locked in.
Rumble's already in anyway, so...
very true.
So,
Yes,
so what he's doing that
that's
for, as we mentioned just before, it's basically a good match into the Rumble and it's good into Wallcomers elsewhere too. So, you know, if you end up locking in a Pantheon now, or if you lock in a Vi, in fact, I think the Vi should be banned away by NIP here, then the Ambassador gets a lot more strong in terms of their ability to consistently land that ultimate, and he is banned away from Honky too in terms of one of the better matchups into the Ahri in the mid lane, and then also that hard CC. I think they need to ban away the Vi as well, personally. I think with the Ambassador, it just becomes a bit of a... Well, no, I say that. The Vi's not good into the Nocturne. Depends how good your level 1 plan is at that point. If you don't ban the Vi, you got to have a really solid level 1 sim.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely possible to bully that. And again, they've gone rid of the Lulu, the Nautilus, two of the things that can theoretically either match / break the lane in the form of the Nautilus by landing a lot of hooks. The Bard is still up, though. I am increasingly certain we'll be looking for something like that. They're going to ban the Vi themselves, interestingly. Don't want to deal with that combo from JDG.
Yeah, no, and that's something which I was talking about just before then, really. You know, they've already got the Nocturne. Despite the fact that it interacts very well with the Vi at early levels, just having Ambassador Vi later is... It's a pain in the butt, really. Still got Pantheon Rise available, though, in terms of point and click. That would be an incredibly good mid jungle to walk towards. You know, Ahri Rise, a little bit uninteractive as a laning matchup. Neither of them really has full kill threat on each other. You can push each other out of lane occasionally, but it doesn't change too much. Bot lane to be locked in by Sumadraw, likely to be something like a Jhin, especially with the Lulu and the Nautilus locked in. Something like a Jhin works very well with the Rumble, and it's a good laning phase versus the Ashe Seraphine too. Question about that support, though. Don't have the Nautilus. Karma is still around, and as we said, it's been nerfed a couple of times. Jhin Karma is strong laning phase, right?
Yeah, you just get a lot of shove, decent amount of pick as well. Can look to threaten people. I still think if JDG do get to the mid game unscathed, though, I'm looking at some very scary scaling and death ball options right now.
Yeah, and NIP don't have a crazy amount of CC. They have Jhin W, and they have Charm. That's it. They don't actually have hard CC outside of that.
There's the Fear Tether, I suppose.
Are you going to use that much in a team fight? It's very much about split team. It's about split fights now, really. Not the pan. It's a Trundle? Okay, I guess that is just like Trundle. Level 1 is really strong. Still not sure it beats the Nocturne, actually, because Nocturne is, again, just kind of like God's gift to level 1 junglers, really. So, JDG not going towards the Pantheon, not going towards a better point and click, saying we want the level 1 jungle priority. That's why it's so important between these junglers. Wow. We're going to go put on a quick ad break, folks, and get ourselves into game. Let's get into it.
Should be a big match today. This series is going to be a fun one. Last time out, NIP got the better of JDG. Over in Shenzhen. See if the vibes are any different. NIP with a bit more of an unusual low CC comp there. Decent target access. I mean, Equalizer and Rumble and Jhin W and all the things. You should be able to hit people. It's not really stop them moving. Does make things that little bit interesting, it must be said. To the riff we go, Gyos to come. We'll go on from there. He is here. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I could definitely get used to that. I could definitely get used to that. There's a look at the runes. Nothing super surprising there. Trundle with the PTA. Not Conquer or anything, but PTA obviously very good for him because he can auto-Q auto and have it stack very fast. Be relatively pleased. Towards the bot lane we look. NIP with the early shove here. The Karma still providing a lot of that. And Jhin be good at those early stages. Trundle looking to go through their own jungle. No one's gone for the level 1s, interestingly. I guess because Guwon knows, hey, I don't think I win versus Trundle level 1. Very difficult to beat Trundle, in fairness. It might be a bit more of a flippy match, but I can certainly get that Honky with decent shove here against the Ahri, just trading. The wave should now meet back again in the middle. Little to be said about that nice little overload trade nonetheless. Yambest's got the shove topside. Does tend to be the case into the Rumble until he gets like level 4 to get another point in the Flame Spitter. Start being able to manage that overheat a bit better as well. Xiaoshu there on that, and Bester in general will be looking to find some carry angles. Worth noting actually as well, Hoya has gone towards the Ignite into this kind of much more volatile matchup. A lot of Rumbles do like to do that when they get the opportunity. One of the leeways afforded to you as a top laner. I can't find the back. It would have been nice to interrupt that. Top lane. Not too much to say there. At least for now. The Ignite comes down, actually. Wait, Xiaoshu. Oh dear. Ooh, the healing pot just about keeps him rolling. Gets to keep his summoners as well, which is quite key. Hoya flash for that, really saw the angle. Charm just wide. Dark Seal back for Care, not a surprise on that one. Tears in for Honky. Everything else not too crazy. We'll note the bot lane has kind of been that slightly dodgy reset for Gala's got the early cull, but it's down a fair amount of CS off it.
And we did see, you know, Gala Vampire struggle versus Syndra last time. You know, they're one of our best bot lanes within the LPL, but it's not like they're uncontested now. Doesn't feel like. Jumping into the river now, see whether Junja finds Guon. He does. Control ward comes down, fighting over potentially level 5 drag, or the, not level 5, the 5-minute dragon here. They are level 5s. Trundle and Nocturne, but capable of doing that quite early on. Yeah, and you can see that, you know, Junja hasn't been interrupted by Guon at all. Same level of farm. Does mean that the level 6 Scuttle Crab, if everything else has gone well, will be the 6-minute Scuttle Crab will be the level 6 Scuttle Crab. Care down 10 TS in mid lane. A little bit awkward to see that. We did see that, you know, Honky's been doing very well individually recently. The thing about Care and stuff like the Ahri is you tend to be worse than mages up until you get your big first play of the game, and then you can start to make you know, a difference. Junja, go on. They both know to score. They're both going to be playing over the level 6 Scuttle Crab here. Wave, I think, should be in favor of JDG. His team's going to be down a little bit of XP. Junja's going to walk into the river now. They see him. Good damage onto Vampire. Here comes Guon as well. So both junglers trying to help out on this level. Honky will have level 6 as well over the Scuttle Crab.
Try and fight for it. Out comes that tether. Too much there. Care's come down. I think it'll just be going the way of Guon.
Okay, level 6. Not achieved by Guon there, actually. A camp down. Maybe see Honky actually going for a realm up on the other side. Hoya doesn't expect this at all. Doesn't have the flash either. This should be an easy kill for the Rise.
Yeah, went for the 1v1 kill, didn't get it earlier, and now there's just everyone coming. Not a lot to be done. A rune prison. Plus a public execution should be the end of things here, if they even need that or the other. Yeah, they'll throw down the equalizer on the Wave Hoya, and we'll trade their life knowing there's not really any way out.
He'll get most of the wave, won't get the cannon there. Level 6 is available for Guon. Xiaoshu has flash, though, so it's not the Nocturne can really gank top lane. Easy roam up from Honky. Nice from him. Plate should be taken here in the mid lane by Care just about. I think the minions will get that. They will. So a little bit of gold back for Care. Just somewhat even up the assist gold, I suppose. But Xiaoshu ahead on the Ambassador. A bit of a scary thing for NIP. None of them can really survive an Ambassador diving into them later on. Guon getting that first Scuttle Crab, though, does mean that, of course, he does have you know, that paranoia. A little bit of an XP advantage for now.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Zoom down on this 1v2 right now. Really having to do all that much as Karma's going to put some wards down around this river. And the early lead has kind of dwindled a little. Still, assuming Jor will be happy enough. But this isn't the 2v2 kills we've come to expect from them.
Waves coming back into them, so yeah, they're not, hang on, they're jumping in towards bot lane now, so maybe they can force some flashes. Early flashes actually coming through. The Jhin gets the W down, good damage, but it's only half the HP. They get double flashes out, that's pretty good there. Vampire Gala down the summoners. Now it means that if there's a big Jhin W, you can't flash away from the ult shots. Things could be difficult here, assume with the fourth shot now. Doesn't have the W ready for either of them, but that's not bad actually from Guon, getting a free couple of summoners.
Gala just pulls back a little there. Does need to dodge that arrow, actually. That's quite important. The root comes down now. Junja's coming. Jor gets the speed away, has got the heal, and the flash is forced.
Yeah, they spot Junja. They were afraid of that pillar. So summoners for summoners. Vampire down that heal on the whole. Assuming Jor still getting the better of the 2v2. It's not by, you know, a game-breaking amount, but it's good to see that from them. The NIP, the strongest part of their team, doing well there. As Cat misses that cannon, so he's, you know, down a significant amount from farm, actually, if nothing else. Solo laners from JDG just kind of out muscling for now. Equalizer goes down up here. They're good damage from Hoyer onto Xiaoshu.
Just get a good chunk onto it. Damage is decent. Falls away, 20%. That's about that.
Hey, go on. Not got that ultimate just yet. Has gone back to the tunnel. Junja yet to get involved in this game truly either. You know, a lot of the time for JDG, we kind of see them as a very much just Junja team. It's whether he's good or bad, basically. Whether JDG look good or bad themselves. Junja Dice Gaming. Roll the dice. See what it comes up as. Level 6 is available for top side. We've got 80 carries in bot side. Everyone else roaming top. That was one. Is that one or two there, actually? I think it's just the two. So NIP get two of them. Especially with Vampire up in top side, I was wondering whether we'd see first encore of the game, but not to be that. One of the bonuses of having something like an Ashe Seraphine when you are the Trundle is, one, the healing and shielding works well for you, but also means that you don't have to be the engaged threat. In fact, you can even pillar people into the encore too, which is not a bad combo to pull out. So watch out for that later in the game. Typically, I think the Trundle, a lot of the reason why it's fallen off is, one, you can't guarantee you're into tanks, and two, you're not bringing any CCs. You're kind of there for being annoying melee range brawler that's good at the early levels of the game, but you're not necessarily there for much else. Hoyer has actually stuck around in top side here. Xiaoshu has now just walked into the burst to see him there. Ults onto him. This actually could be kill threat. Puts down the ignite. However, here comes the Guon. Nocturne goes in. Xiaoshu still has the flash. Fear Tether lands. Might be able to flash for a kill here. Looks like Guon's away. Here comes the Realm Warp.
Gonna make that play happen. Honku flashes and gets that kill nice and decisively. JDG, another good play towards this top lane.
Honku, really good Realm Warp. Just two ults in a row where he's managed to get out onto the map. Hoyer dead twice. I could see the idea that he just didn't have the damage to threaten Xiaoshu, and Guon didn't flash for the follow-up onto Xiaoshu. I don't think he felt he had the damage. So now JDG really winning through solo lanes for now. Honku kind of doing the roaming which Junja hasn't been.
That seems to be the way that's working out. Good work from them in that sense. And again, Honku, we said if he got ahead, he could be a bit of a win condition in this rise. So far, well, so good.
So NIP, I mean, two paranoias, no kills so far, so no ult hunter stacks, doesn't have the hex plate either. You know, Honku, really impressed with him. You know, he's had a good week or so, did very, very well versus IG, as we were saying. He was like the main reason they won that series. Here against NIP as well, getting out onto the map early, getting themselves that early gold lead. Of course, we'll see what happens when it comes to team fights and stuff, but that rise, being able to set up with the Rune Prison for the Ambassador will be really important later on. Potential jump forwards here. Some CC from Vampire. Throws out the ult Q, the Encore. Not sure where that was going, Vampire.
Charm just wide as well. My day skill shot's just a little bit short.
Yeah, the Encore and the Charm both missing, but one of them is an ultimate. Cat has that ultimate himself. Doesn't have the Malignance. We do have the Paranoia coming up. Charm wide again from Care.
Yeah, it's a little bit short, but they'll try and throw down the tether. The arrows also well wide. The Deadly Flourish lands. That puts Honkyu into a difficult spot, but Vampire can body block. I think that means likely people don't survive as the Mantra Q forced an awkward reset.
Vampire, man, pulls the heal out. I just don't think he was expecting the extra damage from the Karma Q.
Yeah.
Karma Q comes through, and it's execute damage from Assume. It gets the first kill of the game for NIP, so some awkward skill shots as, you know, Care had the range on the Charm, just went to the side. Both times on them was a little bit... Watching the replay here, so he jumps forward, wrong angle, really. You went to jump kind of like parallel to the wall, it gives them less angles to dodge. Maybe he was too afraid to go closer towards Junja. And it really is Assume and Draw that end up picking up the pieces here. And I just don't think any of them expected that damage from the Karma Q. And of course the slow making it so much easier to hit the shot. The Jin Karma, hey, credit to them, working out for NIP.
Got the hubris first item, by the way, has Assume, so I appreciate the the decision making in this game. Wants to be able to snowball. You get that first assist and suddenly Jin has a lot more AD to work with.
Yeah, and it's very similar stats to something like the Ghost Blade, right? But it gives you that scaling option instead of, well, the snowballing option instead of the Ghost Blade. And if you, much like something like a Hex Optics, in fact, we saw Ash briefly going for Hex Optics Hubrix for like the double kill bonus. Vampire has flash now. If he gets hit by a Q, there's actually a potential kill angle here. Yeah, there's the root coming through from that. No Karma, no Jin W coming after that. Jumping into mid lane. Honkyu doesn't have flash.
Flash on Care though, and that means he can go and get that charm after. Nicely done. There's the mid lane. Roll Quest and NIP managed to strike back. The gold lead back to even.
And also, you know, Care's getting some Dark Seal stacks off of this. Nice from him. You know, we talked about him getting that first that on first bag. But now suddenly NIP, as you said, back to even. Mid jungle starting to fire back. Honkyu dead, so he can't, you know, he can't impact the map for now. And Assume and Draw getting themselves a very healthy lead. It's not like JDG have, you know, Junja super far ahead. It's not like Gala and Vampire are, you know, dominating the 2v2 as they really like to do. Typically, NIP, we're getting into a bit of a comfort position for them now. We're going to have to see JDG, you know, come back with some objective fights and skirmishes.
Potential bit of a skirmish over this dragon. First one went to JDG. Junja looking for something. The arrow lands onto the Encore. That's a good set of charm damage. And Care goes down, rather, as the Encore keeps Ari charmed up. Unusual for her. She's not the one providing that.
I'm surprised he just doesn't ult out of the way of that. And this is one of the problems about them not having much CC. They can't disengage that easily. It's a good arrow coming through, but Care expected a better angle from him at that point. Loses the Dark Seal stacks, and NIP give up an easy kill where I think they were actually ready to fight around the Jin. Honkyu gets some plates in mid lane. That's a bad mistake by Care.
Not fantastic. Gala now gets to sit with Junja on this dragon and just auto it down. Fairly nicely done there. JDG get themselves another gold lead back again, and they'll manage to pick up the second dragon as well.
So the gold lead, yeah, re-emerging there. Honkyu still has ult too, so you can make another big play. I mean, they use the Ash Arrow, but they've got other big things to use. Can they spot out Rise there? They haven't spotted him out, and actually here comes everyone else. They didn't spot him, didn't do their due diligence. Mikhail's is good, but you don't have two flashes. Draw. We'll get a little bit of healing, but I don't think it'll be enough here, Sam.
He's going to keep walking best he can. It's a decent amount of speed up. Did they get in time for the root? No, they can't. Honkyu's looking, can't get there. They've gone too deep. Realm Warp out is required, and there's no CC to stop it, but now over the side comes Care, looking for his own angle. Hoya's here with the equalizer. They can't kill the Karma. And you know what they say about Karma? It comes back to bite you. They'll get something back at the very least, but the damage ain't looking good. But now Xiaoshu turns in. The teleports have been so dangerous. Care, though, with the reset, public execution, but they're on top of a Jin trap. Hoya flashes out. Xiaoshu continue to try and run. They're flashing on in. JDG have played this very well. Care goes in, can't get the kill. Now he gets that reset. Assuming the bush, he's running into the 1v2, and he just can't run away from Xiaoshu and Junja. It looked bad for JDG. Looked like an overchase, and in the end, they come away with 4.
Yeah, Xiaoshu saves them. It is an overchase from JDG at first. They had the Realm Warp to reset a little bit, but you can see that NIP, they even with a great equalizer, can't match up against the real tankiness of the Rise and the Ambassador these early stages. No, Draw ends up going for an incredible run away, right? I mean, he manages to get out with flash. The ult W giving him the HP to run away a little further. I was very surprised he made it out of this. And then Honkyu obviously went very, very deep. They pulled the ultimate from the Noct, and he managed to follow over, though, by not using the Paranoia immediately. I thought as soon as we saw the equalizer onto this many people, I was thinking, well, okay, it's probably just kind of game over, right? You know, you got the resets, or the ult coming up soon from from Ari. So then what goes wrong after this point? Well, I suppose the fact that Draw's really low HP. I mean, the Ambassador gets to go in at full HP on the other side. You've used all your ults already. And credit to JDG, they pull out all of their summoners and just say, we can do this. I mean, Care, it's a good charm over the wall. They do get one back, but it does end up being literally a 4 for 4. That's insane.
Yeah,
or 4 for 3 rather.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mess out there. Herald goes down towards this bot lane. Care potentially in a spot of danger here as Junji just gets to put the pillar down, but it will be forced to ult, as you know. Herald comes on down. They'll take that turret. JDG extend that gold lead. Hoya should be able to trade on the top side, I think, though.
Yeah, so, I mean, credit to him. He's got 5 Dark Seal stacks again after losing them that first time. He's picked up a load of Alt Hunter stacks too. Charm under turret. Xiaoshu doesn't have flash. That charm from Care might lead to the death of the Ambassador. Here comes Draw. The Trundle's coming back over. The ultimate from the Ambassador's not doing a crazy amount, and I wonder whether Junja's gone a little too deep now. Who's running over to them? The bot lane's given up the ghost here a little bit. Let's see if Care can chase them down as well. The slows from the Jhin ult making a lot of difference here.
There's the charm after the Karma route, and that will be enough, I think, to bring Junja down to size. Indeed, the Trundle burns out, and the Nocturne is the one who picks up the kill.
Yeah, you can see that the Ashe and the Rise weren't planning on moving down. They're just stuck in their lanes. It means that they can push in towards the mid lane there, potentially pick up that turret a little later. I'm surprised they didn't actually get enough damage for that. But, no, this game has been so bloody on both sides. The skirmishes, the just exploding out of nowhere. JDG firing off a little bit better than NAP right now, but there are some worries in terms of, well, Assume is getting actually quite fed, even though from Gala now. Gala has himself 2 items, and he's been playing these team fights well. I love that flash over the red buff earlier. I think we're going to get ourselves some wonderful team fights later on, Sam. It's not blowing out one side or the other, which is the worry, because then you get a really exciting game reduced down to, oh, well, the whack in with the wallets. I think we're going to get an even game coming around, stuff like the Dragon in a minute's time. JDG already had 2 of them. Threat of that Soul later. NIP need to find a way to stop that stacking.
Could be the case there. Cat just wandering down just a little bit to see whether there's something going on. Not really. Again, we are getting to this point now where double Storm Ray set for our AD carries. So Jin's gone that after the Hubris, funnily enough. That's his way of getting into the crit, I suppose. No.
They're hanging out for the ult here, by the way. She's looking at Gala. Gala still has no flash. If he walks up any further, he might die here, actually.
He knows it,
There's a lot of players around. Yeah, he knows he's playing at W range, yeah. I don't know whether they walked over vision there. Seems just walking around the place.
So many traps. Trying to get across towards this bot side is going to be a nightmare. And actually, with the Dragon coming up fairly shortly, that little line of traps can prove quite obnoxious.
And that's exactly what Gala says. I don't have flash. I do have teammates nearby. Let's not push it. Xiaoshu, 1,000 gold ahead. I think that, the solo lanes have been the real heroes here from JDG. No surprise, I mean, they're really good, right? But typically, it's been about, Junja plus bot lane. It's been their calling card. Cat looks like he's going toward, well, he's got the alternate, so he can go Protobelt or he can go toward the Shadow Flame next. I mean, given this game, I know there's a lot of Merc Treads on the other side, so maybe he feels that the flat pen's not very good, but I wonder whether he needs the damage from it. They're starting to clear out some of those traps with the control ward there. Honku out in bot side, pushing out. Care in top side, pushing out there. He can teleport back in, of course, too. Gala still no flash, so there is a chance for NIP to jump onto the Ashe before that summoner comes back up. There's no Mikhails from Vampire either, so if any of the quite limited CC from NIP does land, well, maybe we'll have a conversation about that.
Oh, yeah. Potentially looking for an E+, but Xiaoshu's also roamed down. That gets a bit more interesting, doesn't it? This mid lane turret was being considered there. Yeah, there was a ward in that river that kind of spotted a lot of those rotations down, and Honky's been given a lot of free time just to shove up.
Yeah, so Honky pushing in bot lane. Looks like NRP might actually give up the Dragon here. They've given up a lot of vision around it. I mean, it would be third Dragon, see if anything else happens here. Assume. I'm just seeing if you can get a tag off the wave with that Q to activate the W. Gala's flash is now back up. I mean, credit to Gala, really protected himself while that summon was down without giving up too much. Dragon started now, and I think NIP are just giving up. I mean, Hoya does have the roll quest and teleport, over his ignite, but it's on cooldown. NIP realized, okay, let's not just walk at this. We want to look for our skirmishes instead. Setting up the map, they really want to use the Nocturne ult in a more split fashion.
Well, do. To auto down the Gromp. Well, this Nocturne in a pretty good position here because they're the ones with the Cloud Soul point, really, and that's definitely quite scary, especially as I'm looking at a game with things like Ambassador and Rise and Death Balls.
The Ashe ult just went wide, by the way.
It did.
Just went wide there. So that's an ultimate down from JDG. They still have the Onk. Hang on, Hoya's come out of nowhere here. Can they catch Honku? If he gets on vision, they might be able to Nocturne ult him. Hoya's making his move. Do they spot him? It looks like there might be a fight on this top side. Hoya, does he show himself? I'm not, sure I'm loving this now, Hoya.
He's back in the bush. He's going to have to leave. So he manages to look for something, can't find it, gets out of vision, and should now escape.
Yeah, but he's like 1.5k down. You know, you're losing gold while you're doing this too. I'm not a big fan of this. He's almost a full level down on Xiaoshu. So he's cancelled his reroll. Sam, they're still going for their play here. I'm just Sam, there's double summoners and all Honkyu. I don't love this.
So risky. Are we sure, guys? You know, there's a reset. We pulling it? No, we're not. Okay, so actually, Hoya's going to get there and pick up half the wave.
What a weird play. What a weird play. Sticks around for a very long time. Does pick up a lot of that crash wave, but will have been losing bits and pieces of XP and gold from that. JDG, I mean, this is the big thing about the Rise. The Rise is really tanky and really strong. You don't really give up anything for having a Rise in terms of strategically. Maybe a bit of range. And a Rise on his own is very hard to kill. You can't just walk up to him as a Rumble and expect to 100 to 0 him, and at this point when he's ahead and he has almost the full stacks of the Rod of Ages, in fact he might get that in the next minute, in fact, then I mean, well, in fact he will get it next minute because it's at 9, that's how Rod of Ages works. NIP, they're going to really struggle to deal with him. NIP lose that mid lane out to turret there too, so JDG, slow and steady, does it, don't give up any openings, don't let the Nocturne ult you for free, win.
Might be the way, might be the way. There's the last Whisper in for Assume as well. He's going to be looking to try and deal with some of these HP stackers, and that's probably wise because actually you're looking at a Rise. He's going to, he's got the Rower. We're looking at Trundle, who builds quite a lot of HP. We're looking at the Ambessa, who also has a fair amount in build. All the usual suspects in that sense, even if there is no tank. I am nervous about the Soul Point out. I'm nervous about NIP's ability to kind of make sure they don't let some of these objective game moments slip away, especially as Hoya's kind of had to blow quite a lot of his own resources here to get involved with the plays a bit, and he has dropped quite a lot of gold as a result, as we've kind of been noting.
Yeah, well, I don't think Hoya was forced to do that. I think he chose to.
Yeah, I grant you. That's probably the better way of phrasing that. Correct.
Has, like, again, there's no Mikhails on Vampire, and I do wonder in this game whether it is still worth going for the Mikhails. I know there's not that much CC, but that means that they only have like 2 bits of CC to use, and then, well, that's it. It kind of like there's nothing else to kind of pin you in place. So I wonder whether that would have been more valuable here than well, we'll see what he goes for a second item, right? But potential fight now. Teleport behind them. Mikhail's used onto Guon.
There's the arrow behind as well, potentially looking for that tether nonetheless from Zhuo. Guon needs to start backing away as Xiaoshu begins to absolutely full send at this knockdown. There's nowhere to go. Flash is out, survives. The deadly flourish follows, but I don't think this Ambessa cares. And actually with the jungler left desperately low, no flash, no ult, they can just turn to Baron.
I don't know if it's a Baron angle. I think with Jin so high HP, I mean, they might start it, but realistically, I think they'd be looking to get summoners away, like a teleport.
Okay, looks like against it.
Yeah, I think that even with the Equalizer down, like the Ahri full HP, the Jin full HP, and it is the Ahri with the Shadow Flame second actually realize the importance of, you're losing damage on top lane. Hoya has not had a good game here on the Rumble. His Equalizer placement's been fine, but the gold behind it just hasn't led to it stinging very much. And I think JDG realized, look, we don't have to go for something like a Baron. We can go towards the Dragon in a minute, which, of course, you were mentioning before this, Sam. Maybe Asim can get to 3 items at that point. We'll see if he gets a reset in before them. He's resetting now. If he doesn't get it now, then he won't get it before the Dragon. So our last big reset starting to come through before that Dragon in 30 seconds. Can Jin get himself 3rd item? Yes, he can. So he has LDR. So Asim is really strong. I'm worried though, Sam. It's a level 16 Ambassador. Does have himself a whole bunch of stats with that ult. You get 30% armor pen and Omnivamp from that. Hoy's going to push out this mid wave. We've got 20 seconds until the Dragon, Sam. Let's get locked in for this because NIP, they're losing vision control.
Find a way over to Gromp, but that's kind of it. These bushes into the river itself have been absolutely taken over. Look at that line bush, look at the banana bush, down towards the tri-brush as well. Hoya's been on vision the entire time. There's the arrow, he's dead, and JDG make it look easy.
He's just on vision. Gala chooses an off angle and the Rumble dies. Onto the Dragon now.
They certainly look to play this one out with that man advantage, and there shouldn't really be a lot I think that NIP get to do about this. They're just out of tools.
Well, they lost vision control. Hoya chose a bit of a poor angle, and sadly, I think Hoya has been you know, the biggest difference maker in the negative sense here in this game. He's tried for creative plays, but he's not really found value behind them. Junja looking for a pillar. This could force flashes.
He'll certainly look to try and get something out of that, but again, this Trundle just presses the R button, stands and delivers, and Nocturne now needs to try and run away. The encore, Carecourt's caught by it as well. Down goes the Nocturne, flash in from Junja, begins to crunch and bonk, does finally fall, but Honkyu will come and avenge his jungler's demise.
Yeah, Care tries to go for a flash in the middle of the team fight onto Gala, and he actually does get it, but it costs him an encore, being hit by an encore at the same time. JDG have been just much better at the fundamentals this game, Sam. They just farm up better, they just get their vision control down, and when it comes to these big fights, NIP don't have bad instincts, but they just don't have the damage behind it. Might be a teleport coming through, but I mean, there's no smite here. You'd equalizer at best from Hoyer, and he's not exactly the strongest Rumble of all time. This has to be a bit of a miracle. I guess there's no smite. Wait, actually, JDG did have a smite, so they have to back off it. So Baron's not going to go down.
Okay.
That's actually not bad for NIP. Okay, it's not the worst case scenario.
It could have gone worse, but we're going to start where it did go very bad all the same.
Yeah, I mean, Junja came around the corner, uses that pillar to really put the bot lane under threat and allows Gala's just going to go forward. Look, Care goes for the charm flash. He actually hits Gala in the middle of this. There's just no damage follow. I think he would have been fine trading his life for Gala, but, you know, the Rumble's still dead. Jin isn't really in range for auto attacks and already used his flash, and of course Nocturne's out of the play. I actually see the angle from Care. I'm sure a lot of post-match comment threads are going to be like, oh, what an in flash. He actually gets a flash, threading the needle in the middle of a team fight onto the AD carry. Encore comes through, sure, but I actually think Care actually does his job remarkably well.
Yeah. We're now going to potentially just leave there. They're kind of trying to put some wards down, keep an eye on the Baron, because realistically, that has to be the point of flipping, right? If you can find a Nocturne steal, and again, you are red side Nocturne, your ability to get into the pit from over the wall is better than most junglers because you can just paranoia in. So if you can just get that steal, maybe there's a way back. Jin's at 3.5 items. Care's getting to a point where maybe he can blow someone up. Of course, he lost a fair number of those Dark Seal stacks, which kind of sucks, but hey, sometimes that's the way of things.
Yeah, I mean, I just think at this point now, you've Ion Draw, he does have flash. Here comes the Nocturne. How much damage have they got here, though?
Out comes the potential tethers, trying to get some ignite damage down onto Gala. Should blow him up. They do get that one for one. Make that weight that significantly more, as Care blew up a couple under the turret as well. Honkyu's in, as is Xiaoshu, and maybe the solo laners can still threaten. Care's still got another charm wide, as he does indeed need to get over the wall there with the Spirit Rush. The Equalizer disengages Xiaoshu, but doesn't really threaten him. Duo now needs to be a touch afraid, and I do wonder whether you could still look for the 1vx there as this very scary Ambessa flash blow.
That was a 3-for-1. As we were focusing on Gala, of course, we have to focus on the AD carry going down, but another 2 die under the turret, Sam. You're absolutely right. NIP get a bunch there, and while they can't clean up anything afterwards, I do wonder whether Care, if he hit that charm, whether Assume could have had the follow-up damage. Watch what happens under the turret at the same time, because Hoyer, real credit to him, actually does have the damage this time to kill the AD carry. But look under him, Charm hits onto Vampire. Great Q backswing from Care, gets it onto both members there too, and the Shadow Flame ends up critting with that damage as well. Gets good damage. I mean, the solo laners weren't in position here though. I mean, Care did have his ult resets available. If that Charm hits, no, I don't know. Nah, they're too tanky. Xiaoxi came with the teleport shield. I think he probably would have murdered them. That's why Draw definitely needed to flash away from that one.
Yeah, he is 6 levels down on the top laner, by the way, who is, of course, level 17 versus the poor support level 11, which is kind of the way of these things with the top lane role quest.
Judge is so damn fast when he puts down that W with the Cloud Soul movement speed. Deadman's plate. And then, of course, the Cloud Zones on the Rift as well. Ari has the full Zhonya's, is pushing out bot lane. Will need to teleport up here. What does he teleport to? I'm actually not sure where he teleports to here. He needs to come
to the pit of the tree.
But he needs to come up pretty soon, though, teleporting in line with the rest of his team. JDG, are they happy with just that? They're leashing it for now.
Assume gets cleansed, needs to as the rune pressing comes down the public execution, and no flash. Assume is gone. Hoyer is also following shortly. This time the solo laners are very much in position, and they will delete NIP from the rift.
Yeah, Care doesn't get his charm, but Assume doesn't have the flash, and that's the big thing there. JDG pull them to the Baron and realize, look, you've used all of your things from last time, all your cooldowns. Draw will have a slow death there. JDG just much better at the fundamentals. Pull NIP to the objective. Kill them while they're there. Solo lane's really making the difference. Man of the match has to be Xiaoshu. So threatening in every single fight that he's been in. NIP
get blasted in this first game, despite some creativity for them. Just didn't have the damage and the gold behind it to make it stick. JDG on their away match, Sam, here in Shenzhen from NIP, go up 1-0 in the series.
They make that mid game look pretty smooth on the whole. One fumble under a mid turret notwithstanding. Good start from them. They bring the chat leader along, and a little bit of magic follows them to a game 1 victory. And honestly, a pretty solid draft on top of everything else.
Okay, well, JDG 1-0 up in the series, NIP trailing a little bit now. Solo lanes really need to step up.
They probably do. Fun dress there, as ever on the host. Gotta love the outfits here in the LPL. Always a stylish region. NIP finding themselves in a little bit of a precarious position, it must be said. All well and good as it stands. Still, JDG back to some winning ways. They were on a bit of an odd sequence where they'd gotten a good lead in terms of like the recovery in the split post. First stand is where I was going with that. Of course, on top of all of that, now find ourselves in a position where, basically with their back-to-back games, trying to prep the two teams, always been a bit tricky, and that kind of additional context made us look at NIP and go, they might be a little bit better than their series score dictated is. Still, JDG are now kind of in a fairly comfortable position in this series. Quick heads up as well, guys. If you've not done already, please do consider hitting that follow button. I see you already having done that, Malaysia. It'd be Miller Jr. is actually how that's pronounced. Appreciate you all for doing that one. Thank you all for tuning in over on the YouTube and Onivia chat as well. And if you have got that capacity, please do consider hitting that subscription button. Helps myself and Alex keep up the work here.
Okay, gonna put a bit of an air break on, folks. Sorry, folks, I'm feeling a little bit out of it today. Is what it is.
Thank you for the sub, literally. See, sometimes we ask these things, and it will indeed be Xiaoshu who gets MVP. He was a monster.
I am surprised this is his first one, actually. I'm surprised at that. Yeah, sorry, folks. Just a bit distracted in the back. Like, I've been avoiding it, but there was a Reddit thread about me yesterday, basically. And, like, it's not... I mean, not I say a Reddit thread about me. Basically, I did an interview with a bloke about co-stream. It's cool. And there's just, like, some people putting some, like, really weird hate comments on there. And they're people who are quite clearly using burner accounts. So I'm like, okay, one, can you not spread the hate and misinformation? But two, like, who did I annoy that much? Like, yeah, so anyway, so that's just been distracting me a little bit. I've been intentionally, like, I've actually locked the Reddit app on my phone. I'm not watching it, basically. Yeah, but, I mean, I occasionally see screenshots because people put it in Discord. I am intentionally avoiding it because, one, I think it's a little weird to, like, directly address that stuff. It's actually quite important to stay above it and also just let people have a place to talk about people. Yeah, but I don't know.
Happy your mug, by the way. I was looking at that one over there for
No, I got that one.
There's a second mug.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
No. But yeah, no, I've intentionally been avoiding it. I'm not, I mean, I talk about it a little bit in my Discord, right? But it's just, I don't know, man. It's just, so yeah, sorry, folks. I'm really trying to focus in on the games and stuff because, you know, that's what I'm here for. And I'm pretty sure that's what you're here for as well. But, change the music over as well. But no, sorry if we're a little bit distracted though. It's just, I don't know. I mean, I'm getting increasingly disillusioned with stuff like Reddit. Because, I mean, a lot of you who've been around the League Reddit, yeah, and this is the thing, I actually think, yeah, I think that the actual title of the article is the wrong one. Because basically, the title of the article was, people said some, I mean, like, guys, I got, like, some real nasty threats and stuff like that. Hey, Salonius, by the appreciate it. And thank you, Healer, I do appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, but no, the title of it was basically about how people were just saying some really vile things. But the actual meat of that article was about how actually broadcast needs to adapt to an ever-changing situation. If broadcast can't show its worth, does it deserve to exist in its current iteration? And yeah, I think those bits are a lot more, like, maybe I should put up a topic, maybe I should put a comment on it and then be like, you know, actually, you know, maybe there's some other stuff about that, but yeah, no, I was talking about how, you know, co-streaming definitely has some worries as a structure. It's not, and I made it very clear, it's not about co-streaming as an individual. I am co-streaming. I'm co-streaming right now. I am a co-streamer. But, yeah, no, if people have issues, like, have issues with co-streaming as a structure, the co-streamers themselves are just doing right by themselves and their communities right now. I mean, if there need to be, you know, limitations on what they do for the good of the main broadcast, because as we've seen with LPL, if the main broadcast goes down, then you have a worse situation for everyone. And I actually included an example of this about the LPL broadcast. You know, I've talked about it on stream here, but with the old LPL, well, with the official LPL broadcast, a lot of co-streamers would switch off of the English feed because we'd have two games happening simultaneously and they'd switch over to the other game, whereas the main broadcast was obligated to go through every game first to last. So a lot of co-streamers would switch over to the second match because it's more interesting and then they wouldn't watch the main stream, or they didn't like the English broadcast, so they just watched the Chinese one of the live game anyway. And that really undermined the LPL broadcast, and that ended up really hurting us, like really hurting us. Yeah. So I talked a little bit about that because obviously a lot of people about the co-streaming stuff are focused on LEC, which I don't think, and that's actually probably the best case scenario for co-streaming right now. I think that yeah, I think that the LEC has actually got a much better, well, even then it's got issues, right? But I think that like Ibai, Kometo, Cadril are all three huge figures who've brought their own teams into the league. Thank you for the hype train, by the way, I really appreciate it. And they've done a great job with it. They've done a great job with it. Yeah. And like I said, there are some issues with it, but oh, it's KT versus HLE today. Damn, good games. Anyway, so I'm sorry if I'm a little bit distracted. That's just what's been happening, basically. But I don't know, man. Just well, I don't know. I don't know who I've even annoyed to like do that. I don't know who I've annoyed to because people are clearly using burner accounts. You know, like there's people who've
there's like one account which deletes their so there's been a couple of like 2-month-old accounts commenting on what I do, and then there's one person in particular who just deletes their comment history every so often to comment on what I do, and again, a lot of it's just hate, misinformation, or misinformed, and I'm like, why would you go to that much effort? You know, like, I'm here. You can if you got an issue with it, you can come and talk to me, and I'll engage with you in good faith. Yeah. There are a lot of people who only care about the LEC because of the e-bike meta casual. Absolutely, for sure. I appreciate you, Crafton. Sam is a very good bonus, of course he is. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so I try not to get distracted with that too much, but anyway, it's yeah, because I intentionally I saw the thread someone posted in my Discord. I'm like, I'm just not gonna touch that. I'm not gonna touch it, you know. Okay, let me do that thing where fun fact for Need for Power. Let me have a think. Yeah, well, I'll give you a ninja-related fun facts we have. I've seen some people distort your career because there's one time you said Caps had a bad game. Oh, yeah, I mean, I might have annoyed some people by talking about... Okay, I mean, the thing is that there's some analysis which some people might have got annoyed about. But, like, for instance, I said that Knight actually had a very good Worlds 23, and I was talking about... And I've also said that Knight was the best player at Worlds 24. That's annoyed some people. I talked about Viper being the best AD carry at Worlds last year. That really annoyed some Gumi UC fans. I talked about... last first stand finals, I said that while Caps is very good in lane, actually people are underrating Knight's performance because Knight because he got solo killed a lot and stuff like that. A lot of people did look down on it, and in that VOD review I said it wasn't as bad as people thought. People made that out to be, I thought Knight was better than Caps, whereas actually what I said was Knight was not as trash as people thought. So like, yeah. There's a lot of nuance which gets lost in that, basically. Okay, so now coming into game 2, JDG, NIP. Now, NIP, they 2-0 JDG last time. I think the bot lane meta was really good for them. I think NIP solo laners need to have a lot more presence early. I think that the rise into the Ahri, it's meant to be like a slight losing matchup for the Ahri, really. And then, I mean, Xiaoshu and Ambessa, even though it's Hoya on Rumble, Xiaoshu on Ambessa is very, very good, and he was fantastic in that game. So that was a big part of that game too. Pre-rolls fine. We have a lot of subs, but thank you everyone so much for the subs. It really does make a difference. Currently at 238 subscribers. Very, very cool. You're all very, very cool. Yeah, and I mean, look, if people are throwing stuff at like Shocks, then, you know... Gosh, I saw quite a funny meme now about like, oh my god, look at all like how these front runners can't run a new Musume because of all like these debuffers. And I did just win my CM with the Smaru. Summer Marazensky is incredibly broken, folks. I did some mad stuff with that. Okay, close towards stage now. Oh gosh, that's loud. Clean feeds do change in volume quite a lot. Yeah. God, I do wonder if it's some LPL fans. I do wonder. Because obviously, like, I mean, some people are big fans of Vampire, right? And I have been quite vocal about, like, the nuance of the player. I've been trying to tamp down expectations. I really hope that's not it. That would be crazy.
Yeah, the thing is, Pintless, there are people who are like, I mean, like, obviously Vampire's good. I just don't think people have engaged in that conversation with any nuance. And like, I think there are a lot of people who just, it's not a joke and they won't take criticism very fairly. This happens to a lot of players, right? I mean, I've criticized Jaculov, I've criticized Gala. I think it's just the way that I talk about players is like, I'm not afraid to criticize players. Now, I feel like I do it fairly. But you know, pretty much every player in the LPL I've criticized at some point, but then I've praised it as well, right? The thing is, Vampire was so bad, it's difficult to accept he's actually good. No, so I accept that Vampire's good, and that's actually not been the problem. The problem is about like where he's good and bad. You know, what is he good and bad at? Just so I think there is a tendency in League to say that when someone makes a flashy play, they are good at everything because the flashy play is the thing that they notice. It's much harder to notice things about resets, vision control, how they move around side lanes, see the next play coming in advance. That kind of thing was, and I think actually, by the way, for the record, I think Vampire is actually getting much better at those things, but I do think that he really struggled at that for a long time. You know, that's something which I think was missed in the nuance of that conversation. And I think that's something which I tried to highlight. And I think that a lot of people took that as, oh my god, he's trash, which is, you know, not the case. I still think that Vampire is like a top, like 4 support minimum. Probably top 3. I think that On and Mako are clearly above him. And then, well, I think Urha's not in the position to show his level anymore, not on Team WE, so that's not going to be a problem now. And of course, we'll see what happens with players like Feng Yue. I think Feng Yue is actually very good. His last series wasn't very good, though. You know, his last series was quite poor. So we'll see what happens with that. Oh yeah, I guess it sounds like Rook. I reckon Rookie's probably not coming back, and I don't know what's going to happen with the Shy, but I can't imagine that'll be like a... can't imagine that'll be particularly easy to come back to either, really. Ha, did you see the flash hook? Yeah, I mean, hey, if you're landing flash hooks, that's a great thing, but you're meant to have both, right? In fact, it's probably... It's more important to have the basics down, but it's harder to teach the flashy moments. Much harder to teach the flashy moments. Hey, Angie, how's it going? Yeah, I think this is... Wait, when did I refill this bottle? Is this stagnant? Smells okay. Okay. I can get hydrated again, sure. Okay, into draft we go. So game 2. Game 1, well, I didn't think it was I didn't think it was like an egregious draft from NIP, but they didn't really have much CC, and their solo lanes got a little bit blown out, so quite difficult matchups. Annie Vi away from NIP. Of course, they gave the Nocturne over to Guwon 2, a very strong level 1 jungler. Ended up being a lot less about jungle than I thought, especially for these two junglers. Every match between these two I thought would be about Guwon or Ginger getting just snowballed to hell or back, and it might have come off of lane support, but I thought it may well have come from jungle itself. Bard away from JDG, so no Ezreal Bard from them. No Ezreal Karma available either, because the Karma was used in that first round. We still have Lulu lanes, so something like the Yunara Lulu available. Lucian banned away. I mean, JDG just don't want to get decked by the Lucian Milieu again. It's just too powerful, really. So, thank you very much for the coffee. That's the last ban from NIP. Then we still have Jarvan. Jarvan ban away, so it can't be first pick by JDG. Sounds okay to me. See whether they follow that logic as well. I've zoomed that up too far now. Yeah, there we go. Much better. Cool. Alright, it's the Varus last ban. So Jarvan first pick for Ginger sounds pretty reasonable to me. Might be answered by something like the Pantheon for Guwon, but I guess we'll see at that point. Jarvan, I think, is the easy one.
Yep, I agree with that one. Very strong right now. It does feel like the answers to Jarvan we saw over years past just haven't really been working the same way into him right now. He just feels like he does a lot of things very well. Got very creative early pathing options as ever. The level 2 ganks have kind of disappeared, but the level 3 ones still very valuable, especially with his invade potential. So
now we're probably going to see something like a Yunara Lulu trade for Corki Nami. That's probably going to be the play. Sumadraw have looked really, really good on the Yunara Lulu though. So while Gala and Vampire, I've no doubt they'll be fine on their own Corki Nami. I trust the Sumadraw more with this, and that is quite a worry for JDG. They probably do have to lock in the Corki Nami in terms of what's meta, unless they've been experimenting with something else. Guon then I suppose does lock in a jungler unless there's like a priority laner they really want, but not entirely certain about that. I mean, in another game, maybe you go for something like no, I guess you could go for something like Gnar on 3. It's good versus the Jarvan, ban out some counters after that. Hope that Guon's pool's deep enough. So maybe if you go like Gnar on 3 for NIP, then ban out like Yorick Jace. You're actually okay with that?
See that?
That could be an answer. Because in terms of jungle, I mean, you could just lock in something like the Pantheon to take a slight losing matchup, but they might just get Gnar into two bans against him. I think you ban away Yorick Jace now.
Potential possibility here. What are we thinking?
Could also ban away Aurora.
Yeah.
I think you're banning away the Jace. It's like, that's just really annoying because Corki Jace is good double poke. Oh, sorry, I forgot the Vince thing. Sure, whatever. Double Jace count, double Gnar counters is the logic, but I think you ban away Jace because comboing up with the Corki is really annoying for the double poke.
I mean, you don't get to do the Ambassador, which has been a match where you can kind of run the Electrocute and get away with it because obviously it was played last game. So yeah, I somewhat agree. Maybe there's an angle for something. I don't know what else you could potentially play around. I mean, it's Xiaoxu, maybe the Jax is a ban, I suppose, but Jax has kind of been really a B-tier pick here in the LPL. We've not seen very much of it at all.
No, I think that it's just too hard to make it work in laning phase. Takes a little while to come online. You know, he's more like a 2-item carry. His 1-item's not bad, but really looking at like 2 to 3.
You want that Sundered Sky / Sonya's kind of angle to get to that very strong point. I agree.
And the TF, okay, well, it is Honky.
Yeah,
it is Honky. This does open up a Jace angle though for Xiaoxu or a Yorick. So despite the fact that the Gnar is pretty good for Hoya, you're still giving counterpick to Xiaoxu. Well, no, hang on, no. Well, yes, you are, but you get last picks. You can counterpick mid lane. The TF is a good takeaway from Honky. Once you locked in the Gnar, you could potentially have volatile top lane. So if you have a global heading top lane, it's a problem. Shin's outbound away from Guon. He probably still needs to lock in jungle now. Probably will end up being something like the Aurora from Honky. And then he'll have to try and answer into that. Question is, what does Guon do in the jungle?
Thinking about a Pantheon, of course, which is very strong. You don't have the Rise to pair it with because it was taken last game, but it's just generically good. You've got the Lulu behind you as well, which can feel pretty nasty. You can also just get beyond things like the Nami, and you can get jump behind the Corki as well, which can be quite scary. Yeah. Nectar was left up though, and Xiaoxu does love the pick.
Now that the Pantheon's locked in, the Jace looks a little less favorable because you have no global and they have a global. So if you've got Gnar versus Jace, the Jace wins in the 1v1, but the Pantheon is more likely to make it there in time. We did talk about the Aurora likely going into mid lane. Can go top lane into the Gnar too, so technically is, I say a flex. I mean, the pick is not the same round, so it's much of a muchness there, really. I'd imagine that goes mid lane, and then they still lock in something like that Renekton top lane.
Thinking about it at the very least.
And Xiaoxu is excellent at jumping. I do think he's the best Renekton within the LPL, specifically at Renekton's skills, really. Takes sees the Aurora. Could go for the Annie here. It's not an awful Annie draft. Fine matchup versus the Aurora, though we have seen some Auroras win out on that one. It's going to be the Azir. Okay, so a bit more disengaged with the ultimate. It's a fine matchup versus the Aurora. Can get caught out by, if you muse your skills poorly, then obviously the Cataclysm into the Tidal Wave is very, very poor. But you do have a decent amount now of actual double attack speed carries for the Lulu to buff up. Your front line's a little bit flimsy. I don't mind it from NIP. The worry is you have some very confident players on their champions on the other side. Xiaoxu, Junja, Honky, these are arguably their 3 best champions. Gonna go into a quick ad break so we don't get anything in game, but I'm a little bit worried for NIP about the comfort on the other side. You know, Cat is also a comfortable Azir, a Summon one of the best Yunara Lulus within the entire league. But JDG, I think their top side will be chomping at the bit to get ahead early here.
Yep, I agree. That looks like that will be the plan here. I am just aware that if you do get to these team fights between Gnar and Azir and Yunara and stuff, you can theoretically play out some very good consistent DPS checks here. But I'm looking at the other side, that burst combo, the Jarvan Aurora, especially if the Aurora gets to Shadow Flame on a good time, could really threaten some relatively squishy members.
Yeah. Well, we're getting to our second game. NIP dropped their first game at their home match. They won the away series at Beijing. Gala, strong game on the Ashe last game, but really was Xiaoxu who was the hero on the Ambassador. Fantastic game from him, and now he's on to one of his other specialties in the Renekton. Renekton, not that high pick ban across the world right now. But he's one of the best at it.
Yeah.
NIP, they look to bounce back. They need a stronger performance from their solo lane, Sam. They have to have a platform to make these creative, aggressive plays off of. Let's get onto the rift. Here are the Gyos.
He's here again.
Go on, where are your Gyos? There we go. Oh, the wonderful ambience. Gosh, well, JDG had a ton of Gyos. I actually didn't hear any from NIP there. Gosh, maybe a little bit cowed from that first game, Sam.
Because they were there, definitely there in the first game. Or maybe the mic got turned on a little late.
Yeah, maybe the mics were turned on a little late, but I'm just so glad we have the JDG chant leader here. Good fast spawn from Gala level 1 there, but assume about to get the auto attack reset. You never really want to walk up to Yunari who has that bar under their name that charged up. Can be a bit of an issue. Get control over this. They don't want to over push it because, of course, one of the issues is if you push it in too hard, then they just kill the first wave of tower before the second one begins to hit you, as we're seeing here. So they did actually end up over pushing a little bit. It's kind of the cost of charging up that Q as well. They'll still get the level 2 easily, but it could have come at the cost of more CS lost by JDG.
Do you mind going over that again? Because it was a really cool point, and I'm not going to lie, it kind of, I glazed over a little there, and it didn't fully register.
Basically,
why was it too bad to shove early there like that?
If you shove too early, the wave hits tower, and you don't actually get to have the minion advantage for level 2, where they're still killing the first wave and you're hitting the second one.
Gotcha.
So if you this is one of the things where people get a really good level 1 trade, and you can't zone them off the second one because it's just a tower. So they get a level 2 for free when they should be losing XP and gold.
Gotcha. Because I think if it gets to the turret, then you can actually farm the minions. Otherwise, they're forced to back away, and you get this kind of big stack wave. That makes some sense. Thank you very much.
Honky's doing really well in this early lane there too. Able to zone off care from this. I mean, the E just keeps landing. Hasn't leveled up the W. I mean, Ker's not dropped that much CS, but he has dropped XP now. He'll teleport back, get himself full HP. Honky, really good laning again. He is one of our best laning mid laners. I think that our best mid laners are, I think Knight's our best, and then we have Honky and Cream kind of tying for second.
Indeed, indeed. Oh yeah. Gonna just auto this wave a little bit here because he can. Leaves that there.
Ooh, potential. They're actually quite low HP. If they... Oh, Draw walked out of the bush. Okay, well, whatever. But they had the HP advantage of Summon Draw. Gala probably wants to go back for a cull. Heal has to be blown because Vampire does stay a little too far up in lane. Now that means that Gala can't reset for something like a cull. He has to wait for another wave. Assume and Draw. Quite easy for them to cancel recalls for stuff like the Arc of Judgment. Right there, double Glitter Lance onto Gala. Currently getting hit in the 1v2. Vampire's not even auto-attacking. Buddy, you got to help your AD carry.
Yeah, got a bit dicey there. It will end up being the heal for the heal, but the important thing here is the fact that even with the barriers blown, Assume is the one who comes out on top of these early trades. You've got a bit more sustain with the Namis that can help turn things around. Junja taking the opportunity to fight over the Raptors, because of course we are.
Yeah, and I mean, well, mid lane's not exactly going to help. Empowered Q coming through from Guon. Knockup lands onto him, though, and Guon didn't get that E down in time. I mean, Jarvan probably wins this. Does win the smite fight, though, does Guon, so he's happy with that.
Yeah, got beyond the Aegis Assault there, which was a bit frustrating. But hey, you take that win on that front. There's no red buff to take. There are Krugs spawning, but it's 30 seconds off. I think that might be a bit of a dubious wait for it. Instead, I think this Pantheon's going to head towards the top side, pick up that Scuttle Crab, and be happy enough.
Yeah.
Junja now maybe has to look at this bot lane, but Assume and Draw are rapid on that retreat.
And they see him now there too, so they have confirmation. They know that, oh, did they see the Q being used? They can actually run at him because the Q's been used. The flag's in the brush, though, so Junja will have to back off. Now he can't take the Krugs, and Guon may well go for this. Can he stop the recall of Honky? Yes. Now he goes towards the Raptor Star. I thought he might just go for the Raptor Star unseen. Ward was over the wall. Guon will take this job and now goes back to the Krugs, knowing that the Pantheon's in top side because, you know, he has that confirmed information. Now, he will spot also the fact that here enemy Krugs are up. He's not going to stick around for that. Doesn't want to go too deep into enemy territory. Instead, will go back to his own wolf. This stuff's important, folks, because, you know, I think that if you're going to learn about jungle pathing from anywhere in the world right now, I think you should learn about it from the LPL. These junglers are very, very aggressive, love to invade, these two in particular. See that Junja will be heading up towards his Krugs to...
Yeah, he had a missing ping on it, wondering whether Guon is there, so just wants to try and fight for it, not give up the camp, because he repeated ping saying, I want to be there just in case, and they've lost track of where the Pantheon is.
Yeah, Pantheon now going towards his own jungle. I mean, credit to Guon, it's quite easy to fall behind in this particular jungle matchup. Good damage there from Gala and Vampire. Gala managed to get that... good Frost Bomb on target. I mean, as we were seeing in the 2v2 earlier, Gala and Vampire just a little bit flustered in the 2v2. You know, moments where Vampire blew the heal earlier and then wasn't there to like auto-attack the enemy carries because he's a little bit afraid to step up. Assume and Draw have really shown how confident they are in the 2v2. Regardless of what else happens here, you know, Assume is going to get this wave crash collected, so he'll still be fine in terms of that. But I think that the confidence of NIP's 2v2 remains unshaken despite the loss to Top Esports the other day.
Yeah, that feels the way of things, which is good news, especially if you are a fan of that, of course. Gala and Vampire not in a bad spot this game either, outside of that slightly dangerous looking early trade. They've managed to be happy enough with their reset, got themselves the tier on the Corki, can pick up a plate or two here. Actually up a little bit of the CS as well, interestingly.
Yeah, looks like they'd assumed did definitely miss a couple of last hits. It wasn't because he was zoned off them, it's because he just missed them.
Yeah.
Cat, down 10 CS, more than that in mid lane. I mean, Honky's been destroyed. This is a matchup which Cat chose, by the way.
Yeah.
Guwon heading in here. Cat could potentially shuffle towards him. Shuffles back, though. Guwon was ready for the gank, but I think he was afraid of just getting one shot by the ult that was coming up. You know, Honky, fantastic early laning in this series, this game, and the last one.
Yeah, it's one of the things that we were excited for when he came into the LPL, and has largely delivered. A bit of a downturn at the beginning of this split, and arguably towards the end of the last one, but right now having a good time against the likes of Gareth. Duo is desperately low. My days, that Boss Bomb trade, and now assumes in a difficult spot. Flash forward for the auto. There's the 2v2 kill, but it's going against NIP. Flash from Guwon gets something back.
Draw just doesn't cast the heal. He presses his flash and not the heal. He would have lived, Sam. Gosh, it's the kill for Gala, but Draw, buddy, you do have another summoner there, you know? Thought he would, I don't know, maybe be able to flash and use the shield. Honky now using the ult against Care with a level advantage. Doesn't get the Q pullback there, but Gala, I mean, good opportunistic kill, but Guwon does collect one back.
Does indeed. Honky will nearly have the teleport available, instead wander down this river, having gotten lane priority and help out on this dragon shove. Very nice from them. Spirit Abjuration does actually help quite a lot with taking these neutral objectives. Why for a while people were wondering whether
Aurora Jungle.
Yeah, Aurora Jungle might be a thing. There was a couple of mid lanes trying it out.
Okay, so watch this, right? Just, oh, hang on, wait, look at his heal cooldown. Heal cooldown. I need a spectator light to us for how close did he get to it? Because he needed to flash like immediately. No, he didn't have the heal. Okay, so we were laughing at him because on spectator it was like, well, very, very close on that. So he didn't have it. Credit to Garlic, judged the cooldowns well. Our mistake on the cast. Draw didn't have the heal, flashed late instead then, so it's just about flash rather than just not pressing the heal.
Which happens, but still a bit frustrating. Gala gets the kill, does end up dying for it, of course, but hey, I think you'll take the kill in terms of just raw gold. Feels quite nice, and it just feels good to get a bit of vengeance after the last series, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, and even the first game, I mean, Assume and Draw were winning in that 2v2. Didn't lead to that much, but Assume did get ahead, was looking quite good in that game. Wave's now frozen, level 6, level 5. I mean, Assume can just run at them. In fact, activating the movement speed, Gala has to Valkyrie away. Long cooldown that. Wave is gonna potentially crash back in. Assume could just pop the ult at any point. That's the threat of this. Even the recurve bow just for that on hit can be so powerful. Renekton and Gnar, the Kaiju battle, and we come down to the river now. Honkyu in top river as well. Ult into the wall. Xiaoxu hasn't popped his own ultimate yet. Guwon still has his empowered ability. Dominus in. Ginger missing the flag drag onto both of them. Dunks in. Mini Gnar coming through now too. Cares up. Honkyu doesn't have his ult available. Xiaoxu going forward again. Still has the flash.
There we go, flash away. Guwon gonna go down here, likely as Xiaoxu just gets to stand there and fire. The weirding just wide on Hoya, but still, nice pickup from JDG.
It is, but NIP just split targets. They just don't focus the right thing. Xiaoxu, I was like, well, I mean, he's got flash, and he'll have to flash eventually. He doesn't even need to flash, Sam. Care goes on to a different target. Guwon is left to 1v1 the Renekton, and Hoya's not able to do anything there. Teleport behind them now. They'll spot him coming out of the tri-burst soon. No flash on Assume, but does have the ult.
There's the heal. Still gonna do a lot of damage as Gala needs to keep ordering. Assume tries to get something, but gets absolutely blasted there.
But it is a problem that Vampire gets that kill. He didn't need to ult there, Sam. He didn't need to ult. I think that, you know, giving that kill over to Honky would have been much better. I don't even think he gets an assist on that. Honky teleported for nothing. It's good for the 2v2, it is, but a little bit of a worry that the Honky doesn't get any kill participation after committing that teleport.
Grand Starfall now looking to go bot lane. Remember, there is no ult on Vampire. Just under very good Aqua Prison. Gala manages to Valkyrie to buffer through some of the CC, but the wild growth make things very tricky. I think Gala, even with the barrier here, has very little to be able to do there. So
now Gala goes down, didn't have that flash. He's good punished by Guwon, 2-1 now. Of course, he was the player that died in top side. JDG still have themselves the 1,000 gold lead. Sadly for Hoya, a lot of that is coming out of top lane. Xiaoxu, we said that his Renekton's good. I don't think it helped that NIP just didn't judge the top lane play well at all there. At least the extended play. I thought the initial play was fine.
Yeah.
Ginger was largely disengaged pretty well. Ult under the, well, not quite under the turret, and minions take aggro anyway. But Hoya, not a bad trade for him, given that the Dominus is down from Xiaoxu.
Yeah, it does indeed. Tries to get what he can there. The problem is, of course, that this Renekton is going to be in a pretty good position to be a menace this game, I suspect.
Honky, no flash, does have the ult. Dragon in 2 minutes, so not fought over right now. 1,000 gold lead for JDG, as you were saying. A lot of that coming through their solo lanes. Gold lead in bot lane is basically even, actually, so there isn't really technically a gold lead. Assume has XP advantage, does have the CS advantage. Of course, the kills against their lane now, buffing up a little bit Gala and Vampire from that early game. But NIP, somewhat of a similar situation to the last game. I think this time they have better CC to work with.
Nice chunk onto a super now. He gets the dash forward out of the Frost Bomb somewhat. The Arc Rune comes on down. He gets to be a very close run thing, but a flash over the tidal wave. As soon gets the kill, he can look for another. Oh dear, JDG. That wasn't quite what you're looking for. Junja is here though. Cataclysm gets one. Jua is looking for something onto Vampire. Should make it happen. 2 for 2, but Junja has to pick up the pieces.
Does his 2 kills to the Jarvan, but once again, NIP's bot lane show their worth. Xiaoshu has flash, has ult. I don't think he's dying here. He might even look for a 1v2 kill. Sam
can look to try and do something here. When's the next call? The Meek and the Ruthless Predator slides back in. The Mortal Steel, though, allows Guwon to buy enough time.
He forces a flash, Sam. He forces a flash. Xiaoshu doesn't even blow his own. He wins in the 1v2, Sam.
That's completely wild.
He is just the best LPL Renekton. This guy is fantastic. And NIP, they're throwing cooldowns at him, but Guwon has to blow the flash. I mean, Grub is going to go over to Guwon. I believe the others were started earlier. I mean, Junja ends up saving bot lane because Assume and Draw massively outplay again. Despite the HP advantage, Assume knows what he can do. Flashes over the tidal wave. Insanity from Assume, who's really been doing well individually. Junja comes down. They realize that they have to buy into it. Draw flashes. Good for him. Does make it into a 2 for 2 rather than the 2 for 1, which would have been after that point. Kill to Assume. Kill to Draw. 2v2 at least going well. Needs to be a little bit afraid now. Of course, the Jarvan increased power, but they've gained their gold lead in bot lane.
Here's Junja again. Reminder, you burned a lot of flashes to make that play bot side, and Assume and Draw aren't exactly shy of shoving up. We're going back again.
Draw doesn't have flash at the very least. This should be 1 at the very least. Gala flashing force. Teleport coming though from NIP. Good wild growth, but Assume's going to die before it completes.
Second person comes on as Guwon dropped in with the man drop to make everything but more interesting. Vampire's turned into a snowman, but manages to tidal wave across loads of members. Doesn't keep Gala alive. Junja's going to try and turn onto Guwon. Does he have enough damage? The Dragon Strike's not enough, but the 2-fold Hex is. That's a 2 for 2 as it stands.
It is. Ked didn't get a good chance to use his ultimate. I thought he could sweep someone on the turret. Didn't quite manage it. Flash to kill Gala. They're really trying to keep Assume down. I think JDG realized that. Look, NIP have a really good AD carry. They have the bot lane advantage in 2v2. We need to make this not a 2v2 because Gala and Vampire are not winning the Yunara Lulu Korkinami matchup. Now, typically, in terms of draft, that is actually a pretty even bot lane matchup. I think that goes to show how good Assume and Draw are right here. Starts as the 3v2. The wild growth very nearly stops the knockup. Doesn't quite. Wonder whether that would have changed stuff if the timing was slightly better there from Draw. I mean, Vampire gets very far forward, but he has no flash. There's no real way out for him there. And he doesn't mind if the damage goes onto him rather than someone else. I was very surprised that Draw lived through here. I thought that with the flashless Lulu surely is going to be the first kill there.
Yeah.
Too. Honkyu ended up just about getting that kill. Both bot laners from JDG died at the same time, though.
Gala nearly made it out because the tidal wave knocked Care up and was about to give Gala the move speed. There was a control ward in the tri-brush, so Gala, with that move speed, theoretically gets in the bush, gets out of vision, and gets to run away. Alas, the last water was still in flight, and so even as the sort of pseudo... Actually, no, it is still a range champion, isn't it? He just doesn't have the particle effects because he just sort of stabs people with a big spear. But you know what I mean. Gala does eat a fairly nasty chunk, but Assume also on the receiving end of a significant amount of damage. Both these bot lanes have been fighting relentlessly. They are 6 kills on the side of JDG down and 5 kills on the other side. Everyone's dying down there.
Yeah, crazy. But, I mean, top side from JDG, I mean, that's where the advantage is right now. Junja with the 2 kills. I mean, credit to Guwon, he's got 3, so he's ended up getting a lot of value there too. Still down about a full level in terms of farm. What?
6, 7 kills.
What? Oh, right. Wonderful.
It's great to see the universe responding.
25.8 thousand gold. 25.8 thousand gold. Yeah, that's how...
Owner Pixel couldn't do that one, could he?
No. I'm doing like 60 of them in like a minute.
Yeah, that's quite a lot.
Too much. Yeah, it'd be too much. Assume, of course, with the amount of gold that he's got onto, is about to get himself towards that 2-item mark. I think that the amount of kills in bot lane, obviously it stopped Assume from getting crazy control over the game, but if he gets to Fiend Hunter bolts, he's still going to be really happy. Xiaoxi going to go towards the Stride Breaker first, go versus the Nart. Of course, can be good at really chasing down those AD carries as well. Really needs to pick his angles well into late game, though, because if Xiaoxi actually gets disengaged, it is a huge issue.
It does. Oh yeah, back down towards that mini Nart form. Really cool effects on that skin, actually. Kind of get these glowing trails when you ult, which is kind of fun. doesn't lead to all that much right now. Of course, Renekton and not miles off their first item, assuming Xiaoshu has it on reset. Honestly, it's just cashed in the cull as well, so theoretically has Stride Breaker on this buy. Again, Hoya trying to take this opportunity to get as many plates as he can before the match gets that little bit harder.
Yeah, credit to Hoya. He's still getting a plate there, despite being down like crazy amount of gold. Assume jumping forwards. The flag's not in a good position from Junja, and Assume is just flexing the muscles.
He gets to just step on forward with that cultivation of spirit, and Junja's left a little bit alarmed and low. Had the red buff to Assume, and it really showed there.
I mean, he didn't even use the ult. He just walks to them with the Q. He just walks them with the Q and gets great value. I mean, Assume on stuff like the Lucian, the Nymaera has been a real threat. There is a reason why we've called him, a top 2 AD carry within the LPL this split. He's been fantastic. We'll see what gold he's got on this reset. If he gets Fiend Hunter bolts, on a good timer, he is going to be so threatening. I mean, assuming he does go towards that, he might even go towards something like the Phantom Dancer for the extra movement speed. Got to be pretty close to it. Yeah, he is going for the Fiend Hunter, but he won't be able to get it on this back. Teleport back out, well, not teleport, but the Hexgate back out onto the map. Herald is alive in a game as close as this, where we don't have any turrets taken yet. Herald is very useful as both a turret, battering ram, and then, of course, the combat monster as well.
Out comes the Arc of Judgment. Need to get that right around. Arc of Ruin is the ult version. There's the ward over there. Joel now potentially be in a dangerous spot. But looking not quite in range to Cataclysm. And that puts Gala into a tricky spot. Has to back away. The Tidal Wave is solid. Flash away from Junja.
Tidal Wave doesn't actually hit Assume, though. The Wild Growth getting the extra CC onto Junja means that the Flash is gone, so it's 2 summoners for 1, heal off of both supports, Flash off of Junja, and again, Assume showcasing how damn good he is at this Nymaera and how strong it is at the 1 to 2 item mark. JDG, we did say, look, they look a lot more confident when they have a winning bot lane, and you can tell, how much of a problem it is that now it's the enemy team that's kind of got that dominance over them, despite it not being in the gold league. You see the pressure that they're putting out here.
Gala throws out a Frost Bomb. And that much more there.
Did get the bot, big one as we run back though. So actually gets the trade onto him. Assume we'll have to reset again. So just as we were saying that, if Gala and Vampire actually get a decent trade back, they probably wanted to reset anyway. We'll get themselves close towards that second item on the Nymaera.
See, Amber's threatening to ban me in chat for the 6-7 comment. She does have that power, so slightly alarming. Yeah. Amber, I beg your forgiveness for my silly commentary.
Going to what? Is they trying to stop a reset? Junja's low.
Oh my days, take a look at the skill. He's got it. He gets the Herald. True one.
He does that blind. Sam, he just ulted into the Herald, completely mind game Junja, realized he had no flash, jumps onto him. Q1, that was exceptional.
And he gets the Herald off that as well. That's a massive pickup.
I'm pretty sure he did that blind. I don't think there was a Scribe's Bloom. That's going to open up mid lane as well. They have the Herald now to use in either combat or onto attack. That's huge from Q1. That could give them, even up the gold lead. That's huge for them. They have the 2 grubs as well. Teleport from Aurora going bot side. Herald summoned here, so it means that if JDG look for a fight, they're going to run at them with the Herald and the Mega Gnar too. Teleport coming in from the Azir, who now hold up the bot lane. This is a great run of play from NIP. JDG, they weren't expecting that at all.
They'll pick up the Dragon, they'll pick up the Gold, they'll pick up the Herald. Really good moment there from NIP's jungler. Very slick. I don't know whether he was spotted by that line bush there, or that ward in the line bush on the way over, with the health bar being low, and that gave some license. But otherwise, JDG now in a tricky spot. Junja looking for Guwon, force the flash there. The Cataclysm, the Tidal Wave looking for some vengeance now. Can get that bubble. Likely will be the death of the Pantheon.
Yeah, gets the Wild Growth. That's going to make it a little bit more interesting. Flag Drag gives the extra CC. Bot side care onto Honku. Proto about to get closer towards him. He's winning the trade there between mid laners. Junja is taking a lot of damage back to Flag Drags, but it doesn't end up saving him.
Stride Breaker will bring down the enemy AD carry, though. Makes it the 2-for-1 in favor of JDG.
Well, Hoya had just teleported topside. Xiaoshu was at the play, so JDG just realized quite simple mathematics. We have more people than you care. Did end up getting a better trade versus Honku than he expected, but JDG, it's a really good response. Just saying, mate, you've just teleported your top laner away from the play. Guwon flashes to stop that knockup, then has no way out of the Cataclysm, which I think ends up being a huge problem for him. I wonder if he'd held the flashed out of the Cataclysm, maybe that would have made the difference. I mean, Junja flag drags back in, does get the knockup onto Assume, flashes late. If he'd flashed early, didn't take the damage from that, maybe that'd make the difference. The second flag drag, not good, just gets him killed. First one, definitely very good, but I think that Assume really should have saved his flash for that.
There goes that top side wave. Hoya brings down that bot lane turret as well, and you know the Gnar is just doing his best to get back into the game a little bit here, looking to be a split push threat. Will eventually become a bit obnoxious in that side lane. Into the Renekton's a bit of a weird one. That's not going to be the important point though, because in the mid lane we find a wonderful two-man Cataclysm. Even with the wild growth, Assume dies, and the continual assault on Assume and Jor continues. This time done cleanly. Bot lane dead, Baron up, people roaming into that topside river.
Yeah, no flashes there, and in last game when Gala was low, he managed to protect himself while his flash cooldown was on. Bot lane from Assume Android can't do that here. Jundra is doing exceptionally. I know that Assume is 1 and 5. I actually think he's doing very well despite that, but this one was a bit egregious. Just can't disrespect the Jarvan like that. Great combo. Jundra is really carrying this game for JDG.
To 8,000 HP we go. Hoy's nearly got the Mega. Does get a decent double knock into the wall. Honku flashes out, burning, but not down. And they blow up the Renekton. Baron still leashed, looking to make this play, but look at Guwon. Can potentially get in here. Does not have flash. Could still steal. Need to pull off the Baron. It's a little bit too risky.
They're leashing it.
Here we go. They're keeping that aggro. Can they keep people around because Assume and Jor have respawned?
That's really important. Can they keep it on this HP? They're going to take a lot of damage just healing now. Part of me wonders if you just flip it and just say, screw it, we're going to go for it. But I think the game is close enough. That's a very me thing to do. Probably why I'm not a professional. You see the angle and go, you do have an Azir and it would be a smite fight. I suppose with Jundra being so powerful, if he went for the flag drag flash, potentially kills the enemy jungle and there's not a smite fight at all. JDG bite off a little bit more than they can chew. Very good pick off onto the bot lane. I think Jundra is having excellent game. I think he's really saved JDG. The double kill earlier in bot lane, continual pressure on Assume and Jor, who have been the better bot lane here so far. But then, you know, just one overstep. Doesn't feel like an overstep, but it's a great double Cataclysm. They can't split in time. Assume gets caught in it soon. Gets some decent damage back, but it's not nearly enough. Great pick off, but Jundra is the one leading the charge.
It's one of those things that I always... I like Nymaera as a champion, but I do feel in the mid and late stages, she just plays at ranges that are quite punishable. Yeah, you get the dash, but it's the one dash, and it's on a relatively awkward cooldown, namely tied to your ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you go for stuff like the Fiend Hunter Bolt, right? It's your damage and it's your safety. Assume that it was pretty close to it. Did have the Fiend Hunter Bolt. I mean, at that point, you just have to wait like another 10-15 seconds. Just wait for it. It was most of the way through cooldown. Dragon in a minute. JDG, not that far ahead in terms of gold. Guwon has the passive stacked up. Redemption going to heal him up a decent amount there. Kind of needed it, though, because look at that. Jundra, even with just the random QE, does a lot of damage there.
Does Hoya loses his Mega variant?
I mean, wait, hang on. Hoya was like 1,000 gold behind. He's done really well to count back to even, though, by the way. He's done very well here. A reminder that the Gnar was picked quite early into the draft. They really did give him a lot of priority there. He's done well with it. He's paid it back off.
He knows the secret, Alex.
Yeah?
The great curse that he has bought into. Los Platos.
Los Platos.
Yes, he has found the side lane turret plates. He has ransacked them for his own coffers.
Is life hard for you right now? Get some crockery.
That's the one.
Los Platos. Dragon now in 5 seconds, spawning for JDG. Again, 1,000 gold lead. It's the Ocean Hextech Rift. Guwon does have flash. They know they're there now. Look at the poke coming through from Jarvan Standard, because it's maxed out now. Jarvan Standard genuinely does quite a lot of damage with the Scorch Claw.
Yeah, it does get a fair, decent chunk there. The Sun Disc falls towards the Dragon. We look down to about 2/3. Xiaoshu over the back.
Oh, Gala. Man, that's some great poke. That's about half HP off of Dwarf. Xiaoshu does have his Dominus. Starts stacking up some stuff. Here comes Honku.
Goes between worlds. Doesn't quite make what he's looking for, but Guwon is left at 10%. The wild growth after. So you know what? I kind of take it back. It might have been everyone, but it was the one person that matters.
Gotta say, it's not the kills, but it gets them the Dragon. Great angles by the side laners. We've seen that JDG love this double flank around objectives. That's been one of their favorite ways to play with Xiaoshu and Honku, especially on stuff like the Renekton and the Aurora, who love going on the off angle and just make sure they can pick people out from behind the front line.
Towards the turret we look. Briefly. Not too much there, though. All the same. Baron a consideration. Scott Crab being fought over by JDG. We should pick this one up. Unless Guwon wants to try and smite it. No, Jundra just says absolutely no. Take that one. Important to have that uncontestable vision, especially with this style of Baron Pit, where you can kind of lose track of some wards over those walls.
Yeah, and again, like, I really want people to look at the scoreline and hang on a second. Guwon getting jumped up by Xiao. She does have the flash, forces the Starax. Is there anyone else coming down to this plate? No. Of course, something like Guwon didn't want to cast the ultimate there. If you cast the ult there, then you're on the wrong side of the map while Baron is available. It feels like, once again, JDG are just a little bit happy to play slow. Just a little bit happy to play slow, play around dragon timing. The way that they beat Weibo in their 2-1, where Weibo actually had some really good games about them, just walk at the dragons on cooldown, realize you're better at objectives, win. It's not always the most beautiful style of League of Legends, not always, because it is just like, look, just play it slow and then go towards those dragons. But it's very effective, Sam, and particularly when you've got players like Hongqiu and Xiaoshu on great form, particularly at the objective fights. Gives them a lot of power, and a lot of very consistent ways to win games.
So, that in mind as well, once you picked up the Death Stance, that is nice. He's in a potential position where he can do some work this game. It's been a fairly even contest between both junglers, found some good plays of their own. That really cool ult steal onto the Herald into that kill was awesome.
Hang on, La Hoya, he might have to Hexgate out. That's the problem. He's a big character model, gets dunked away. The tidal wave is going somewhere. Hoya's still gonna die here. Uses the flash. I'm not really to what avail, Sam. He's gonna die here. Hoya well overextended, assuming that JDG were just playing around topside vision. He was wrong.
Yeah, there you go. They were wrong, and that gets them punished. Can't get to the hex plates or Hexgate. Saw the flash cone, saw the gate, thought I can play this, and can't is the answer.
Xiaoshu's going to get bot turrets. The first turret of the game for JDG. They had not got a turret up until this point. Still had the gold lead despite being 3 turrets down. Mid lane turret not going to fall at the same time. I mean, Hoya's side lane pressure done very well to protect those turrets, but like we said, that mistake, looking for vision, looking to, you know, push up a little bit, get some information, ends up costing him his life and the flash, so no flash for the dragon fight now. You won't have that flash mega now. A lot of the time, particularly in LPL, we went through a phase in, like, I don't know, when the Renekton mid-meta around Durnby, so it would have been like 2018 to 2020. It was around that sort of era, right? Especially when Iron Spike Whip came back out. We saw that again in 2021. Saw a lot of Renekton mid then. Basically, LPL mid lanes would just go, well, I'm going to, like, play for flash cooldown on Dragon Timer. I'm just going to flash on the AD carry. I might die by not using the flash, but I'm going to save flash for that Dragon Timer because it's so important. I wonder if NIP should have adopted a little bit more of that earlier style of play. There goes Hongqiu looking for a bit of a chunk. Does get care a little there, not too much then, more than that. Again, between the Chainless Crushers and a little bit of HP from that Rocket Belt, does just become that little bit harder to bring down with a random combo, especially if you're above the threshold for Shadow Flame. JDG, confident gold lead, 3 dragon lead. I think that their solo laners are in very happy spots. Haven't really seen care impact this game that much. Hoya's been pushing up side lanes. I mean, I guess they've been getting XP and they've been getting gold from side lanes, but you know, Care's largely just been existing. It's been more about the fights around the 3v3 around the bot lane and junglers, really, but JDG have more effectively pulled the trigger on that so far. I really think Jundra's had a good game. He is my player of the game so far. Had a fantastic showing on the job, and you know, he's got 11 kill participation out of the 13 total. Had a fantastic game for that. Of course, the bot lane is where it's all been, so Vampire's got 12 out of the 13.
He's also been pretty big. Yeah, he's done pretty well as well, actually. This Nami's been scary, especially considering his first few showings on the Nami were quite punishable.
Oh, yeah.
He's been pretty solid these days.
Yeah, it's been night and day difference. I mean, I've had some criticisms of some of the tidal waves in this game, but then again, look, you're against a Draw. They're a really good bot lane right now. 30 seconds till Dragon, see whether that tidal wave can be the difference maker in a big late game team fight like this. This is where it comes down to, realistically, folks. Hoya stacking up the Meganard, does have Sterex, still has a decent amount of gold. Junja, bit of damage onto him. Go on, going forwards.
Does get the stun, but Gala's swift with the Valkyrie to punish. The Aegis Assault is definitely required, but Guwon loses a lot of his HP, but remember he's got the death. Oh no! This needs to be a very good W here to get bouncing away. Does gonna buy some time, goes between worlds and gets out, but goes quite low. Wild growth on Care to try and interrupt does not work.
Yeah, well, there was first the ultimate from Care trying to use it, but the instant R from Hongqiu works wonders. His teleport's down, his ult's down. I wonder with the double ults used from NIP, whether that's just kind of game over for them. Xiaoshu's going in.
Oh no, assume dodge towards the bush, and there was a Renekton waiting. Oh dear, Nymaera is dead to rights, and Culver Meekap keeps Xiaoshu nice and healthy. Needs to maybe run away a little bit at this point, but the damage is well and truly done. You've lost your AD carry, you've lost your jungler, you're losing soul.
Oh, what a wonderful flank. How many times have we seen Xiaoshu just win team fights for his team just by popping out from the right angle at the right time? He is an exceptional Renekton, not just because he knows the mechanics in the laning phase, but because he knows how to choose his angles well on it. Wonderful from him. The initial teleport from Honkyu, it wasn't good. But right here, it's not the teleport flank. He teleports into the other side and then he hex gates over. It's the Hex Tech Rift, Sam. Sometimes it changes everything. It's actually a very good cancel on the flag drag, as Assume thinks that the fight will be coming from that one direction. He just ends up choosing the wrong direction to dodge towards, as you called out, Sam. The flash not enough to save him there. And despite all the power that he's had in this split, JDG have realized he's public enemy number 1, and they've put him to 1 and 6. Lulu dies. They look to fight around that Baron.
Ooh, nice little shuffle there from Care to go on a fun little angle. Still, they lose 1, but they'll still get Baron. And I think JDG still pretty pleased with that state of affairs.
Well, hugely so. They got Hextech Soul and lose 1 for it. The Baron, as we said, gone over to JDG. They're very happy with this. JDG can now just walk around with a, Baroned up Renekton. Yes, losing on their other solo lane, a bit of a painful loss there, because you'd love to have them in another lane potentially too. The Aurora typically very safe on a single lane by herself. But NIP, they've just not been good enough around the objectives today, Sam. JDG have largely been better at approaching the map, approaching the objectives, and choosing those critical flank angles from their solo laners particularly.
Yeah, I think worth noting as well, Jor died in that replay as well, so it did become that 1-for-1. I want to say Honkyu got it, but I would not be certain.
Baron?
No, so Duo died as well.
Oh, right, sorry, yeah.
Right. And I thought Honkyu might have picked it up.
Sorry, no, but I misunderstood that. Yeah, I believe that's the case. I mean, I can't speak to that completely. I guess now NIP, they just have to survive through to Elder somehow.
Yeah.
Survive through to Elder, get a Miracle Steal, maybe bring it to a 3-game series through that.
Pantheon, always possible, right? Much like the Nocturne, your ability to get into the pit is somewhat uncounterable by virtue of pressing R.
Yeah, and I mean, Care is very much in this game. He's a 3-item Azir. He's not behind gold compared to Honkyu. Care, in the second game particularly, done quite well. I mean, the first game, I thought his playmaking there, he wasn't that bad, actually. I mean, some of the charms went wide, but he did have that one thread the needle onto Gala in the middle of the team fight, which personally I thought was actually pretty good, despite the fact that he died for it. Hoya had a, I don't know, mixed series today. I mean, had some creative moments, but Hoya, even on TT, was a creative player, but didn't quite have the laning brawn to stay in the game consistently. And I think throughout most of this split, we saw a decent level of that from Hoya in terms of the creativity, and actually his laning phase was much better. Today against Xiaoshu, though, he has been just a little bit brutalized.
I was a bit nervous there for Assume's well-being, because there was an invisible Aurora with Deathcap Shadow Flame just looking for Assume. Didn't quite land the combo, but this mid lane tier 2 will fall. 4th turret of the game for JDG, and the gold really is beginning to balloon in their favor. Obviously not including things like the Hextech Soul, which are pretty obnoxious.
So JDG just taking control of the bot side jungle, walking in again. Have a little bit left. One more wave of the Baron. Hoya and Gorn trying to protect this turret there. They'll just try and chip away the wave as they can. Can't really save that turret. Goldly starts to really explode now. You're probably going to get, in fact, you're definitely going to get with the timers, a 4-item Corki. It's going to be the Serpent's Fang coming out 4th as well to deny a lot of the Lulu value. It's an intelligent buy. Spirit Visage from Xiaoxi, which means that his Sterak shield will be 10% larger.
TP shield as well?
Yeah. I mean, any kind of shield or heal does get increased on you by that 10% margin, which is pretty damn good. And I think maybe Care can put out huge damage. Maybe Care can do that. Go on. Didn't have the flash. I suppose that's why he was looking for it. Didn't get in range for that though, and I don't think anyone else was really in range to make the difference. Hextech Soul Corki, out. Big one hurts that. Corki Nami, people really forget about how it scales. Yeah. I think a lot of people, look, if Corki's on his own, doesn't always scale as well. With the Nami, with the Imperial Mandate and the E on top of it, if you get through all of the Tidecaller's Blessing and you get a big one on target from that too, someone just explodes. Just completely melts.
Frost Bomb, Sheen Auto, Tidecaller's Blessing, Gatling Gun shredding a lot of those resists as well. It can be very, very obnoxious. Partly why, remember, Corki Rel was a big lane because you just shred all the resists at like level 2.
They just spotted Gorn heading through. In fact, he's still on Vision 2. Scry's Bloom spotted out that ward. But again, at this kind of timer, he'd still be alive for the Elder spawn, but you don't really want to test that, really. Again, how much can Care get? He's got a Seekers. I mean, he's really just trying to farm up towards as much gold as he can.
I mean, he'd love a Death Cap if he could get it to really be scary, but it's just going to be so far off that.
Death Cap is a very expensive item. Best you're going to get is a Zombie's Completion. That's the best you're going to get. He's got the nearly large rod. Minute left. I don't think he's going to be able to farm up to that 4th item. He's still fairly even in terms of gold. Still has the Seekers. It's pretty much the same in terms of functionality. I mean, Assume's not even going to have the Infinity Edge either. He's 1 and 6, but again, folks, I really want to impressed the fact that I actually think Asuma has been playing individually well. I think it's JDG as a coordinated effort have put down one of the real MVP AD carries down very well in this second game. Particularly Junja has really just put a target on Asuma and said, you are not getting to play the game.
And it's been very effective, and I think sometimes it's just a flaw of Nymaera that we've seen across the years. Like, the early priority is really good, the mid-game skirmishing and snowballing is really good, and yes, you do quite a lot of damage late, but the issue is doing so in a way that doesn't lead to you being out of position or in a position where it's very possible to just pounce on her and blow her up.
Asum does have the Infinity Edge. He did manage to get that before this last fight. So I was wondering whether he could get that in time. Yes, he has done. Azir does have teleport. I think he might be able to farm up a wave and get the full Zhonya's in. We'll see. Hoya, buddy, you can't walk around unseen corners like that. Perhaps afraid of the bush. He's going to have to teleport into the fight now. But JDG see this. They know he's recalling. They want to look for a fight before Hoya can recall.
There we go. They know that the Jarvan's in the bush now. Delay the reset, nothing more. 5 seconds on Elder, but a delayed reset just means that NIP are nowhere near this river.
Standard gave vision of Hoya recalling. Kez gonna recall, does get the full Zhonya's. Hexgates outspots Junja in the bush. They know that they're not on the dragon immediately as it spawns because of that teleport from the Gnar. They've put this ward in quite a long way in advance. Guwon goes forwards.
Can't finish the kill onto Hongq there. Does get cleansed out. Hoya now looking. He's got himself a Sterak shield. Not the teleport shield, sorry. And a dream building towards that Mega.
They are, but I mean, JDG have such good vision control. Hongq, look at this, putting damage onto Care, just peppering it through there. The Q shield, Q damage goes into the shield of Care. Guwon is going in for the ultimate, going right down into the middle of river.
Tries to get towards Gala, but a jump away. The Mega Gnar is there. That makes things tricky, but on the other side, Asum is dead. They go full contact team fighting, and all the while, JDG peel for their AD carry while blowing up the other side. I appreciate the Hail Mary NIP, but it really does not lead to anything.
I mean, the Pantheon ult's too close to the Nami. It was blind. What else are you going to do? JDG, better vision control, better battle lines. Pantheon flies right into the darkness, and unlike the Herald, can't get the smite or a kill. Goes down. JDG, it's been a pretty confident 2-0 here, Sam. Much better at the fundamentals than NIP today.
We like the draft in game one. We like the coordinated play to silence NIP's bot lane in game two. Either way, on their road trip away, JDG find themselves a 2-0 victory against Ninjas in pajamas.
First of 2 away games they don't have this week anyway. They don't have the back-to-back games this week. JDG were contested at some points in mid-game. I think bot lane, Asuma draw really rocks Gala and Vampire at points, but they came with the extra players. They came with Junja. They came with the extra men, and it really caused issues for NIP. I think they've been on a great run of form, Sam. I think NIP are definitely a team which people should continue to watch. But as you can see, they're not without their flaws. They play an aggressive, creative style of League of Legends. But when that creativity doesn't have the laning power behind it, particularly in those solo lanes at points, because they're quite streaky players, you can see where that starts to fall apart. They don't always have that platform to make the plays. JDG, much better at their vision control, much better in solo lanes today.
NIP stumbling a little bit here today. NIP stumbling the last couple series in a lot of ways. What was looking like a very convincing team. We're like, wow, look at this team on the rise. Starting to maybe show some of the flaws that we wondered whether might be kind of a part of the fundamentals of this team. They have definitely, I think, overperformed at this point. There's still some good things to work around, but teams like JDG, teams like BLG and AL are teams that will kind of download you if given enough time, and JDG on the return matchup come in with a plan really to make NIP sweat.
Yeah, and NIP, the next game is BLG on Sunday, so they have a bit of a run up to that. They'll have about 4 days until they have to play that game. Of course, it'll be a home game versus BLG as well. BLG will fly out to Shenzhen to face them, but I do wonder whether BLG come back with a real fire under their wings there, really. Because, of course, they lost quite convincingly. Of course, BLG playing in our next series as well, playing against Team WE, so stick around for that one. Get everyone wants to watch BLG. They're a very fun team. Stick around for that. But JDG, no slouches. We've had a lot of varied takes on them. I think a lot of people get lost in the fact that, look, their schedule has been really hard, folks. They've had back-to-back games in almost every one of their series so far, and that's a very hard thing to prep for. JDG don't have that this week. They look a lot stronger.
Well, folks, if you haven't figured it out already, I am Initialise. This is Nymaera. We are siblings that cast League of Legends. I know, what a cool gimmick, eh? I am this one's older brother. Yes, literally. people seem to not know that all the time. I guess because they tune in and listen to the casting, and maybe not to our personal lives.
That's why we got to keep reiterating.
We do actually have to keep doing it. It's literally part of the ad read at this point. And the reason we're doing this ad read is basically because we need all of the help we can from all of you back home to look after us and our ability to keep doing what we're doing, which is providing cool content for all of you. For those of you who can, please do consider donating to the Ko-fi link or subscribing on Twitch, two of the best ways to help support me and Alex in our drive to keep bringing you all the best action that we can. The other thing you can do, of course, is the very basic 2-second job of hitting that like button, commenting on the YouTube channels. Helps with the algorithm there to say, hey, look at this active chat that's going cool things, which does help discoverability. So I see you all out there. Thank you for making some comments and getting involved. We do read all the chats when we can. In-game, we tend to be a bit more focused on the game, which generally people prefer, to be fair. But we promise we see all of the things you're saying. It means the world to us to see everyone engaged in such a cool way. So thank you to all those that do. And follow us on our socials as well. Nymaera, it's in the channel, guys. You can find the name. It's maybe not a normal word, but you'll be able to spell it, I promise. And I'm at Initialise Cast. It's spelled with an S, not a Z, because I am British and therefore spell it the correct way. Do not at me, Americans.
All right, links are in chat if you'd like to support us. Think about joining us on our socials, either Sam's or myself, or of course donate through to the Ko-fi. All of the subs and stuff like that matter an awful lot. Again, there's no official broadcast for the LPL anymore, so if you want like good casting for LPL, you got to support your favorite channels for it. That might be us, might be LPL English, might be another co-streamer, but if you want good coverage of LPL, you got to support it because they are only supported and paid for by you watching them, and we can't do this for free. Basically, when you put in thousands of hours a year, it's just impossible. You know, you can't do this alongside a job. You can't do this alongside studying, not full time in the way that we do as well. Now, we're very lucky to be in a position where we have a very supportive community. A lot of people have been around for literally years at this point supporting us. But if you want LPL coverage to be of a good quality and not just, you know, a clean feed, you are going to need to, well, as a community, we need to support our favorite creators, and I'm my favorite creator, Sam. I love what I create, Sam. Anyway, whatever. Yeah,
I'm right here. What do you mean?
I'm sorry you had to find out this way, Sam.
I'm not going to recover from this.
No, appreciate you. Couldn't do this without you, Sam. Couldn't do this without you.
I'm going to make sure we get some lunch. Guys, I will sadly be stepping out for the next series. I've got a best of 5 to cast tonight. So doing some due diligence and just looking after my voice and not overdoing it. So thank you all for tuning in for this one. But Alex will be covering the next one. And we'll be offering the zen insight and good vibes that you've grown so used to. But yes, Alex, any requests for lunch?
I don't know, something that's easy to eat.
Okay, right. I see the plan. Right,
so,
I see the plan.
So if you're gonna cut sourdough, make sure it's like not 3 inches thick. Did happen the one time.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah. I actually have a podcast to record tonight as well, so I need to make sure that I'm
cool.
I'm prepped for that. It's a new one, folks. It's called Shut Up and Scale. Doing it with Thor and Peter Dunn. Basically, we get to kind of like plan topics in advance, really sit down, gather some evidence for it as well, rather than doing some more off-the-cuff analysis, and approach it with a bit more of a weathered-eyed view, really.
What's the topic tonight?
I've got like 5 of them. Anyway, going to a post-game interview. We'll listen to that and we'll get back to you.
各位好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是夏安，让我们恭喜北京 JDG 获得本场比赛的胜利，为大家邀请到辅助选手 Vampire 来接受采访，跟张医师们打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是来自北京 JDG 的辅助 Vampire。
恭喜你们！刚才一上台的时候就听到观众们喊：“小灿今天打得好啊！”今天面对到深圳 IP， 漂亮的完成了复仇。觉得今天整个队伍做的最好的关键点会是什么呢？
可能相较于上一次面对 NIP 的话，我们就调整了一下我们的策略嘛，就我们把两边的下路的优先级都摆得很高吧。
那说到下路的一些优先级，包括英雄选择，我也很想问一下关于卡尔玛这个点，因为其实赛前解说老师们也提到，他目前还是 BP 率非常之高。那今天你们在面对到进卡尔玛的时候，有很好的一个表现，所以说你觉得面对到像卡尔玛这样的一个打线非常强的软辅，可能需要注意的点是什么？怎么评价这个英雄在当前版本的一个发挥呢？
卡尔玛这个英雄的话，主要是对线前期一直能推线，然后很强嘛。然后因为可能是装备的原因，他在中后期那个盾也会很厚嘛，所以卡尔玛这个英雄应该还是软辅的 T0。
那确实，而且我觉得你们第一局的时候中期的一些处理非常的漂亮，因为其实对面1抢的这个梦魇也会是他们整个阵容组建的核心之一，但是中期你们一直没有给这个梦魇非常好的一些开大集火的一些目标和机会，想问一下中期你们是怎么样去处理自己的一个节奏呢？
就主要是我们没位移，然后又没闪的英雄的时候，就多小心一点嘛。就如果队友不在的话，就尽量别死吧。
哎，感觉大家打得非常的谨慎啊。那其实来到第2把，你们围绕着下路，整个的进攻节奏是非常快的，包括俊家的皇子也是一次一次的攻固下路。可能你们赛前是怎么样来布置的呢？
赛前的布置，因为云路打飞机娜美这个对局是已经很常见嘛，这个对局也很敏感，所以我们有预想到这场就是下路一直打3v3，所以一直会在抠打野。
哦，那其实啊，我觉得整个这一局你们有太多亮眼的一个发挥，但我还想问一个小小的插曲，就是对面其实那个潘森是砰抢到了那个先锋，所以说当时看到潘森抢先锋的时候，你们是什么样的一个反应？有想到吗？
当时没想到吧，因为我们在他上半区的视野是其实蛮好的，然后那个先锋是，我记得是3000血的时候，我们才在那读秒在那回城嘛，就有点没想到。
有点没想到，刚才我们赛前对问题的时候，王佩尔说一点小乌龙，但是没有关系啊。之后感觉你们几波的进攻节奏迅速的帮助队伍找回场子，特别想聊一下你和俊家的一个配合。我们感觉无论是中路的一波还是下路的一波，你们很多波都是他的皇子率先开大，然后你的娜美紧随其后，非常完美的开团配合。你们2个人是怎么样来沟通的呢？
沟通的话也比较简单，就是对面下路双组没闪。然后在中路那波，只要给位置就直接开就好了。
听起来是非常的简单，但是这也离不开选手们对于局势敏锐的一个判断。然后接下来想聊一下龙魂团，因为那一波你们也是打得很漂亮，大家其实在整个下路是拉扯了比较久，最后你们大获全胜。和我们稍微复盘一下那一波吧。
龙魂团的话，主要也是因为我们阵容双 C 加上我娜美，就是我一直给看双 C 龙潭贤的破壳的血量好的情况。我们龙魂团会优势很大。
那今天赢下之后，整个队伍又一次积累了1胜。我们感觉你们的状态也是持续的提升，包括说 Vampire 也是在上一周获得了周最佳选手嘛，周最佳的辅助。然后所以说也想问一下，你觉得在整个这段时间内，个人包括团队方面有怎样的一个提升呢？然后包括说可能教练组有给予你们什么样的一些帮助呢？
个人的提升的话，就可能相较于之前，就死亡减少了很多嘛。然后我们整个团队的协作也比之前更加有默契了。
能够感觉到大家的一个进步，而且我有注意到你们赛前会非常有趣，经常会大家一起队内进行 solo， 包括之前也看到你和红 Q solo， 想要偷偷的问一下，队内的 solo 王是谁？那谁是那个可能solo 水平没有那么好的
？solo 王应该是上中选1位吧，然后比较拉的应该是俊家打不过我。
俊家打不过你，好。那最后一个问题，因为现场也有很多支持你们的粉丝朋友们，那属于你们组内赛还有很多硬仗要打，对于未来有什么样的一个期待？在粉丝朋友们面前一起分享一下吧。
未来的期待的话，就是我们后续的比赛，我们都会尽全力赢下来嘛。
好的，也希望你们能够在未来展现出更好的面貌，赢下更多的比赛。再次的恭喜你们，也感谢 Vampire 来接受我们的赛后采访。接下来让把画面交还给解说席。
Okay, well that's our interview for that. I need to put on an ad break at some point. So I guess we'll do that now, and then we'll get in towards our Player of the Game Implement series. Then we'll get ready for our second series, W versus BLG. I'm not, Zukram, no. No, I'm not. I think Sam's doing some NA stuff, but I'm not involved in that. Changing arenas for the second series? Yes. Yeah, we are. We'll be going to Xi'an. Over to Xi'an. So it'll be WE's home ground. WE still looking to pick up their first individual game win. I believe they're still playing with Tyrion, who's not had the best games. Xiaoxu gets player of the game. I actually would have given it to Junja for game 2, and then player of the series to Xiaoxu. Like, Xiaoxu was good. He was really good, and his late game flank was very good, but I think Junja actually really bailed them out. And Xiaoxu gets player of the match as well. No surprises there. A very good ambassador game, double MVP. Very strong from him. I think Hoya had a very difficult series versus Xiaoxu, and this is why when, like, I mean, Hoya's definitely not our best laning top laner. He definitely has some weaknesses in that particular area of his game. I do think that, you know, Xiaoxu is a player that needs respect. I think that during first stand, a lot of people were saying, oh, you know, Xiaoxu bad top laner because he keeps getting destroyed by Bin. Yeah, well, most people get destroyed by Bin, in fairness. Music different? This is the typical MVP music. I just typically have switched over to the other music by now. Yeah, I typically have it muted by now because typically I go on break at this point. I let the highlights play, and then I come back for the countdown a bit. Well, I did think that. Oh, hang on, I already put on the break. Still good. Yep, Croc, exactly. How's Xiaoxu player of the match? Others have a say as well. I mean, I think that he was across the average of both games the best. I would have given Junja player of the game for game 2, and then Xiaoxu player of the match. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to move to Xi'an for our second series. So that'll be WE's home ground. I mean, realistically, it's probably going to be a ritual execution of WE by BLG. WE have looked particularly bad. I'm actually going to have to change the music over because we do have issues with some of the sound. I need to change it over at some point anyway. Honky deserves a mention. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does, for sure. But I think that Xiaoxu did what Honky did, but better. And then I think that Junja was more instrumental in game 2, where Honky in game 2, very good early lane. Didn't really use his impact as well as... I mean, he was still good, right? He had a very good early game. No, I mean, Honky was very good, but I think that in terms of overall impact, I think it was probably... Xiaoxu across the whole series, then Junja, particularly with how he played in game 2 to shut down bot lane, and then Honky, who was still very good, but yeah. Like, Xiaoxu barely put a foot wrong in this series. Very, very good from him. Okay. Well, I guess now we wait. Hoy's been excellent, but falling off a bit after the BLG series. I mean, his laning phase has still had some worries, right? The thing is that he's found ways to absorb pressure and have value. He didn't do that in today's series. He didn't. I mean, the Gnar he did manage to get decent side lane value, and then he didn't really use it very well. Yeah, he died when he walked into the enemy jungle, and yeah. Welcome to Xi'an, second series of the day, WE versus BLG. Welcome in again, second series. Oh god, that's really loud. Team WE, a team without that much success so far in this split, but definitely one with a very, very nice home ground. And a team which has, of course, got a crazy amount of history here in the LPL. For those of you who are less familiar with Team WE, well, they used to go by Team World Elite. They were one of the very first top-tier Chinese League of Legends teams, particularly back in 2012. That was, you know, one of the real heydays of this team. They were, in fact, the best team in the world for a short moment of time. Team WE were one of the greatest. The team with Wei Xiao as an AD carry, one of the greatest AD carries of the early eras of League of Legends, who, you know, for those of us older heads within the League of Legends scene now, still remember very, very fondly. In fact, actually, one of the topics that I'll be talking about on a podcast tonight is what were the best seasons of League of Legends. Hey, Kitty, how's it going? You didn't have time to watch the second series? Hope you're doing well. Well, get ready for the ritual execution of WBLG. That'll be a thing. I really appreciate you guys. Hope you're having a good time. Were you guys watching the first series? But anyway, yeah, one of the questions we're going to be asking tonight is which seasons of League of Legends were the best to watch? And I think particularly for newer League of Legends viewers, that could actually be a really interesting question to ask. Watch the first series, started feeling well. Oh, okay, we'll get well soon, Kitty. I hope you're feeling well. I mean, I would have felt unwell watching that gameplay from Hoya as well, sadly, but, you know, luckily this time I escaped it, so, yeah. What keys to Stone is Maokai going on the new patch? I mean, if it's jungle, phase rush is still really important is the thing. Phase rush for jungle is really important to run away from plays. If you're going for full damage, probably... I mean, I don't know what the damage calculations are with the numbers between Deathfire Touch and First Strike. Probably still phase rush if you're jungle, though, to be honest. Oh, sorry, phase rush is gone. Sorry, I'm completely wrong. Phase rush is gone. I'm sorry, I'm dumb. In that case, damn. God, I mean, it's First Strike or Deathfire then, I guess. I think that just really hurts him, no? Because he can't run out of plays. He's not tanky enough with Aftershock. So either you have to play as like as a poke bot. That's really harsh for you. That's a good point. Anyway, I appreciate the follows, folks. I appreciate you. Okay, so BLG WE. BLG have taken a knock here and there. However, still a team you can't ever overlook. You can never overlook this team. A team with a crazy schedule over the last week or two. They were playing something like, you know, like eight series within 2 weeks. Last week in particular, they played versus Weibo. Oh, sorry, not that. That was a while ago, that one. They ended up playing versus Weibo and BLG. In week 3, they played against Top Esports, IG, and AL, all within 4 days of each other. Very, very nasty. Gosh, I completely forgot that phase rush is gone, actually. I haven't caught up with the new patch, but yeah, I think what it realistically means is that Maokai is in a very bad position. He really needed phase rush to keep sticking to people. And I don't think it'll do enough damage to do Storm Raiders. Not onto a lot of people. Maybe it has to be Storm Raiders, but that doesn't feel great, because you need to do a significant chunk of people's HP. Deathfire, if you're going for the burn build, isn't bad, but yeah, I mean, the thing is, look, phase rush was a problem because it meant that but it was really good for utility champions who never got that high damage. Deathfire Touch, I have to say, I remember back in Season 6 when Deathfire Touch was a thing, it was just awful to play against a Jhin who would just hit you with like a W, then an ult, and you just die to random shots. It was a really bad time. I'm not looking forward to Deathfire Touch being back. But then again, DOT mages kind of do need something. They kind of do need something for themselves. I kind of get that. Champions like Swain, Singe, Brand. Well, Brand, Zyra. I think actually Zyra is still better with Comet, but Brand's probably still better with Deathfire Touch because Deathfire procs off his passive is the big thing. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, anyway, I kind of have to wait to see what the numbers are like. I'll do some playing around with it. But yeah, phase rush being gone is really huge for a lot of tanks. A lot of tanks really loved having phase rush to escape situations. I think we've got the pre-game interviews now. So any Mandarin speakers, I'll let you listen to this.
欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人乐心。在这里，我们首先邀请到的是西安 Team WE 的辅助选手二哈，你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是西安 WE 的辅助选手二哈。
欢迎二哈。那比赛进行到现在呢，第2赛段的赛程已经过半了，但是你们仍然是一胜难求。那你觉得你们现在面临的最大的困难是什么？
因为最近比赛输的比较多嘛，然后大家自信心就没那么强，然后就打得比较着急吧，游戏里面会出现一点小小的失误，然后拿到优势之后，其实终结比赛的能力也比较差。
但是即便如此，我们有看到队员一直都在调整自己的心态，那包括有看到 Caris 选手也有发博说一直在努力的去完善。想问问，面临今天这场比赛，你们是怎么样的心情和心态去准备的呢？
其实输了那么多比赛，大家还是比较积极的吧，然后每天都去完善自己的失误，去总结自己的问题，然后就是不管成绩怎么样，会积极面对每一场比赛，打好自己该打的比赛。
对，只要大伙儿的心气儿还在，那么就有希望。我们也看看会不会就在今天。谢谢二哈。同样在这里，我们也邀请到了 BLG 的上单选手斌哥，你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 上单选手斌。
好的，欢迎斌哥。那我们也看到第2赛段进行到现在，你们所有的队伍都已经交手过一轮了。那现在你心里面有没有立马迫不及待想要2次交手的队伍呢？
就是 AIP 和滔博吧，因为第1轮都输了。
好，就想要再复仇成功。我们也期待你们接下来的比赛。那第2个问题想问问，你们觉得在之后的比赛当中还有哪些是可以提升的部分呢？
我觉得我们的前中期可能做的需要更好一点，把失误率再减少一些，然后尽量少给机会。
好的，我们也期待你们今天比赛当中的发挥。
I'm going to assume that was very good content there, folks. I'll turn the camera back on. So BLGW, realistically, if BLG aren't just like turbo stomping WE, it's a problem. It's a problem. Did I run out of it? I did. Let's get onto the stage. I'm going to turn the audio back on then. Welcome to Xi'an, everyone. WE's home ground. That's a really loud microphone. BLG lead the way out as the visiting team to Xi'an, the old capital of China. Used to be known as Chang'an. The start of the Silk Road was a hugely culturally important place across the world for a very long time. A place where technology, medicine, culture flowed across Asia into the Middle East and then into Europe from that too. It was one of the most important trade routes, probably the most important trade route in the entirety of human history. Anyway, BLG here visiting the old capital here today. Knight as captain. First out onto the stage. WE on the other side of it, looking not just for their first series win, but they're still looking for their first game win. WE currently what? 0-14? 0-14. WE have lost against Anyone's Legend, BLG, Invictus Gaming, JDG, NIP, Top Esports, and Weibo all once. They have faced everyone in the first round robin and lost all against them in every single game. Things were going so badly internally for them that Monkey, their jungler, stepped back. Tyrion, player coming from LDL. No, not the High Elf Prince from Warhammer. Cannot save them, sadly. I mean, if W are to do anything today, they've just got to throw they've got to throw out all of the random tech, all of the crazy level ones. It's going to be really difficult for them to make an impact versus things. But Monkey's back on stage. But look at that. Monkey back on stage. The Tyrion experiment not working for them. Monkey back in after something like 3 series from Tyrion. So the old jungler for WE is back. Has it changed anything? He definitely struggled when he was last in on the roster. It's not like it's going to be a fix-all. It's not like it's going to be a fix-all. It's definitely very difficult for him to make, to like assume that's going to fix everything for them. There we go. Cool. That works. So BLG on the other side of things, their last series, it finally felt like the other 4 members besides Knight had started to step up again, because for the last month or so, it had felt like it was Knight and 4 struggling players. I think that Bin was not judging his weak side moments well. I don't think he was playing his matchups very well. I think that Shun, despite being the best jungler of the world at first stand, had been caught up to and surpassed by players like Tien. I think that JJ is pathing really well right now. I think that Wei is pathing really well right now too. Tarzan, another player who I think is really starting to get back into gear again. Shun, I think, needs to show that he can kick back into gear. You know, I very much believe in him. I think that he's a fantastic player at kind of taking punches and then learning from them, then still retaining like that energy he always has. I think for BLG, if they get ahead in jungle, fantastic. Bot lane, more questions there too. On was not coordinated very well. In fact, Daney, there was a sound, like a clip taken backstage where Daney was talking about, well, you know, we can't all be main characters, and when you start losing, the jungle support have to be connected, and they weren't really there. The colors on LPL is really cool. I like their colors too, and each different arena's got their own different team branding colors too. Get into draft of game 1. BLG WE. Okay, so W are gonna have first pick. BLG have blue side. Azir banned away from Karis. So we're going to have a lot of bot lanes available, a lot of junglers available. When you ban stuff like Gnar and Azir, which in LPL are not as priority bans, you get a lot more of the power picks through. And Mbessa is a power pick, but I'd still say I prefer seeing stuff like, hey, Fairy Tail, by the way, how's it going? Stuff like Jarvan, the Lucian Milio is very important. For About and Urha, stuff like the Ezreal, well, for both these teams, the Ezreal is incredibly important too. Karma's not, even with the nerfs, I think Karma is still powerful. So now you can go for Karma Ezreal. You might Ezreal Bard here from BLG just to take the Ezreal away from the Caitlyn. Yeah, the Ezreal is the easy takeaway, and then you can put Bard on 3 because you don't need to pick support now because they've locked in the Karma. So they lock in the Jarvan. So now W, you kind of have to go for like something that can survive the Cataclysm. Jhin is long enough range to not be stuck inside the Cataclysm very often, so that's what they're going for. Cube is a big tank top lane player, and thank God they're moving away from Cube on carries, because Cube on stuff like the Yorick, the Jace, the Gwen, it just hasn't worked for WE. Just give him a tank, play him on weak side, it'll be fine. So There may be a bit of an issue for WE here now, though, because you have Jin and you have the Scion. You don't have that high damage. Bard is locked in on 3 for BLG, so, you know, we're predicting this pretty well, chat. We're predicting this pretty well. I've had some pretty good draft predicts recently. I've been happy with myself in draft. Sometimes you got to pat yourself on the back, don't you? Okay, so second round of bans. Are we banning away stuff like Aurora from Karis? I mean, WE need a big damage threat. You're probably banning away something like Nocturne, because you want to make sure that they don't have like crazy level 1 jungle plans. I think you ban away stuff like Nocturne. Like, gives you a great way to jump forward. The Vi similar stuff, right? I mean, that's less about the level 1, but that's more about the dive forwards onto the Ezreal, and you can actually catch the Ezreal. Gwen banned away from Bin, the Nar's already gone. Did W ban away Yorick? They could ban away something like the Cassante as well, I suppose. What else does well into the Scion? Well, the Gnar and the... Gnar, Ambessa, Gwen are 3 of the bigger ones. You can go Cassante, go tank for tank. But, not the case here. The Varus is already banned away in terms of top lane Varus. Bin's been playing a lot of that in solo queue and scrims, it would seem. Rise away from Karis. I'd imagine Monkey goes towards Nocturne or Pantheon then. Have some global threat, have some early level threat. Not that he has much of the options available for him right now. Cube's tank is not working to this split. I think it's better. I mean, look, okay, nothing is working for WE. I think that his tanks have been better than his carries, so yeah. Jace banned away from Bin. That would have been one of the other better matchups into the Scion, so do you go for... Well, you could go Vayne. If you go Vayne, they might go Pantheon or Nocturne, though, and just global you. Can be a threat. I mean, it's not bad still, though. You could Vayne. You could blind pick mid and wait for a better situation for a Vayne. You could go something like Aurora or Annie and then actually wait to see if it's a Vayne top angle. Yeah. Now, I like this. Look, most teams would lock top lane. Okay, I said, wow, I like this. They're going for the Vayne anyway. So now what W need to do is get like an early roaming mid and a global jungler. Yeah. Yeah, get sort of like go like TF Pantheon, TF Nocturne, and just visit the Vayne. This is why I was like, well, you could lock the Annie and then wait for a better situation for the Vayne. No, they just slam the Vayne. I guess Bin doesn't care. Problem is now, you're gonna lock in you lock in a TF and you lock in like a Nocturne. And whatever, the RE is the same. You're going to be roaming top lane. It's not the global, which I think might be a mistake, actually. I think that I would have actually preferred the TF. But you're going to look like Nocturne Pantheon. You're just going to jump at the Vayne. This is a little less consistent than TF Nocturne because they're point and click pretty much in terms of what they do. Pantheon RE, you need to hit your skill shots a bit more. It's not a bad mid jungle. I think Knight can just go Annie, though, no? I think Knight's going to go Annie either way. They don't even go for the global? They don't even go for the global. I really think they should have gone for like TF Pantheon, TF Nocturne. I think that this is going to have so much less power against the Vayne now. I think Annie and LeBlanc are both fine here. You go LeBlanc for lane duty. The LeBlanc has less value against the Scion. Obviously, the Annie doesn't have great value against that either. The Annie gives you some really good AoE CC. I think WE kind of scuffed it a little bit with their 4-5 here. I think they scuffed it a little bit with that. So the Vayne top is going to be great into the tanks. This is going to be a game of can WE shut down Bin Vayne? And I don't think they drafted very well to do that. Okay, folks, I got to go put on an ad break so we don't get ads in-game, and I only ran an ad break before things. So if you'd like to not have ads, think about dropping a sub. It helps support me as well. And if you want good LPL coverage, support your favorite LPL streamers as well. And I know Kitty's one of them as well. Much love to Kitty for the raid earlier. I appreciate you. I think that W needed to lock in at least one global, just roam top. I know that the Scion isn't the best setup onto the Vayne all the time, because he doesn't always have that much damage. But then again, if Vayne gets hit by an ult, still dies. WE really need Monkey to come back with like real fire and force here. If Monkey doesn't have a good game back on his re-debut, stepping back into the roster, I think BLG just run away with these individual matchups. It's a hard matchup anyway. You're against BLG, but you gotta paint those windows for success, right? Danny waiting for his counterpart on the other side to get ready for the fist bump. Okay, well, welcome back to Xi'an, everyone. WE's home ground. WE are a very historic team in a very historic city as well. I like a little bit. I'd like to learn a little bit more about the culture of all these cities, actually. Because China's a very vast place with a number of different cities, very famous across thousands of years of history. I know a little bit about Xi'an, traveled out there. I know a little bit less about the others. Anyway, let's get into game. Let's hear those gyros. The BLG roars do tend to be very loud, so cover your ears. Nice to see the crowd traveling out here to Xi'an. Of course, feels like everywhere. Every arena has had a lot more people visiting this time. Barrier used by Viper to shrug off Erha's first mantra Q of the game. Of course, Erha and about the best part of WE this split. I know they're 0-7, 0-14 in games, but I think their bot lane has actually done quite admirably. No, I'm not gonna put too much on them. Viper and Onno, they're on their most comfortable bot lane of the Ezreal Bard. This allows Viper to kind of level 1v1 lane quite well. Oh, come on, Viper. He was stunned. There was a stun target. Come on there, buddy. Been getting a good lethal tempo trade in top side. We used to see a lot of press the attack vein top. Lethal tempo is better for the extended trades, though, especially against those tanks, right? Gives you a lot of the attack speed, which Hexblade doesn't always give you as much attack speed early. Been not going to be able to deny that much CS here under tower, actually. Of course, the Scion is just going to be soaking farm and XP, trying to stack up the W as much as he possibly can. I think Erha, though, you know, and about kind of going back to what they're doing here. You know, the Jhin Bard, early push in, no surprises there. Viper and On, just trying to soak the wave, get XP. Scale into the game later. Monkey is going for an early gank topside. We said, hey, got to shut down Bin. Monkey's got to have a good debut. He's got exhaust. I think that Bin is just dead here. He might be able to outplay Bin. Can he make this into a 1-for-1? Can he roll the other side? Good exhaust there. Knockup coming through. Still hits him anyway. And Bin doesn't put the ward down. Easy kill. And he doesn't have a flash. It doesn't have a teleport. He's run the exhaust. The wave is against him. Bin, this is what we've seen more from him in this split. Aggressive early lanes, but not really playing them respectfully. Monkey just immediately goes for the 3-camp bots, got into top. And even if Shun gets... Hang on a second. Q flash hits him. A power flash is late. Knockup lands onto him. Do they get the kill in bot side in revenge for the one top lane? Yes, they do. That's really important, chat. That's really important. The fact that they get something as WE, their 1200th game, the second most games of anyone within the LPL. In terms of first most... Gotta be between, what, EDG and Invictus Gaming, I suppose? Because now RNG are now out. Oh, Viper stopped on the recall there too. But, I mean, Bin losing both summoners and dying top lane. I mean, sadly, he's just not been judging these matchups as well. He's not been playing well recently in regards to the whole map. His 1v1s have been fine, but he's not judging the whole map state well. Teleport from Cube up to the wave. Did get the kill in that lane, and now he's a Warden's Mail. He could have actually, with that gold, spent it on Tabby. He chose to go for the Warden's Mail instead. Gets the cannon there, doesn't deny himself that. He puts the ward down now, doesn't he? Yeah, he puts the ward down now. Now, Shun went for his own bot side into a clear there. Hasn't actually managed to steal anything away from Monkey. No, Monkey got the bot scuttle as well. They spot him here. Monkey doesn't have flash. On's walking over. On doesn't have flash to go for a Q flash. This could be a 3v3 charm. Hits On, and we were expecting it. Shin's coming out from behind them. How much can Knight do here? Monkey going low. He will die. So it's going to be support for jungle. Shun, well, I suppose quite happy with that one. Knight getting the kill as well. On the other side is Erha, which gets the kill. It's good roam from him. 2,500 kills between the two of them as a duo. Knight and Bin comboing up ever since 2024 after the super team of JDG 23. Knight joined BLG to join, you know, Bin, Shun, Elk, and On at that point. Of course, Elk now leaving the roster. Yeah, but I believe most played games of all time as organizations, going back to that conversation, it's gotta be EDG, right? Erha finds On out in the jungle here again. Erha still has flash, so he's pretty happy there. I mean, WE, they look alive at least. You know, Monkey's back. Erha's doing well in lane, doing well at his early roams. No, it was really sad to see Monkey so kind of dejected and demoralized from this split, because he was the best part of WE, by in part him and Vampire, right? The two of them were really, really good as a duo on WE. They did something special. Great trade there from Knights onto Karis. Got himself the earlier kill too in jungle. Didn't have Dark Seal for that, hadn't had his first bag. Oh my god, they're going top lane again. Well, here comes the sign ult. They get the slow, the condemns away. Chat, I think Bin just dies here, goes into his ultimate, hits the level 6, it won't matter. Bin will go down for a second death. They'll give the kill up to Monkey this time. Bin once again not judging his wave state, didn't have the information to play like that. About gets stunned into the wall. He doesn't have flash, he does have a barrier. Do they have the extra damage needed though? Tower aggro reset, flash forwards. Do they have the flag and drag? I don't think it's in range, they don't kill him. Urha saves his AD carry. Barrier was enough. Now he's going to be denied another wave. W lands onto him, the magical journey will get them out to safety. Karis down in the bot side. He actually might go for a bit of an ultimate here. Can you get the kill? I think he can go for a kill. I think he can go for a kill. Where's the charm land onto? Gets the electrocute onto Viper. Jumps forwards again. Charm flash has another ultimate there. Mantra Q's working well. Has another ult charge. Gets the reset. Well played by Karis. He has himself that Dark Seal. He has 2 stacks from that now. An extra 8 AP. Gets himself another ult hunter stack. That's a good play. Realized there were no cooldowns to fire back against him. I love to see that from Nari. Get out of lane early. Get yourself an acceleration play. WE, I want to see them active early. I want to see them regain that spark that they had last year. Now, Karis and Monkey as a mid jungle did a lot in split 1 to give WE something to be hopeful for. Hey, Sleepy Corky, by the way. Crayon time. No. We're not crayon eaters here. Not all the time. Okay, you can have 1 crayon as a treat. 1 crayon as a treat. Oh, God. Well, Cube is ahead in top lane matchup. We did say, well, BLG, kind of their composition is very much about Bin doing crazy work later. He has the Cull in, got the boots first as well. Going for the Hex Plate presumably first. Thing is, before 2025, most teams played a similar amount of games each season, but the new format really differentiates that. Well, playoffs is where the difference came in. So if you didn't make playoffs a lot, or if you did make playoffs, it really made a difference there. And EDG have made playoffs in almost every split. Now, recently, you know, you go back to 2023, actually when Vampire debuted on them, right? It was awful. The EDG Doom Squad, we called it. And now the group format really does change things too, a lot. Shun gets wrapped to steal away, goes into the red buff. But yeah, for those of you who don't know the history much of WE, they were one of the original Chinese teams, Team WE, World Elites. They had, you know, Wei Xiao, one of the greatest AD carries of all time, Messiah, one of the Twisted Fate gods. Flash forwards for an aggressive play onto Erho. Doesn't have flash. Does get the root down for the empowered W. Actually, Erho's responding fairly well with the old W. Doesn't matter though. Knight goes forwards, gifts the kill over to Shun. Knight on Annie. Been a big success story for him over time. Cube actually going for the Frozen Heart first, not going for the Tabby. It's pretty close to it. Bin trying to have the wave come into him as quickly as possible. Doesn't want to hyper push it. Monkey's on top side again. There is the ward in top side. What's the world in which... Okay. There is like a real like crackpot world in which like Monkey flashed over the back of Baron Pit to go gank Bin again. That would have been really funny. Urha Live Gaming. I think that Urha's good. I think that Urha's really good. I think that Weibo were wrong to dump him. Oh, Bin just rolled forwards. He just rolled forwards. I mean, he does have all. He has flash and exhaust. He might make it out alive this time. We'll see. He can go invisible a bit. Monkey just needs to hold on to. He's using his sweeper to spot out Bin. Flash forwards. It's another gank, and I think this time it'll work again. Monkey flashes. It's another kill into Bin. 0 and 3. 3 trips topside. 2 kills and assist for Monkey. Bin is just not... I mean, I don't think BLG have given the information over to Shun, over to Bin as effectively, but that time, I mean, Bin just rolled into a Scion. A lot of Vayne top lane is... Hang on, he just jumps over for the smite steal. Good damage from Knight onto Karis. Does Shun die for this? I think he does. Okay, Shun also joining in a little bit with the clan party now. Karis gets a reset. It's another kill for him, so he gets another 2 Dark Seal stacks, and he gets himself another... Ult Hunter stack. Karis is very happy with that. On gets a double stun. I don't think it'll matter that much though, sadly, for him. Bin's coming back to lane. Okay, it does matter in the sense that grubs aren't actually taken. Oh, Bin and Shun. You know, a duo which I have so much respect for, so many fond memories of them, you know, coming together. Particularly for that 2023 roster. Shun came over from IG initially. Him and Suka were the jungle top duo for Rookie at that point. Bin and Shun, though, one of the greatest duos of top jungle that we've ever seen, actually, within LPL now. I think we have to call it that. You know, it's a stacked list. A lot of great top laners in LPL and a lot of great junglers too. Many of them comboed up into be something very special themselves. But, yeah, sadly for Bin and Shun in this split now, feels like they've gone from being best top laner and best jungler in the world, particularly because how they understood how to give each other information and pressure to do what they wanted to do, play out with that brawn. And I don't think they've done that as well. Not this split. The fact that WE has come in kind of all guns blazing and managed to force them into this. Look, guys, we did worry about that Vayne pick into the Sion, because we thought, well, you know, if W pick an active mid-jungle duo, they can get ahead of that. And credit to Monkey, he's done it not on a Pantheon, not on a Nocturne. He's done it on the Shinzao instead, which I thought he would have a harder time doing. He's done a really good job with it. You know, Monkey took basically half this split off. Viper jumping forwards there. But Monkey took a step back because he was really demoralized with W, just kind of falling apart a bit. He's done really well. He's done really well in this first game so far. See if he keeps it up. You know, Monkey, the LPL jungle is a better place. The jungle pool is in a better place when he's playing well. I want to see him doing well. On the other side of the map, of course, Erha and About. They've typically been the strongest parts of WE. This split, anyway. Struggling a little bit here against Viper and On, who've got their choice duo. I mean, if I think of any bot lane in the world that really wants the Ezreal Bard, it is BLG. It allows Viper to 1v1 lane, allows On to roam, get onto the map. When On is roaming and just doing random stuff, he is the best support in LPL. Hey, Simi, how's it going? Yep, Monkey's playing again. Yep. On, jumped onto here. Half the HP down. Yeah, Jin and Shinzao will do that to you. Oh, WTF, Jin Zhao? Oh my god, we have the Jin Zhao combination. How did I miss this? It's like Jin with a spear. Okay, Dragon started. On still half HP, does have ult. There's no flash on Monkey. They might try for a combo on it. No, they're giving up the Ghost. Giving up the Ghost, giving up the Dragon. So there's 2 Dragons to WE early. BLG still have the gold lead. Mainly through not... Well, it's through not top lane. Which is a problem because Bin is not too happy with that. Cube has full Frozen Heart. He's going towards those tabbies. Knight's roaming top lane now. Part of me wonders whether Knight actually has to go towards Liandry's. Well, I guess Knight just wants to ignore the Scion. He doesn't really want to have to deal with it. At points in the past, we've seen the Liandry's after the Malignance. That was a really big build once. That was when the Tibbers had so much damage. Malignance and Liandry's and the Tibbers burn could kind of solo kill you anyway. It's been a long time since that's been a thing, though. That was really a 2023 thing, and then they got nerfed, I believe, in 24. Hey, Fred, good to see you. Yeah, EDG, when they were higher seeds, definitely had a lot less games than they could have done. It was the people that made the miracle runs, right? But qualifying for playoffs consistency obviously really helped you. And you still played like 3 best-of-5s minimum, pretty much. Some teams would play like 5 or 6. Like a team like BLG, right? They ran pretty much the whole gauntlet in 23 spring, and then they made it to finals. Then LNG in summer of 2023, that was the the Scout Tarzan roster. They played something like 25 games in 14 days because they played something like 6, and because they played something like 6 best-of-5s. I think one of them was 4 games, the other one were 5 games. I think in LPL summer playoffs they played something like 4 series which went to 5, or like 5 series which went to 5 games, or like 4 series that went to 5 games, and then their regional games, their regional qualifier was something like 4 games. So they played 24 games in 14 days, I think it was. Absolutely insane. W's draft is so much better, but it's WE. Well, I mean, look, Vayne into Scion should be very, very good, and the Annie for the Engage should be very good too. I mean, BLG's composition is very much get ahead early and burst out the enemy team with aggressive, proactive plays. But now the Vayne's behind, they don't have the control they really need. Monkey's doing quite well into Bin, of course. Magical Journey now helping that. I wonder whether BLG should have just... I do wonder whether BLG should have put more preference into solidifying top. If the Vayne gets ahead of the Scion, it's really hard to play as WE because... Hang on a second, jumping there. No, there was a flash available, but On couldn't force that. Not really sure that would have led to that much, though, no? I mean, Vayne's not coming. Annie wasn't going to teleport. Ezreal would have ulted, I suppose. That felt a bit... I don't know. That was a bit of a meh ult from On. He's typically been our best Bard player in the LPL. Last game against, gosh, NIP he played of it. Was it NIP? Anyway, one of the last games he played wasn't fantastic on him, though, to be honest. Versus Weibo, he got caught out a lot earlier. That was it. Game 1 versus Weibo, I want to say. Double Ezreal ult. Heal used for a bit of sustain onto Karis. Charm missing. Teleport in from Sion. I mean, this is a tabby Frozen Heart Sion. Cube's really happy. Hey, you can just stand up and he's got the roll quest teleport, right? He's happy. Herald going lower. Can Shun get himself a big play? Flash forwards for the charm. That'll work pretty well. Q stun from On is good, but where is the damage? Knight not in range yet. Shun goes down pretty easily. The Jhin is dead, though, and now Knight gets to go forwards. This Herald is also secured by Shun, too. WE, they had everything going for them. Everything going for them, and it doesn't matter. The Charm Flash doesn't kill the Jarvan. They don't have the damage. Cube is alive, but I mean, his job is to die before anyone else. Your teammates are already gone, Cube. BLG out teamfight, and it's heartbreak for WE. The early game was going great. Bin gets away with a kill. Knight is now 3-0, 4 stacks on the Dark Seal. Everything goes wrong for WE. Everything goes wrong for them. Ah, gosh. We'll go back to this again, because initially I thought, well, it's really good damage onto the Jarvan. So what happens here? Charm Flash comes through. I would have thought they would have killed him. They had like 4 people onto him. Charm Flash. Jump forwards. And it's the Q stun from On. It's the Q stun from On. Bin gets to dive onto the Jhin. But because of the Q stun from On, the follow-up doesn't come through. Wonderful from On. Now, this is what I truly mean when we talk about full contact team fighting. For the Raiders that came over earlier, it's the thing which I'm really trying to make stick. Basically, if someone that is engaged onto on your team, you don't like... You don't hit the person that's using the CC. You hit the people that want to follow up, right? Because for Jarvan to die there, Ahri hits the charm, and then other people need to do the damage. What happens if they're CC'd? Because On flings a load of CC at the backline, they can't follow up for the kill. That is full contact team fighting. You protect your picked off carry or whoever by attacking even harder. Really, really good from BLG. Bin jumps in, On jumps in. That is the prime example of slapping them in as, you know, offense being a good defense. Oh, what a shame for WE. Now behind 3,500 gold out of nowhere. 2 grubs. Herald. Bin's ahead 800 gold out of nowhere. Knight's had an exceptional Annie game so far. Very good game from him. I don't think that Karis has been playing badly. I just think that Knight's been applying his pressure really well. WE dropping to Nirvana perhaps? Well, they'd need to lose a best of 5 versus a Nirvana team. Who would be the team to do that? Pretty hard to ask, actually. Okay, jump forwards onto On. He's happy for now. Basically, you have to ask yourself, which of the Nirvana teams do you think could actually beat Team WE? Right now, the team... I look, LGD looked a bit meh the other day. Maybe TT could. With Monkey back, I actually think they could still pull out a best of 5. I mean, maybe we see LNG versus WE round 2. Maybe we see that. Maybe 1xN could do something special, but LNG don't look fantastic either. W looking for Soul Point now on Hextech Rift. That'd be big. That'd be a win condition. We're going to get a Battle Herald, I think. Bin up against Cube, but the sound's actually not too bad here. That's really good damage from Viper. Jumping forwards, carries his ult, forced defensively. It's a big loss for them. Jumping forwards with a Crescent Guard now. The Genos not bad. Bin's walking forwards. He's got the final hour. On goes down. Bloody hell, has just gone. The dunk comes through. Bin follows up with Knight. The solo laners and the jungle combo up, and W just evaporate. Shattered into glass. And mid turret goes down. Jungle... I mean, the dragon goes down to BLG. They'll claim that afterwards, presumably. It's actually not died yet. Hang on, what the hell happened to the overlay? Not exactly sure. Dragon hasn't shown up there. The BLG just explode them. I mean, I think a lot of the problem is that Cube isn't in position at the right place. He's trying to keep the Vayne out of the fight. I think that, you know, Sion is trying to keep the Vayne out of the fight, but he actually does need to be the front line too. On tanks the Sion. I actually think On does a really good job here. On knows he's going to die for this, but he tanks the Sion. I mean, Ezreal gets a ton of damage. Knight gets a double cone there onto 2 people to finish off the kill there either. Kill a piece to the top side. Fight in the jungle now. Monkey gets knocked up again, and Monkey goes down. Well, Shun getting quite low here too, trying to heal off of the Sundered Sky. That's pretty good damage actually onto her. He can get another Sundered Sky proc. Gets a cube, but doesn't quite get the knock-up. The flag's a bit too short. Very small dash there. Still ends up being a trade of 1 for 1. Knight charging up his stun again. Force and Heart. Wait, is that what people are calling it? Force and Heart? Hey guys, you're gonna have to like update me on modern like Twitch humor. Hang on, Viper, does he jump in? He's a level up on Karis, by the way. Ben almost gets the condemn there. That would have been a kill. Cube is actually getting killed by the Annie, who's not really meant to be anti-tank. I think he still kills him though. On blocks the ult again. Knight kills him. No one else can roam up there. Knight gets another kill. He's 602. He's got a 10-stack Dark Seal. My boy, go to the library. Buy yourself a Medjai's. Ult onto on. I think he lives. Does just about get out with a very magical journey there. Yeah, anyway, folks, you're going to have to educate me on, like, modern, like, League Zoomer humor. Because Force and Heart, that's actually a banger. I didn't hear that one before. Oh, no, I just wake up, I cast LPL, I eat, then sleep. I don't really... I feel like I'm starting to lose touch with the Zoomer audience, you know? I've got to be more relatable. There's only so many times you can say 6-7 before people get very tired of it. Viper does jump out of the Crescent Guard damage. He goes back in range of it into the Thunder and says, yeah, sure, I'll have that. Jumps over the Jin Trap, can E-forwards again. Bloody hell! Viper just jumps forwards again, very nearly kills him. Commits the flash, doesn't quite get the kill, but Viper on Ezreal has been a man unleashed on BLG. By far his best champion. If you didn't watch him playing this versus Weibo, do yourself a favor and watch out for that game 2 there. He was absurdly aggressive on that champion. Whoa, 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 no. I'm not an out-of-touch billiard ad. Mate, I'm struggling to pay rent. I'm struggling to pay rent. I ain't one of that upper class. God, I'm just sat here shouting at video games, folks. I mean, it's been ever since that top lane play around the Herald, the top play, it's felt like the game's just fallen apart. Doubly just not good enough at the 5v5s here today. I think that Cube has struggled to be in position, which is a shame. Oh, Bin slides past the charm, kills the turret here. Nice play from him. Has gone for the Essence Reaver Hexplate build. Cube trying to take an objective anti-topside, but he's not exactly built for that. Long gone are the days of demolished top laners everywhere. Cute monkey cares about Erha. Is that your, you know, that can be WE's like tagline. Sure. Knight is 3,000 gold ahead. He does have the Medjai's. Credit to him. He has got that now. He doesn't have a flash. They're teleporting onto him. Bin doesn't have... Well, I think Knight is dead here. That's a miss. He misses the Tibbers, and now Vayne is teleporting into 4 people. The Q hits him immediately onto... Oh, dear God. Well, BLG lose all the Medjai stacks on Knight. Bin does. Okay, BLG. Perhaps time to start mucking around. Stop mucking around now. WE, they're going into the Baron. This is a really good play for WE. Going onto a battle. Flash away. Viper goes over the wall. Reminder. He uses own flash, and now Viper's gonna die. Oh God, BLG. Oh God. On doesn't have his ultimate. He can't stop this for now. It's literally just shoot it on. They're gonna have to look for a Baron steal. Oh God, what's happened? Knight can teleport in 10 seconds. Is he gonna be a rat? He's gonna Hexgate over, try and look for a flag drag over the back of the pit. 4k in. On, he has his ultimate. On's gonna go down. WE, they've killed 4 out of 5 members. Shun will try and flag drag over the back of the pit. Can he get there in time? Charm comes through. Q in, onto over the wall. He's looking for the steal onto it. It's really close to the kill onto it. No, can't get the steal. Knight gets a kill onto Erha. But BLG lose 4 out of 5 members in a truly disastrous run of play. They don't see the roam going up towards topside. Knight dies. He does get 4 Medjai stacks back. BLG haven't had a fumble like that for quite some time. WE, serious credit to them. They were behind an incredible amount. We need a coach cam, that. We need a coach cam. BLG. Okay, right. Perhaps they need to wake up a little bit. That was a reality check. So Knight gets engaged onto by Erha and everyone else roaming up. They just don't have the vision for this. They don't have the vision for this. It's a late teleport. It's a bad teleport into 4 people. So not only does Knight die, which is bad enough, Bin dies after. It's a really good roam from WE, but I mean, you'd expect BLG to have, you know, the vision for this. And then what happens after this? Viper had used the teleport, the flash earlier, gets immediately engaged onto. Dragon getting taken by Shun, wins the smite fight. Now WE don't get the objectives. They're still committing to the fight. Bin on the side looking for the karma, but he's gone too deep. He gets silenced and Vayne's died again. Knight does have flash, wants to go and explode about, and I think he'll do just that. Knight picks up another 4 Magi stacks, now on 8. Fight goes 2 for 1 though. Knight, can he get himself stun again? Tibbers is still around, goes down. He actually can one-shot here. He's really strong even without the Tibbers. Does Knight flash? I think he kills Erher if he flashes here, by the way. In fact, he's going to do just that. There you go. Another couple of stacks. Viper gets the kill. And WWE really disrespect the Knight damage. You killed him for free the last time. A lot harder to do that when it's actually in the 5v5. Knight is turbo carrying this game, despite the quite bad hit on the side lane before that. Knight carries the fight. His Annie has just shredded WE. Well, WE got a golden opportunity by getting Baron and killing 4 members of BLG. They then proceed to lose the dragon fight, lose all of their Baron buffs, and give 18 Magi stacks over to Knight. WE, that's a shocker. That's a shocker. Bot went wide. We didn't see all of the start of this fight. Good smite still from Shin. Bin thinks he's found like an angle to jump onto Erher. But Sion is then melee range of him. It's a good ult from him. Karras has been playing well on the Ahri. I actually think he's been playing very well to catch out players like Bin and Viper on the side of the fight. On Magical Journey, it's been just to die, really. Not a great team fight from him, actually. It really is just Knight carrying this. I mean, it's a 3v4. You think you're safe, but then stacks up the stun again. Does a bajillion damage. There's a death cap now, so the Magi stacks now actually get more value. It's 5 stacks, it's 5 AP per stacks. That's almost 100 AP from stacks before you count in the actual item as well. And then, of course, they get buffed up another, well, 30% from the Magi. I keep forgetting what the ratio is now. Is it 20? Is it 25% again now? Anyway, whatever. And amount. The overlay is broken, by the way, which is why we're back to the old one. I was wondering why the contrast has gone back up. I guess that had died at some point. I was wondering where the other dragon... Yeah, one of the dragons didn't show up. Shen could potentially jump forwards. Does... Oh my god! I mean, that's just Ezreal damage. Go melee range. Go on, my son. Crescent Guard doesn't really work when people want to give you a hug. Shin has needed to worry a little bit less about his personal space there. On spots Karras around the flank. 2 very easy kills. BLG. Yeah, an explosive set of team fights when they've been able to get like Jarvan, Ezreal, Annie burst down. It's not really been about the Vayne in the way that I thought it would be. Turns out when Annie gets really fed, everyone dies to her. Who could have thunk it? A lot of people have been saying, you know, oh, Annie's a bad champion. Well, when you get players like this, it really does change. Though everyone's jumping forwards right now, actually. Stun comes through from Knight. Use the Tibbers to charge up that stun. Tube very nearly dies to that. Great DPS check. 20 stacks on Knight now, by the way. Full 100 AP from the Magi stacks before the item comes through. Teleport behind. They're going to try and catch Knight again. He doesn't spot it out this time. Teleports out. Okay, well, he knows he's under threat this time. Fair play. Gets out, goes to his inner turret and top lane. Team W will get a game when they kick about. No. I completely disagree with that. Someone in Onivia's chat saying that. About, I think, has actually been, on average, W's best player across this split. Now, of course, in this game, he's not had a crazy amount to do. I don't think he's done particularly well or badly, I suppose. He got caught out by Annie. But I don't think About... And look, in Split 1, About was bad. I don't think he was good. I was very surprised he got Rookie of the Split from Split 1. In Split 2 so far, though, I think that About has actually been one of the... I think About and Erher have been the saving grace of WE. I think Erher has continued to be good. It's a real shame that that Erher has ended up on this team, because I think that Erher should be on a top team. Legitimately, I think he should be on a top team. This guy is a really good support, and he should be developing as well. Now, he is in that same kind of class as someone like Vampire or Fungiway as well, right? These kind of... Well, Vampire's been around a bit longer, right? But Fungiway's been around not that long. They're jumping forward. Stops the Sion ultimate. Does he... I guess he just ults to force the flash. There you go. All right, flash down from Sion. You know, that's a problem when the full armor Sion has to run away from the double AD top side. But then again, that's the threat which Vayne has, I guess, against any tank. True damage is the thing. Do you sell a full stack Magi for voice staff for Shadow Flame? No, you don't. No. Full stack Magi's is worth any more than any other item. Because with Death Cap, it gives you 200 AP and the move speed. So it's actually better than any other item at that point. But basically, with a full stack measures, you get 200 AP from the item with the death cap effectively. It's way, and then considering that a void staff has like 90 AP, even with the pen or whatever, like, I mean, you want a void staff death cap on your full build. For any scaling mage, you want void staff death cap. But at that point, you just don't want the Shadow Flame at max rank. Suffering builds character. Maybe this will make her the best support in the league. Well, you know, player can dream, I suppose. Viper missing the Q there. Another one, but then again, move speed makes it hard to hit those longer range Qs. Yeah, Knight already has the void stuff, but she is full. Hang on, Knight. He does have flash coming up in about what 10 seconds or so. He gets that flash and he is gonna one shot. Again, this is just an absurdly strong build. He's got the upgraded pen boots too, right? He can blast cone over. Does he use it right now? No. In fact, the blast cone I think was just either blown there or just off. Cooldown on the flash again, just a few seconds away. Knight has been clearly best player in this game. BLG, you know, a lot of the split has been, once again, much like a lot of 2025, kind of Knight or bust. Flash up for the Annie, I believe now. A little harder to tell from these icons on the side, actually. Knight stacks up his stun. And W just can't walk anywhere where the Annie is unless they get a really good burst trade onto him first. Jin's at 4 items. No, same as the Ezreal. About might be able to do some big damage here. Shun EQs away. There's the dragon spawning. Don't see a timer for that right now. Can't be crazy too long away. W doesn't catch out Jarvan. Does have the GA. Viper jumping forwards. Karis gets the charm onto him. That's scary. It's a lot of damage. On actually used a defensive ultimate onto Viper. Shun going low. Where is the Annie? Annie just there. Annie looking for that flash stun. Flash away. Jin'Ul, not bad, but ooh, very nearly caught him as he broke ranks with On. Knight still has the flash, been walking up forwards into mid lane. So GA and flash down from their jungler. Not bad by WE. Need to watch that Fog of War, hanging away from the side of the map that they last saw Knight in. Knight doesn't have the teleport to go for like a really tricksy play. Been caught by that W, not by the Jin one though. Ezreal used to check vision on the brushes. On no ult here. It's all about where that Annie is. You can just tell that a big play from the Annie is coming at some point. W, they're going to try their very best to make sure that Knight doesn't just straight up one-shot them. Now, Knight is at full build. He doesn't actually need to be sticking around for farm. The reason he can do this is that he doesn't actually need to like collect a lot of farm for a full build. Someone like Bin or Viper still do for their last items, because Viper having the extra item slot. But Bin being on the incredible scaling champion of that vein. Good damage from Viper there. Ouch. No armor pen on that, by the way. This is, you know, Shojin stacked up to max. Every time I see open a WE game, I see about call midwave and die. I don't think that's completely true. I also think that the only reason they get into middle late game is because about has pressure to make the difference. You know, Karis and Cube and of course Tyrion and Monkey were all struggling before this. Their top side were just not providing a good amount of vision. A lot of the time when you say, well, why was someone caught in mid lane? Was it because they don't have the pressure there? Knight is on vision here again. The Bard ult lands onto Monkey, who has ult and flash. I'm not sure that's the target. Well, I mean, that's a lot of damage there. Maybe it is the person you want to burst out. Crescent Guard doing good work. Though Knight flashing over. Only gets onto the Scion, but that's enough. That's enough. The Jarvan goes into the backline, forces the GA. Bin goes forwards and he gets the move speed. He gets a lot of move speed. I don't think they can disengage from it. Bin is finally unleashed. Took him a whole damn long time to get involved in the game, truly. BLG took a little while to find the knockout blow, but it lands all the same. BLG go 1-0 up here. In Xi'an, 2,000 kills between Bin and On as well. Many legendary duos on this roster over different years. And BLG combined with all of them to get the first game of the series done. Team WE still looking for their first game win. It was always going to be hard looking for it today, folks. Always going to be hard looking for it. You know, WE 0-15 now in individual games. Not the easiest time, folks. Not the easiest time. Well, folks, if you dropped in from the raid earlier, or you've been watching already, family, naturally, you might be wondering who I am. My name is Nymaera, also known as Alex. I used to cast for the LPL official broadcast. I used to cast for the LEC broadcast as well. I've been a professional caster for a couple of years. It's how I've paid my rent and made my money. That's how it has been. But there's no official broadcast for the LPL anymore. So folks like Kitty, myself, LPL English have been co-streaming it to try and give you, the viewer, the best and the most informed LPL opinion, the most entertaining you can have when you're watching the LPL. It's a real sad thing to lose the LPL official broadcast. It's where I met Athena, actually. It's where I met Kitty. It's where I met people like Mazel, Munchables, Hysterics, a whole bunch of really, really talented casters. I joined in 2023, same time as Kitty, actually. It was a really fun time. That broadcast is gone now, and a lot of the expertise and the funding, importantly, is gone with it. Basically, if you want to have good LPL coverage, support your favorite LPL streamer. Even if it is just dropping a like, lurking in stream, commenting on something that they've done, it does make a good chance, a good impression, and it helps with the algorithm. But yeah, I miss LPL English. It was a really good time. You know, the LPL English crew, which is working right now, it's very, very cool. But we really want the official broadcast back, you know. It would be really cool to have that. I'm not sure if that'll ever happen. It'll be, you know, I really want it though. It'd be really cool. Anyway, if you have any position to like drop anything in like on the Ko-fi or drop a gift sub or a prime or something like that, really does make a difference to anyone who's covering LPL right now. And it makes a lot of difference, as we were saying. Makes a lot of difference. WE, I mean, pretty good early game. I mean, the gang in like 3 times. It was good. They did well. They did well. I thought that Monkey's first, you know, his return back. I mean, it's just a problem that, I think it's just a problem that, you know, their team fighting was just not nearly as good. What will happen when LPL wins Worlds? Well, so that was actually one of our real worries, actually. In 2024, we made World Finals, and we lost in that Game 5. Look, Elk in Game 4 and 5 really dropped the ball. Elk and On, both of them really dropped the ball in Game 4 and 5 in World Finals. And then Faker was just so clutch. And like, I saw Faker just flash W in that mid lane. I was like, well, that's my job gone, effectively. Game 5 was lost in draft? No, they were actually ahead in that game at point spell. I mean, look, I know, no. It wasn't actually lost in draft. That is hugely reductive. BLG that year played towards comfort so much that they could outplay like counter drafts. Now it's bad in terms of nameplates off, because it was nameplates on. They were so good at their individual champions, it was still playable, and we saw it was still playable. Like, they actually won the dragon fight before that flash forward in mid lane, and that was huge for them. And I know that Faker said, oh, I saw as soon as I saw Knight getting Zhonya's, I knew the game was over. But actually he used that Zhonya's to outplay the engage which came onto him at that dragon fight, and that almost won them the game. Being ahead 1k or so was not enough to... Again, I completely disagree. They had winning positions in that draft, and they very nearly won that game. I think that's hugely reductive. I think that is hugely reductive of a very complex finals with a whole bunch of very different plays which ended up going away. Like, I don't think it was quote-unquote a good draft. I think that, you know, BLG definitely could have had a better meta draft, but in terms of comfort, you could see how good they were at playing the champions. You can't beat Game 5 Faker in a Game 5 Worlds. Well, DRX did it. Intercount DRX did it. So it has happened. It's very unlikely. And I think that BLG had so much confidence that they thought they could do it. And it was very close. They were one team fight away. They were one team fight away from winning Worlds. So where is this reductiveness coming from, you know? Like, come on, folks. Like, I mean, we got to think about this with nuance. I know it's difficult, right? But you got to think about it with nuance. Like, that BLG 24 run was actually incredible, given how underdogs they were, and how, you know, how limited they were as a team. They kind of had to play that comfort style. They made it to one team fight away from a world championship. Arguably, the Game 4 was more egregious than the Game 5. I don't think that's true, Bell. I don't think that... look, again, like, I see where you're coming from. If it was another team... Nameplates off, I agree. Nameplates off, I agree. But I don't think that... Bin's Jax is so discussing that, yeah. Well, the thing is, Bin didn't even have the best finals. Bin was actually... Bin in semi-finals at Worlds was actually a little poor, too. Thank you so much for the sub, by the way, Envu. Really appreciate you. Anyway, like, it's obviously it's a very complex... It's a very complex, like, conversation, right? But, you know, Bin actually was not good in semi-finals and finals compared to his level at the rest of Worlds. And he was great in quarterfinals. In semi-finals and finals, he was much less clutch than he was. I actually think that Knight was I think that Knight was the best player at 24 Worlds. If you look over across the average of his games across 24 Worlds, I think he was the best player at the tournament. He was fantastic. So good across every playoff series. I think a lot of people before the HLE series, like, oh my god, Zekka's just gonna deck him. You know, Zekka a Worlds, Knight's a Worlds choker. Then Knight just completely brutalized HLE. He was the main reason that they won that. He was dumpstering Faker in the first 3 games of that finals as well. You know, I think that he was fantastic. He walks away with MVP here as well, as we're talking about, you know, Worlds 24. If Ona didn't dodge that Ash Shower, BLG would have won that game. Also, if you think about how On didn't hit a single champion with Q in Game 5, was very, very, you know, very anti-clutch from him, sadly, as well. You know, and sometimes you need those moments to grow as a player, and I think that On has gained a huge level of consistency. I think that On, around first stand, was the best support in the world, you know, this year, right? But, also think that BLG were the best team in 2024. There's an argument, yeah, because they made all of the international finals, right? They made Worlds finals and MSI finals. You know, Gen G bombed out of Worlds. T1 were not good at MSI, or at least they were worse than the other teams at MSI. Yeah. I also think BLG were the best team in 24. No. I think that. Hey, thank you so much for the prime, by the way, X-Pac. Really appreciate you. No, BLG at Worlds 24 were underdogs, folks. They were underdogs. I think a lot of people. Like, are quite revisionist on this now. I was saying it at the time. Realistically, BLG, with how limited they were as a team, like, they had to play the drafts, which they did in, like, Game 5, right? I think that, you know, I think they were underdogs versus T1, because it was T1 in the World Finals who... And I think, actually, even in finals, T1 didn't play their best in Worlds 24 finals. I think that their bot lane was actually a little bit off for most of that series. I think that they had a bit of a hard time. I low-key want to see the Elise support be picked again. I think it has a place. I think it really has a place, particularly with so many bot lanes about Prio right now. I think that, yeah. So, but still, BLG stomped with relatively off comfort comps. I don't think that's true as much, really. I mean, you look at, like, the Smolder draft. They really didn't know how to play that. Even though that was a winning draft. They won draft with the Smolder comp and they lost that. You know? Game 1 and 3 has been Rumble. True, Bin Rumble was a big thing. Like, for instance, I remember some casters talking about, well, you know, Bin played Rumble in Worlds Finals 3 times. It's obviously a comfort champion. And I think that missed the context of, like, yes, he did play that, and you had the confidence to play it at that point. But actually, for a long time, Bin Rumble was seen as a very bad pick because he was good in laning phase, but his ultimates went to Narnia, you know? Oh, gosh. Yeah, I think at this point, if T1 are at Worlds, you have to say they're winning it until proved otherwise, right? It's just, they've proven everyone else so wrong over time, right? Okay, I got to put on an ad break so we don't get them in the next game. So sorry, folks, I'm going to run some ads now, but we'll keep chatting. Anyway, it's a really nuanced discussion. I appreciate the conversation, folks. And, like, yes, there were a lot of complaints about BLG kind of having to play, like, their comfort comps. It really hurt them, actually, a lot of the time, having to do that. But they were so good at those comfort comps that it didn't matter all the time. But then you look at Worlds Finals, and yeah, I think that they lost on some better drafts, and they ended up losing on their they ended up losing on their better draft, quote unquote, for the meta, and they won with their comfort drafts more. What's my favorite number? What is my favorite number? 6 is fun. I like 6. It's a, you know, perfect number. Hey, Orca, good to see you. So I like 6. 6 is cool. It's a perfect number. You know, like, you add up all of its factors and it adds into itself. What are other perfect numbers? Anyway, that's one of them. Yeah. Wait, no, wait, no. 3, 2, 1 if you add up them, yeah. How many comfort drafts did they have? Like 3 to 5 champions of... Oh god, now I need to remember back to 2024. You really wanted... like, Knight on a mobile playmaker mid lane. Oh, thank you so much for the gift subs, Baneblade. Well, I should have chosen like 1 million then, or shouldn't I? I appreciate you, Baneblade. Damn, I should have said like, yeah, 712,822. You know? Really appreciate you, Baneblade. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Yeah. No, for 2024, I think that, I mean, you had like Silas, Ari... Silas Ari was huge for Knight. LeBlanc had fallen off a little bit then. God, let me go check back to it, actually. I'm going to go back to GOL and see what they played in 24, actually. Billy Gaming 2024. I mean, there's stuff like the Vi combos. Oh, yeah. Stuff like Talia. Yeah, so anything which could roam and make an impact early. So stuff like Nico, Ari, Silas, Talia for Knight. They were huge for him. Yeah, they were huge. For jungle, Vi was the biggest one for Shin, but like Shinzao was really big for him. Anything which gave Bin laning power and ability to teamfight flank later. So stuff like Aatrox, Jax, Renekton were freaking huge for him. For Elk, it was like a lot of lane pressure, so stuff like Kalista Renata was huge for him. But they needed like 3 lanes of pressure, 3 winning lanes invading jungle, full court press, wear down the outer turrets, then if one fell sweep, take all 3 turrets at once. Will the meta be shaken up, you think, with the mid-season patch that is live? Yeah, it will. With Phase Rush being removed, things are going to really change. Phase Rush is going to really change everything, folks. Like, it was probably the most important rune in the game, I think, actually. How come the silence on EuroLeague? We haven't planned a time. I have a feeling that EuroLeague... Yeah... I think that hi Andrew. Whoa, yeah. We haven't managed to. What the heck? Wait, is this the new Kai'Sa skin? What the heck? This is the Wild Rift Kai'Sa skin. What? Huh? Yeah, EuroLeague. I don't know what's happening with EuroLeague, folks. Or like just yeah. I don't know if we're gonna continue with it. We'll see. I think just the motivation for it has dropped this year. I think that the scheduling for LEC made it quite hard to get content for it. Yeah, and I don't know. I think the motivation's dropped for it. I mean, I've still got the willing for it, but then I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, we're all giving. We're not getting paid for it. It's a free podcast, right? Wait, will Arsenal beat Atletico today? Oh God, I haven't kept up with football in way too long. Hey, Zaref, how's it going? Fun fact and a roast and a hydrated. I can get hydrated. I can do that. Yeah, Complaints Truck also. I mean, basically, I think League of Legends content is really hard to get numbers on right now. I think League of Legends in general it's quite hard to produce content for it and make value out of it right now. It doesn't feel very efficient, you know? Which is why you'll notice that I've been doing more regular gaming content. I've been trying to do some more variety. And yeah, hopefully I'll be doing some more variety. It's quite hard for me to do the variety on stream though, because it's quite hard for me to do variety on stream just because the numbers aren't there really. I mean, people are here for LPL and that's really, really cool. But basically, I would love to be able to do some stuff not LPL at some points, just because LPL is only on for a certain amount of the year. But it's really hard to do that, right? Surely Arsenal can't bottle both the Premier League and the Champions League. Ooh, yeah. Fighting game arc. I'm bad at fighting games. I didn't grow up on fighting games, so I don't have the instincts for it. I'm good at FPSs. I'm good at RTSs on the whole. You know, good at RPGs on the whole. But like, do I play solo queue? Not much. I don't. I play a lot of like games with friends, but I don't really play solo queue anymore because I watch like 40 hours of League a week plus, and then I still need to do housework. I gotta cook. I gotta look after myself. And you know, I want to spend time with my partner as well. After that, I just don't have much motivation to go into, because like I'm aware that I suck at League now. I haven't played League. I'll get around to the roast and the fun fact, by the way, Zaref, I will do. But you know, I haven't played League properly for a long time. I chose to be a caster rather than a player in a lot of ways. Not that I'm not familiar with game mechanics and how things work, right? I mean, I keep playing enough to know how champions work, and I know the instincts. Like, I know when if someone has damage to kill people, right? That's the big thing about it. But I just don't see it as an efficient use of my time when I actually have to look after myself too. Right. I grew up in StarCraft and Red Alert. I didn't really grow up on StarCraft. I grew up on like Supreme Commander, Rome Total War, Empire at War, Age of Empires. Age of Mythology was a huge one for me. Roast for Zaref. Hang on, wait, we're getting back onto stage now. Okay, let's get back into that. Unfun fact for Zaref. Let me have a think. Still play Total War games? They're fantastic. Yeah, sure. Let me have a think. Oh, I was seeing one. I saw one the other day, which is really good. What was that? been learning a lot about Nader Shah, who was like one of the great conquerors of Iran and the savior of Iran. So he was like back in like the 1700s. He was really interesting because effectively what he ended up doing, he rose from nothing to being like leader of the Safavid Empire. I think that's Safavid Empire. And he was really interesting because he had a real distaste for the upper class because he grew up homeless. Yeah, he was really interesting. I'm trying to think of a good fun fact about him. Unfun fact about him, he ended up dying basically from psychosis at the end of, well, not psychosis, basically he had like huge neurological issues where he was a great great conqueror leader, very harsh leader, but he ended up basically he ended up like having a neurological breakdown and like eventually in a neurological condition, I think, and ended up dying basically by going insane by the end of his so unfun fact is one of the greatest historical like conquerors in that area of the world ended up basically succumbing to neurological disease seemingly. He kind of went insane. Yeah, which is a shame because actually he was someone that really disliked the noble class. He was very kind of a meritocracy kind of bloke on the whole. Yeah. Anyway, roast for Zareth. I'll need to think about that later, mate. I think we're about to get into draft, so sorry about that. I'll make sure that's either refunded or I'll do it at the end of the game. Okay, so let's get ourselves into... Yeah, he was around in like the 1730s or something like that. That was when he really rose to power. 1720s and 30s. Okay, so second draft. Well, WWE got a lot of what they wanted in game one. That's true, Ben. But yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Vlad the Impaler is where that was where the folklore from Dracula came from. Now, Vlad the Impaler was so brutal. That's where, yeah. You could just play Terraria. Oh, you wanted me to play Terraria, right? Okay. Yeah, I did play a bit of Terraria, and then I never had the motivation for it. But yeah, I know you're talking about it in the server. Okay, so this draft, I mean, I look at Team WE and I think that, you know, getting a tank matchup for Cube was big, but I don't think Cube team fought very well. I don't know, it's difficult for WE. How long until WE win one game? When do they play against Weibo? They play against Weibo. Wait, have they already played them twice? When's their next time playing Weibo? They play against them on Thursday, but it's after they play against IG. Next Thursday, rather. I mean, I think they either take a game versus IG or Weibo in that 2-day streak, or it doesn't happen. But they're playing them back-to-back games. They've got, like, 3 series in 4 days. That's rough. Top esports on the Saturday as well. I do actually think they could end up going, like... They could end up going 0-28. It could happen. It is probably... Look, they'll probably do it versus IG or Weibo. I mean, IG... Renard just doesn't look good. It'll probably be versus IG, I guess. Weibo... Yeah. I think they can take them off of IG because Renard's not good. But the problem is, I actually think that Jachi and Mako are really good. And, you know, Breathe is powerful. I think it's just everything but mid lane is good. So... no, I'm not a BC. No. I'm not involved in that tournament, nor do I want to be. It's all good. Sam's doing some of the stuff for NA, so you can catch Sam doing some of the NA stuff, but I'm not involved in that, no. Yeah. Oof, nasty baby look. Gosh. Yeah, appreciate it. Yes, okay to ask, but no, I'm not involved in EWC/ENC for moral reasons. But yeah. Which, I tell you what, folks, it's pretty hard to keep turning down stuff which would get me paid, but it is what it is. I mean, I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, stuff like that is like, does it actually count taking a stand in something until you actually like have something on the line, you know? So I'm supposed to think, hey, appreciate you, Baneblade. Thank you so much for the gift subs. Appreciate that. Okay, let's get ourselves into game 2. Thank you so much for the gift subs. You're very, very kind, Baneblade. Okay, so WE got themselves a tank matchup. they got themselves, honestly, a pretty good early game. It really just came apart in the team fights. Can they find a way to, you know, outlast BLG in team fights? It's a hard ask. It's a hard ask. Because BLG are such a nasty team fighting team. Ashe, Rumble, Rise, Noxense. So we still have Pantheon. Still have Lucian Milio, although I don't think BLG want to play Lucian Milio. It's just not their style of gameplay. It has On too tied to Viper. I don't think On wants to play Milio. It's not really what they want to play. They might play it, but I don't think it's really what they want. Yazir banned by BLG. Away from Karis, the Vi. Banned away from Shun. Getting into the point where, like, Pantheon Neferi looks pretty good. Hey, thanks for the follow, Angels. Appreciate you. Yeah, I think that stuff like Neferi stuff. Oh, Orianna's left through the draft. Okay, well, that's an easy pickup. Karis might go for the Akali. Karis has played the Akali into the Orianna. That's been like his choice matchup. So at the start of last split 1, they were playing Akali into Orianna, and then it didn't work out a couple of times, and they kind of dropped that counter. We're probably going to see something like Pantheon Akali. Varus is available too. Yeah, that's a good pickup. You can switch it between Cube and About, I suppose, but not that I really want to see Cube play it, but also a takeaway from Bin. I appreciate that, Ben Blade. Seriously, I do. By the way, yeah, any support you do give the channel does make a huge difference. It does. I appreciate everyone who drops subs and everything else, really. And even just following, it makes a huge difference. Thank you, everyone. So the Akali is locked in. We expected that one. Now, that does give the Pantheon over to BLG, which is, I mean, leaves Monkey on, like, Wukong Neferi. Maybe Skarner. Monkey Skarner's pretty good. Jace for Bin. Yeah, you might start thinking about something like Skarner to shrug off the poke now. So you got like Skarner, Wukong, Neferi. You could actually not, with that in mind, you could actually pick something else. Pick like the Yorick now into the Jace or the Cassante. And then you pick your jungler on like 4-5. That could also be fine. If you have 3 junglers you can pick, but only like 1 top laner, it's a difference. There's no tanks to ult. Junja played this well earlier. Well, he played it fine earlier. It wasn't special, but it was fine. It's meant to be a level 1 invader. It's meant to be an early fighting jungler. The Trundle does give you that presence. A lot of the meta right now is about early invading. I can understand, in the eyes of LPL junglers, getting into the enemy jungle, being able to outfight someone at level 1, level 2, whatever, makes a big difference. But the later this game goes, the harder this Trundle is going to find it to play. BLG have no tanks for you to ult. The Jace can poke you out a ton. Orianna's really good at standing her ground and shockwaving you off of her. Yeah, Angel, it is pretty rough, because basically I've been seeing that for the last couple of years, and I'm like, it's... Like, I mean, I get why people do it. I wish that we'd taken a stronger stance as a community against that, but it is what it is. Sivir away from Viper. We still have Lucian Milio, but again, I don't... Well, Lucian Milio is pretty good versus Trundle. Not great versus Akali, because Akali kind of kills them both. Nico away from Urha. Yeah, they need to get away. They need to ban away the other engage options, really. They might even ban away Nautilus as their last ban here from Urha. WE let Orianna through. Yeah, they let it through because Karis is a confident Akali player, and he did have a history of playing Akali into the Orianna and doing quite well. Lulu away from On. I think Nautilus is the last ban from BLG. Unless they want to pick it, but then again, they... Well, I might get picked 4th by W at that point. I think you ban away the Nautilus. I think you ban away Nautilus, yeah. Then at that point, Urha has to consider stuff like, I guess, Leona. Do you go... Yeah, that's the Nautilus gone. Do you go Leona now? Alistair's okay, I suppose. Cassandra into the Jace last pick support is also fine, I guess. Ambessa for Cube. Cassandra and Ambessa. Well, I prefer Cube on tanks. I do, but I don't think it's going to go well either way. He goes towards the Cassandra. Means you do have a tank front line now. Bot lane for BLG. This actually might be something like a Kalista Renata angle. This actually might be getting in towards Kalista Renata territory. Not huge. I mean, the engage isn't huge from WE. Oh, Corki Nami's still available. I still think Kalista... I actually think Kalista Renata would have been kind of lit here. They go towards the Corki. They'll go Corki Nami. Urha will probably have to settle for something like a Leona at this point. Ooh, we didn't think about the Shen. I mean, Corki Nami's a better duo, like a way better duo. And I know that Viper typically wasn't the best Corki, but he's been a lot better at it this year now with the emergence of Corki Nami meta. That was revealed by CFO, really, in summer last year. Rakan would be a takeaway from Urha. I think the Leona's fine now for Urha. You know, it's a good way to kind of run at the Jace. It's tanky enough. Alistar doesn't love the Rakan, loses lane quite hard to it. Alistar technically scales better, but I think the Leona's extended engage range with their ult cooldown is really big. I personally think you want a Leona, even though Cleanse gets huge value that way. Could go Braum as well. Is that a Camille support doing the on versus on credit? All right, show us what you got. Show us what you got. It's a Camille support. Now, I did not think Urha had the balls for that. I did not think this guy had the cojones, but he does it. WE are playing Camille support versus the team which popularized the Camille support. I know it was played a bit in LCP. I know it was. I know Vietnamese teams really liked it. But On was the guy that pulled it out on the international stage and made it work. He has won with Camille support on the international stage. Very good versus Rakan. Rakan does not like playing against that level 6. I mean, to be honest, none of these champions of BLG like playing against the Camille. It's a good Camille support angle, but you need to play it well. So in terms of overall composition, if the Camille gets smashed in lane, this composition actually falls apart from W, because it's their main engage and lock someone down for the Akali and the Varus to just punt them into the distance. I do like this. I'm going to go into a quick ad break, folks. Let's get ourselves into game. Looks like there's a slight delay getting onto stage. I'm glad you didn't total the car, Jeep. Oh, whatever, I'll turn the camera back on. Well, it looks like there's been a bit of delay getting into game. So yeah, that Camille support, I mean, On will know how it works. But I think about an Urha, their 2v2's been pretty good. You know, their 2v2's been good. I mean, if they manage to get ahead on that 2v2, I'm pretty happy with them. Especially because, look, Rakan, a lot of people, because Rakan's been out of meta for a while now, actually, which is strange, because Rakan was always meta, just always meta. So good in the lane swap meta. Very good in a lot of lanes before that too, because of the ability for him to kind of shrug off a lot of poke with his Q spam in lane. Good in some burst lanes by kind of setting up against a lot of different champions. And of course, incredible in teamfights later. But because Rakan's been away from meta, you kind of forget that any anti-mobility champion versus the Rakan really hurts him, rather. Stuff like Camille, Poppy W, Talia E. You know, if you have like stuff like, we saw like Camille Lee Sin from I mean, was it Camille Poppy? Camille Poppy from BLG when they did that? Get into game now, and we'll talk about it more. That got some gyros, but yeah, that Rakan definitely gonna have a bit of a hard time. Hey, WE, some decent gyros for them there. Bad going for the poke Varus, no surprises there. Camille going for Hail of Blades. That's a rune that's being removed, right? Hail of Blades getting removed. That's going to change a lot of bot lane picks, because Hail of Blades in bot lane was really important for a lot of champions to just get crazy early value. Not that Hail of Blades was particularly useful. W does land from On, but her uses the adapted defenses, gets Gets a decent amount of shielding from that. Not bad. Use the Halo Blades too very well. Yep, Camille support. I think it's really good here. I think it's very good versus Jace. I think it's very good versus Rakan. Mixed versus Orianna. Depends on positioning. Almost wonder whether Orianna goes towards something like a Rod of Ages build this game. Does it save you? Rod of Age is pretty good versus Akali. You do want a Zhonya's at some point in your kit. So the big thing about the Camille is that if you press Zhonya's, then you get to ignore the ultimate, sweeping out this bush. The push is there from Viper and On, but still afraid of the bush. Don't have a CS advantage here. Oh, W tries to cancel it out. Still gets stunned, though. On taking a ton of damage. See that On has the right instincts. It's just really hard to time it so the Camille E damage doesn't land. You know, playing off that E cooldown. The big thing about Camille is that you want to play off your passive cooldown if you can. If you go in with your passive, you just don't take damage. Remember when On played this in lane first stand? He actually ended up dying in lane. At least On is the one who's taking the damage from it. Monkey wrapping around bot lane. Well, the push is there from BLG. I mean, if the stun lands, I'm pretty sure that On or Viper just dies. I mean, Viper dodges out on that Camille W. Foss Bomb does land. Camille's there too. I mean, this is just dead. This is probably just dead. Viper's going to try and trade 1-for-1. I don't think you can get it, though, really. Maybe you can get the kill trace. The barrier dies anyway. First blood to Monkey. An ignite from Erha. First kill onto Viper. Clearly, WE came in with a bot lane plan, and BLG, they're not great at dealing with early bot lane pressure. Not all the time. It's definitely not their specialty. Monkey doesn't have smite. Can you get this down in time? Yeah, you can, actually. Oh, almost sealing with the spear. Can't quite do it. Neither of them had smites. Shin might have been able to flash for the secure there. Maybe. Isn't able to do that. Mid lane's going fine for Karras right now. Shin walking across it. So bot scuttle went to Monkey. Shin will look for that top one. Quick little Q poke onto Karras. Top lane's going well for Bin. Looks like it's going to be a top side versus bot side phenomena here. Does Viper have a Valkyrie? He does. He has to flash early. He gets stunned anyway. The adapted defense is coming through. Her just kills him. I think the Camille support just kills him. This support should never have been let go from Weibo. Monkey's down in bot side 2 now. On doesn't have summoners. Erha has been magnificent as a support. This guy is great. Chomp comes through. Arrow over the shoulder. Monkey gets the kill and the turret aggro is reset. Wonderful early plays from WE. Again, this is a team which hasn't won in a single game in this split. They are currently 0-15. And BLG, one of the best teams to ever grace the LPL. Of course, on a bit of a downswing right now, a little bit. They've been back and forth in terms of form. Have been a little bit shell-shocked by them. Of course, last game, WE got an early lead. They couldn't see it through. They have to see it through here. But winning in bot lane, especially if this Camille as an engaged threat does get ahead, is so threatening for BLG. No, he's got himself the extra gold. As we saw from On, you go for something like the Sundered Sky first. It's very good at good stats if you can get to it. The problem with support is that you very rarely have the gold to make that happen. About's not ahead in farm, but he is ahead in terms of assists. The big thing is actually the Camille being ahead. So Viper weirdly gets baited in by About missing the E. Because even though he's a level down, doesn't matter. He flashes, still gets hit by the W. E is then free after. On flashes for the shield and the potential Q heal. Doesn't get it in time. Goes down as well. Viper and On. No, BLG, this bot lane, when we saw Viper, announced for BLG, we thought, oh my god, Viper, best AD carry across the entirety of 2025. I thought it was also the best AD carry of Worlds 25 as well. Incredible, despite only making the quarterfinals. Thought Viper was just insane. Viper Life Esports for a reason, right? And we thought, okay, he's on BLG. Elk, despite his highs, I mean, Viper is Viper. He's, in many people's eyes, the perfect AD carry. He's not been that fantastic here. He doesn't have flash, does have the Valkyrie. Stun misses for once, and I think that saves Viper's life. The arrow goes towards, he doesn't. It doesn't save his life. The stun doesn't need to land. They have enough damage now. Ignite comes off a cooldown. Viper's dead again. BLG are just perma-pushing bot lane without the information to do so. 2 kills for Monkey, 1 for About, 1 for Erha. BLG's top side is just kind of like looking down at the bottom of the map going, what the hell's going on? 0 and 3 for Viper, 0 and 1 for On, 0 and 4 combined. No assists, no kills. No kills for BLG at all right now. Now they have to play without Viper here. On is around. Dragon's going down. Will be the first of the game. No, Knight's even in with Karis. That matchup's been going fine for Karis in the mid lane. Been ahead in top lane, but not enough to really change that much. On, does he have W? Yes, he does. He doesn't land the stun there. If he had done, I think that would have potentially been another kill onto On. Very surprised that BLG have just continually contested for this and not been able to get themselves the information to fully push. I think they've been very lazy with the way that they've set up for plays here. Now, Shun does have level 6. He's an incredibly talented Pantheon. Hello, Sam. Oh, thank you so much. Sam, can I get a coffee if that's alright as well? Thank you so much. That was fantastic, Sam. Thank you so much. Yeah. Sam, WE have blocked in a Camille Small, and they're actually mashing bot lane. They've killed bot lane 4 times in 7 minutes.
I saw the game 1, they went 5 bans against Bin, ganked him 3 times, it didn't work.
Well, it did against Bin, and then the team fights happened, and then WE got more than 2 fights. Annie did Annie things. Knight looked like prime play there.
Karis Akali as well, that's exciting.
Yeah, no, he plays it into the Orianna. They let the Orianna through. Knight MVP of game 1, given the most powerful mid laner on the patch, is certainly a decision. Urho with the Camille support there. Sam, why did Weibo let this guy go? Why did they let him go? He has been phenomenal on the Camille here, and even last game on the Karma, he was doing well. I really think Urho should be one of these players that should be, you know, coveted and prioritized. I mean, we have a lot of supports I think could be developed into something truly great. You know, Vampire's been an example of that for players like, you know, Dway, Feather, Palkia. Now Fengyue and Urho is a new class beyond that. You know, they're the newest ones there. LPL has been kind of like crying out for those successors too, you know, from the olden days, you know, Mako and Ming, but also players like On now, who's now been, you know, world class, and players want to learn from him. I think On has been inspiring a new generation of supports here, and now we get to see one of them he's inspired in Urho against him, and it's been a really good matchup here in the early game. On the Rakan was blind picked out. The Camille was the last pick, and it's worked really, really well.
Worth noting as well, Monkey's back.
Yeah, he's been back in for the series, came back in, and you know, he ganked top lane 3 times and got kills onto Bin. I'm glad that he's back. He's such an intelligent player. He's jumping, oh, he's not jumping, bot side flash into the Pantheon ultimate. Won't save about, even though he hits the ultimate. Shun goes down, get the kill on to the Varus. Is that the start of a comeback for BLG, their first kill of the game? Sorry, Sam just brought me lunch and it's really tasty. Knight is going towards the Rod of Ages build. Kind of expect it versus the Akali, especially against the Camille as well. Reckon after that he'll go, well, we'll see what he goes for that after. He's not going for like the double scaling build, but he'll definitely want his Zhonya's in late game if he gets to it. Potential stop on the recall there. And it is. That's a lot of damage onto him, actually. Third of the HP gone. 2 minutes still Dragon. Still gets Solly, I'll let him know. Bin up a comfortable 20 CS onto the Cassante. You not, well, that's what you do is the Cassante versus the Jace. You wait for, you know, the Jace to stand in the wave or a little too close. You E forwards, charge up your W. If you tag the W, especially with the Q3 charge, you can get some really good trades there. You know, people were asking about what's going to happen next patch with the changes to a lot of the runes, some items as well. I think that the mid lane meta is going to be thrown on its head. The fact that Phase Rush is gone means that a lot of the mages that were there just can't be played in the same way anymore. And Phase Rush is you know, the rune, mid lane is the role which it affects the most. Karis has gone very even here, by the way. Very good from him. He's he played this against Cream, I think it was. And, oh, might have been Knight, actually. Might have actually been Knight. And then Knight just decked and went like 30 CS up or something. W does hit this time. Didn't have the Q3 stacked up though, so can't get himself the full trade there. And Cube's doing fine here. Jumps in again, jumps onto him and gets the ult on target. But this time, they're in a 2v3. Monkey comes in, her flashes out. This could actually still be a kill. Monkey walks over. Viper get flashes away from the wall. Where's the next arrow? Doesn't need it. The chomp comes down. Her lives whilst engaging onto Viper. A 4th kill onto this legendary AD carry. Gosh, what's Ryze going to do without Phase Rush? Very good question. I'm not sure. I guess he'd have to go towards something like Storm... He'll go Storm Raiders. He's actually a good Storm Raiders builder, in fairness. Storm Raiders is fine. It's just that Phase Rush is so much more convenient than Storm Raiders. Because you actually... It's not based on damage. It's based on, like, spell hits, right? He still has his passive, but yeah, he'll go Storm Raiders. He always was a Storm Raiders builder. We actually saw Storm Raider Vayne for a while. Hang on, jump onto Knight. Does have Flash. Flashes away from the E. Good play from Erha. And About gets jumped on in bot lane again. Didn't see that one on the minimap. Shun just dunks onto About. And sad thing for About, you know, About has been, I think, W's best player in Split 2. But he's struggled here today. Pushed up too far. Thought he was safe. Shun basically just solo kills him. Great play from Shun on the Pantheon. Trying to bail out BLG. He has both of BLG's kills. Wait, oh, no. Look, I know. He's not legendary in the game, but he's legendary in terms of his history. You know what I mean? Hang on, he doesn't have Valkyrie. Goes off of the pillar, and he can get himself another kill onto Viper. The ult comes through for Monkey. The Camille Trundle combo. Put down the pillar. Create your own wall stun. That's wonderful. That is wonderful from them. Karras followed through there. I just jumped onto bot lane. I mean, About not in the right place. Far too far up the lane. At least he knows that the Pantheon ult's down at this point. W do have 1,000 gold lead. Dragon is alive now. Viper dead again, though. Both teams putting a lot of pressure on bot lane where they can. On does have ults. The BLG think they can fight. They might be able to go for a Rakan Shockwave combo. I think they might want to fight this, even though they're in the 3v4. I mean, looking at the health that Monkey's on, I think they just kill him. He has no flash. I think that on... Oh, no, on getting caught really hurts things. Going low. Karras, does he flash for an ult over? No. I thought that On was looking for an engage, but then burst out. Means that Dragon goes to W. You can see why BLG were looking for that combo. The Shockwave probably would have led to a kill. This is so nasty. Initially, I thought, well, you know, if Valkyrie's down, he just dies anyway. And then I kind of forgot, well, it's definitely dead because W combo after. That's clean from her. No, channels the W as he's flying forwards with the E. Make sure it's on target. Gets his full combo on. That's nice. He's getting himself very, very close towards something like that Sundered Sky. That first item on the Camille. It's not a support item, but it gives you a ton of value, doesn't it? Is Viper worth as much as a large minion at this point? I believe that kill streak, like death streak gold, is less than it used to be. As in, like, when you die, your value goes down less than it was, and it resets quicker. I know that Baus was really unhappy about that. Because, you know, that was part of his playstyle. Level 6 to level 6. Sees an arrow fly into On there. Ouch. About still very strong here. Ghostblade first item. Insert mention. Look, I found it really quite funny that, like, Bao said, oh, I never really watched pro play. I don't know who the Shy is. I'm like, mate, you are just like European the Shy coming like a couple of years later, you know. Like, the Shy did what he did, but, like, first and won a world championship doing it. Of course, Baus is like content creator. Baus is a really nice guy, by the way. I've run into him every so often when he was in Berlin. In fact, we were on LEC the same weekend, I want to say. He guested onto the LEC. No, yeah, he guested onto the LEC in 2022 when I was there. So this is before like he was as big as he is now. But like yeah, we were on the same LEC show for a while. Anyway, we chat every so often. He's a cool guy. Cool guy. I like him. Oh, you know, I just got to name drop the Baus. But yeah, you know, the Shy kind of did what Baus did, but like in a different region a couple of years earlier. Hang on, he's just now top lane. Bin, does he hit him with the ultimate? No. Did the W combo again. Love Camille. Bin sees his champion he made his name on, flying towards him and flashes away in fear, in terror. Bin's ahead 1,000 gold in isolation. Yeah, he's been hammering down 4 tower plates and has a 30 CS lead. And he has a cull cashed in, so there you go. So while Bin wasn't like crazy ahead in terms of top lane lead, yeah, we should actually talk about that. Thank you, chat. Thank you for being my co-caster, chat, there, pointing me in the right direction. Bin does have a huge amount of gold up. Knight is even with Karras here too. On, he's a little bit careful here. Does have Spellbook, doesn't have something like that cleanse. Has E available, so he can get out safely. Do I know when the next episode of EuroLeague is coming? I have no idea. I have no idea. We'll record it when we can. I think motivation for it's really kind of dropped a little bit because the schedule made it quite hard to get content. I'd love to record it. You know, I love recording with like EuroLeague. Great chatting with Rich and Kira. Teleport in from Chase. Does Oriana come back? Yeah, after they've bought something. It's going to be half HP on the Herald. BLG looking for the fight. Spin coming down, hit something onto About. So Knight coming in. Where's that Varus ultimate? Flies onto Shun. Means he can't steal it. Now that means that WE get the objective. Can they get out? I think they can. So it's double teleports from BLG for no contest. They don't get the objective. Probably would have been better just staying in bot lane at that point. But yeah, in terms of EuroLeague, I think just, you know, obviously I've been on it for like a year and a bit now, so like 2 years now even. I've really enjoyed my time there with Rich and Kira, but I'm not entirely sure how long we'll be doing it if the motivation stays at this point, really. I mean, obviously we dropped complaints truck as well. I mean, every bride to do that, right? The thing about that podcast is that we're not paid for it. It's not, you know, we don't have sponsors or anything, so it's just we do it for the fun of it. And if it stops being fun and we get less motivated, then it's obviously less of it. Hang on a second, Karis jumped on top lane. I mean, this is a very powerful Jace. Karis can use his ult to jump through, gets out, very nice there. Shun did flash for the stun, didn't end up working. Did he end up stunning a mini? He's ulting out, so they try and chase down onto him. They even summon the Herald, but he gets back into his own jungle. Shun gets out. On, potentially going on to a bout here. He has flash. Does he pop up the ult? Will be the first ult of the game for On. No, calls off the play. Comes around the back of the tower. Heals Viper. Herald into top lane. W will get themselves first turret of the game. Bin can get a shock blast here to, you know, do some damage to Karis and kill the Herald, but that'll be the story of it. 2,000 gold lead to WE. 2 dragons. Not bad. Now, the thing is, that didn't last game when it came around to the first proper team fight. W have not actually committed to a pitched battle against BLG. Do they have to when they have the Camille playing like this? Perhaps not. Knight just missed a cannon, -1. Shun should have had that kill top. Yeah, I think that Shun hit a minion with his stun. I think that Shun didn't hit the Akali with his stun, which meant that he couldn't get the full damage down. It's quite hard to hit them as they come out of things. You can do target champions only, though. Probably missed that one. Shun jumps onto Monkey. First shockwave of the game we've seen in a proper fight. Flash away. Did pop the ultimate as well. Still very low. Can they get damage onto Shun? Varus ult missing. Shun takes the kill, but he's likely going to die on the other side. And indeed, he will. Karis takes that one. 1 for 1. Ultimate's used. They still have the Camille ult and the flash, which is a bit scary. Shockwave being down means that Knight not in as strong a position either. Scuttle Crab over to WE. Dragon not started, though, because jungle's down. Do they ult onto On? Well, they do have the Kali ult. Do if they wanted to. Choose not to. It's not a bad fight. Monkey actually survives long enough to allow the 1 for 1, because BLG had to commit to kill him. And that Shun was out of position. That was a shutdown too for both teams, by the way. Shun still with 100% of BLG's kills. Played quite well so far in this game. Really is that bot lane, which is the big problem. She's Viper 0 and 5. Dissonance onto her, not bad there. Or still yet to get that first item. Once you get that Sundered Sky, you're actually doing a significant amount of damage, you know? Or I believe, well, I guess he'll be, I guess you still max the Q. Maybe you still go top lane build just because you still need to do damage. Of course, going for the hook shot gives you extra attack speed and it gives you the damage and the cooldown on it too, but your Q's better for actual raw damage. Fighting over the dragon now. Viper hit with an arrow. Monkey doesn't have flash. He's just going to go completely combo. Doesn't have the ult this time. Walked up once. Sure, I can understand that. Varus ult lands. Pantheon Eve ignores the arrow. That's like a Sante coming into the play. Can he do anything? Does he just E backwards? I presume he does. I mean, roll teleport shield's not bad. Has the E out. Not that much damage to him. Viper, okay damage on the other side. Bin jumping onto Karis. Karis still has his ult available. So BLG take the 1 for 0. WE, who were 2k up, well, it's not working that well. Bin's actually looking for the solo kill onto Karis here. Flashes, well, he still has the flash, but he's just locked in place. He's put into the hexagon. Karis gets the R2, and he doesn't have the damage. Bin doesn't have the damage to kill him. Shun goes bot side, but not so much avail. Bin, a miscalculation on his damage there, dies for his first kill participation of the game. Urha, though, goes on the other side, goes down on the other side, and On picks up that kill. Probably did need to use that. Urha did have the flash available. There was a chance he could disengage there, so that's not really a kill steal. That's a secure on that one. BLG take more off the gold lead. It's basically even now. BLG get Dragon. And WE, despite the good early starts, have not been able to keep that pressure up in the mid game. Watch this again. This is the play. Basically, Monkey doesn't have flash or ult this time. Can't make it out. Turret went down somewhere there. Sorry, I was just having a bit of lunch. Recall from Knight. About to get his 10th stack on his Rod of Ages. In fact, gets it there, level 15. Knight has had a couple of good shockwaves now. No, the gold is completely even. And that should worry Team WE, because they've started well, and as the game's gone on, it's felt like BLG have largely just gotten into it more and more successfully. So the prod about second from Knight, I actually think that's very valuable here. It can help you survive against stuff like Akali Ease. Hang on, they're potentially pulling another ultimate onto onto Monkey. Pulls the quickness, but not fast enough to chase him down even with that. Shockwave on him. Doesn't have the ult though this time. Flash is available on Onoha. Cube hitting the bot lane turret, trying to get some gold back for himself. The big gold lead for BLG, of course, well, in fact, the only one is Bin on this top side. Gave up that easy kill to Karras, though, sadly. Karras has got 2 kills. He's got a Shadow Flame now. That is the kind of item breakpoint where you can, even if the Orianna plays well, the Akali is almost expected to solo kill the Orianna unless she's really under turret. Turret goes down, will be killed credits to Cube. 3 grubs to WE, helping them with that tower pushing as well. Regain a small gold lead. And WE, again, reminder, looking for their first game win. BLG, we know that regular season can be a little bit up and down for them. You know, we question their, I guess, motivation and discipline in regular season sometimes. They've got a lot of games to play. Hang on, Monkey's looking for a pillar onto BLG. He's got Deadman's plate, but, you know, with Ghost Plate, quite hard to chase down the Jace. Might even just kill Monkey too, so you can't really run at him with impunity. How's that Sunder Sky and Blood Song now? Now, the early game value of the Camille, really good. The late game value, well, you die a lot. He's level 8, Knight's level 15. He's 7 levels down on the Orianna. So if you approach one of the... 8 levels down on Bin. So, if you approach one of these solo laners, you kind of just, like, I don't know, accept death. Whereas someone like the Rakan can at least go in and most of the time make it out. You know, you do have that mobility for a reason. Karras clearing some wards on that side lane. Can WE at least get a game this split? I mean, they do have Weibo and IG coming up in, I don't think it's next week, I think it's the week after. That'll probably be where WE will look to, I'm not going to say mount a last hurrah, but it feels a little bit like that for Ascend at least. Strangely enough though, I do actually feel, especially playing like this, WE, even though they are the worst of the Ascend teams by far, I still think that they're a level above the Nirvana teams until we see something different, you know. NIP were in Perseverance, and as were WE last split. They ended up making their way up towards Group Ascend. The other 2 teams in terms of EDG, hang on a second, fighting the bot side, all that from Cube. Bin's just over pushed. Erha predicts the flash. He has the ult too, and Bin, he just goes down. It's 400 gold to Erha. Again, love Camille, scorned by his lover. Camille 0, I mean, Bin 0 and 2, ult lands onto On, has the Q land, that's another arrow on target, Ease dodges, dips and dives, and just about makes it out. On very close to dying there. Anyone else coming to the play? Technically Camille is, but doesn't have the engage range to go that far, even for a champion who's famed for it. Good kill onto Bin. Bin has not been good today. You know, in the team fights later on the Vayne last game, had some moments to shine, but very much struggled outside of that. Bin this split has really regressed away from those heady heights of the LPL finals and first stand, where he really came into form. 1,000 gold lead for WE, another dragon. That's a threat of soul later because they've claimed their 3rd now. It's an infernal soul with a Varus. Oh yeah, I mean, he face checks the bush and he dies. He face checks the bush and dies. Simple as that. Great flash predict. If you don't get that, well, no, he still probably dies. You just have to commit the flash yourself. Not going to get knocked up there. On struggling to create that much value. Now, later into the game, we will have these huge Rakan Orianna combos. Is E down? What? Where's his E? It's there. You go. Okay, damn, I was a little bit afraid from that. Potential jump forwards from Shun was looking at about. We haven't seen a Pantheon ult for a while. Shun struggling to see where the next play on the map is. Now, we've seen this a lot this week. I don't know why. Maybe it's teams just not doing their vision control well enough, but it feels like we've had like 3 Pantheon games where we've not really seen them pull the trigger very consistently. Bin walked away there because he wasn't exactly sure where. I think either Trundle or Camille was. I'm not sure which one he was expecting there, but he was expecting a second member. Viper down 1,000 gold as well, lest we forget that. Third item for the bin. He is getting really scary. Look, BLG, I think they're just waiting for one good 5v5. But WE haven't been giving them the 5v5. They've been picking them off in side lanes. They've been playing well around the Dragon Timers. I mean, this is so much better from WE than we've seen at any other point this split when Monkey was kind of mental booms. About does have his spell shield blown. Shockwave onto it, catches him after the flash. But where's the follow-up? No one else is in range. No one's in range. On will flash away. About does have his summoner down as well. Shouldn't maybe even thinking about flashing forwards. That's good summoners blown, in fairness. Now About has to play with that flash. The Varus that flash this game is in mortal peril. Shun might even look for a flash stun at some point. Q even lands there onto him. Skull Trap taken by Bin. That's a better look. We haven't really seen BLG manage to get summoners out of WE for quite some time. I forgot Corky was in this game. That's actually a good thing for BLG. If you think that the BLG, you know, after the early start, the fact that you're not really thinking about the Corky means that at least he's farming fine. And he's not dying again. It's a problem that it's got to that point, but it's actually a good thing given that early game. has Flash and E. You know, that next Camille combo, does he get out of vision? No, not quite. Tried to dodge it, didn't quite get it. If he'd hopped out of vision there, God, that could have been a fun play. You know, I'm definitely a big fan of the way that BLG plays and the stories which these players have left behind them, but there is something about the underdog winning. There's something about the underdog taking down big wins, you know? WE 0-7, a team which has seen the very heady heights and the deepest depths of the LPL. There's 0-8 to Hound jumping in towards the bot jungle. Shin looking to contest it. Monkey did have flash. They secure their own blue buff. Jump into mid lane on... I mean, there's a shockwave onto About. Night Match, he might just kill him. Goes forwards with the Protoball, and Viper gets his first kill of the game. Who goes down too. Viper strikes. We said, hey, I mean, Viper, it doesn't feel like we talked about him much. That was a good thing. It allowed him to bide his time, get back into the game. Monkey gets a pillar. BLG gets 2 kills. Gold lead largely gone now again for WE. I mean, they'll be fighting for the soul later. Mid lane turret. Under siege now. Be broken down to its foundations. Razed to the ground. Even without the 3 grubs. Going to the mid lane turret now. Even more damage to it. Some more plates. Knight. Pretty happy to sit here and just stop spamming out QWs that he did land from Karis there, but you can't really go in on that one. On's back out onto the map. 1 minute now until the dragon comes up. About losing that flash. He's trying to walk up to combo with and then he just doesn't respect the Orianna. That's not good enough from About. Funnily enough, there was a comment earlier saying, wow, About gets caught out in mid lane a lot. And he does here again, in fairness. I mean, yeah, I mean, credit to that comment in Onivia's chat. You are correct. About this series particularly, caught in mid lane for no real good reason there. Third item for... Viper's caught up in gold. Viper's caught up in gold from that, from 2 kills. Now has himself the Lord Dominus Regards. Dragon in a minute. Now the Shockwave has a death cap behind it. On jumping forwards, they use the Shockwave. Oh my god, they do! On's Rakan will find, well, not all of them, but he'll find 3 of them. Knight presses the R button after On gets into the perfect spot. Ball delivered. On's Rakan will find all the members he needs. That's it. That's where the game falls apart. Karis on the side lane. The game falls apart. It's a great combo by On's Rakan. I mean, Knight is there to give the support, have the shockwave over the top, but it's On which finds the angle. I mean, that Rakan was definitely not having an easy game and was picked off quite a lot in the early game alongside the Corki. That's what you picked this champion for, though. Wonderful play. Everyone goes through the same funnel. Spell shield broken. 3-man ultimate from the Orianna. Well, they gave it up to try and get that Akali counter pick. Did not help them one bit. Viper's a 1.2k gold lead now. There's a Medjai's for Knight. Sure, why not? He loves that book. Oh, BLG. Well, they managed to claw it back. The early games haven't been great this series. Perhaps they've been, you know, taking it easy a little bit. Perhaps overlooked WE. Monkey came back, prepped very well, did very well at that. Then level 19, 2,000 gold lead with the Cyrillas. Yeah, he actually does damage to the tank now. Ow. Shield comes through. I mean, actually, it's not bad damage back from Corki, from the Jace, but the Corki, that champion I just fumbled on, is also there, roaming over to that side lane. Of course, the Pantheon doesn't have the ultimate right now, just hit level 16. Knight's in mid lane, doesn't need to use his flash much in this game. Knight's been kind of like that silent assassin in that follow-up. Really, the player of the game for BLG has been Shun, who's been playing oh so well at kind of allowing BLG to back into the map. Jumping forwards again on... Going to find himself without follow-up, though, because the pillar was good from Monkey. Monkey had a great early game. Not his fault, necessarily. Maybe the dragon fight where he walked in without ult and flash. That one was too far. Let me get rid of those adverts. On... You gotta be a little careful there. Shun jumping on to Monkey. Karis on the flank. Shun disengaging with his own summoner. Had the GA, so perhaps could have stood and fought. Chose not to. Karis level 17. Not really been able to do that much this Akali. He's kind of held the Orianna to account, but both mid laners have sort of neutralized each other. Just been alone in side lanes. A great early game from the Camille, but they just haven't been able to snowball it. Mid game is so infinitely harder than early game in so many ways. You can practice drill early game. Mid game much harder to do that. Maybe an all-out angle. Oh, well, nah. So I think Knight would just kill him at that point. Not worth it. Don't really want to give him Magi stacks over either. Is there still an angle for a good fight or play for picks with WE? When you get later into the game, and I'm going to mention Lost Retones for this to you, because I think this was something which they discovered too. Lost Retones were actually not a very good macro team. They didn't know how to push and roam within good timing, so they had to get a lot of wave clears, so it meant that waves are instantly deleted. Shockwave onto Karis, does have the R2, Knight trading ult with him, and now the Akali has to go out. When you instantly clear waves, you get to plays quicker. It means you don't have to have good macro, you can just kind of take people for a ride anyway. Cube will go down in that side lane. Mid lane pushed out here. So that's why Baus played so many wave clear top laners in Lost Retones. Like when you play stuff like the Gragas, you could just insta-clear a wave. Their macro got a lot better. In the early game, they couldn't really get on the same page very quickly because you have to plan like a minute in advance to get to a move, whereas it's like, oh, I've instantly deleted the wave, I'll just turn up here. Like, you can use your creativity to spot holes in the map and you don't have to plan in advance as much. That's why when you get into late game, this is why it's relevant to WE. Because BLG can push and roam so much, you can't look for split picks so easily because everyone gets there quicker. You have a Pantheon ult, you have double teleports, you get to shove and roam. Teleport coming out from the Akali. On doesn't find an engage very well. Or uses the E. Bin will tank this up with the roll quest help. I think BLG are making a mistake here, actually. I think they're making a mistake, even with Cassante dead. Well, maybe not. Viper just forces her out the play. The Stark's not helping him much. The arrows are good from about there. Karis on the flank. Karis can kill someone at this kind of HP level. The Honeyfruit helping. Baron called away. They get the teleport out of the Akali. And I think they'll call it a day there. Attempt failed. But yeah, in terms of playing for split picks, it's really hard against the Pantheon, who's got level 16 ultimate, so his ultimate's on a very low cooldown. You have very tanky Orianna on the whole. It's quite hard to one-shot that because of this build. It has been the correct build. Also, Knight now has the 11 stacks, so he has over 10 stacks, or 10 stacks or over, which means he has the move speed, the extra 10% movement speed. You can maybe catch out the Jace, maybe. Maybe catch out the Rakan with the Camille ultimate. I actually think I think W have not used that very well. I think you can Camille ult the Rakan, kill him, remove a lot of BLG's teeth. Dragon's up in 20 seconds. Look, W, they're going to look for a steal. Monkey has, a decent amount of items. He has flash. He's got ult. They don't have vision control. But maybe they can force their way in for a steal. BLG are playing for range. Almost spot out her on the side here. When you got a level 17 Corki, you've got a Jace that can poke, you've got the Orianna with the ball kind of holding closed an avenue as well. Karis has dropped off the bot lane. He's going to try and force the issue if they try and play it slowly. That's what they're going now. They're trying to break their way past the poke. Shun has GA. Going on towards Trundle, pops the ultimate early. Ben, does he go into melee range? No. On's going low. Shun goes into his GA very likely here, and yes, he does. On going low, but Karis has to go into Zhonya's. Where's his R2? Almost kills the Rakan, but if he does that, then he won't really be able to do that much elsewhere. Cassante's gone down elsewhere, and that's a more important kill. Trundle has to go heal off the Raptors. BLG, they might lose the Rakan, but feels like, god damn, that's a lot of damage with the flash forwards. BLG, they have decided that the fight is over. Goodbye, WE. You fought well. But it's time to say enough is enough. BLG. Another difficult early game. Monkey pulling a Marin, trying to kill the wave behind the push. That means that the wave, perhaps it means that W don't lose the game here and now. They'll go towards the dragon. Monkey is still alive, though. W don't lose the game from that push because of that. Bin and Knight heading up towards top side. They have the form shift and they have the distance. Monkey is very likely dying here now. Where's the acceleration gate? That'll likely be the end of it too. Likely knows that he's gone through the top side of Tribrush now. Doesn't spot him here. Has the acceleration and the form change. Monkey, he's taking a lot of time to die. Now, the problem is now, Dragon's dead. Monkey's now taking an extra minute to die. Oh, no way he can get away with this. He's going to get head over the wave here. Corky's here, as is Shun. I think Monkey just dies, just in slightly more flamboyant fashion. Doesn't have flash. Flashes over the pillar. And now all that Monkey has managed to do is die a minute later. That means that he's going to be down for Baron. They do use the ultimates, but they know that when the Trundle is down, they can just reset, head to Baron. And that'll probably be the death knell. I wonder whether Monkey should have actually just died. But then again, if he did die, then perhaps the wave defense doesn't happen in the same way. It still buys a lot of time from BLG, and the respawns have come through. This is the play again. Karis takes a long time to get into the play. And the GA from Shun gets a huge amount of value. Like, it's basically GA for Trundle ult at that point. Very nearly kills Monkey in the front line, actually. Karis kills on, but, you know, Ruler just guns down Q. Bin gets a crazy amount of damage. And as we said, the extended death liner from the Trundle will lead to the Baron going down in BLG's favor, even though his team is respawned. There's no smite. Can't fight with that Trundle very easily. Baron goes down. Oh, God. And now Urha's on the side lane. I don't really think he needed to be there. Doesn't have flash. Knight will take that one. More Magi stacks. Why not? Knight will recall. Can teleport back into the plate. BLG, just better in the mid and late game. Just better around the 5v5s. WE, not good enough at team fighting. Not good enough at team fighting. Which, ironically, is what was BLG's kind of undoing in 2025. They had to really learn how to 5v5 again. They've done that now, though. Their 5v5 is largely very good. Against teams like Top Esports, JDG, anyone's Legend. Yeah, they can give him a run from it anyway, but BLG definitely improved. Turret's going down. Very quick tower kills. Pantheon ulting into the base. Doesn't have GA this time. Gets onto Constantio, immediately presses W backwards. Still loses half his HP even with the damage reduction. 25 Magi stacks for Knight. It was 4-0-10. Player of the game for this game? Man, I was saying Shun earlier. Probably still is Shun, actually. I think I'd give my vote over to him. Did well at ulting onto about multiple times. Played the team fight frontline very well. Ben, I think, made too many mistakes in side lanes for me to give it to him. On and Knight comboed up very well. Knight was kind of like more of a role player, I suppose, in this game. Knight's been doing well. It's just like he's not been the one instigating. He's done his job, but it's not really gone above and beyond it in the way that I think Shun probably has on... Not a bad shout out as well, though. But yeah, okay, right. BLG denied the Infernal Soul. Bit of a longer game. It has gone to 40 minutes. BLG, I think because Viper fell so far behind, really struggled in that front. He's now 1k ahead, has 5 items, including that Hex Optics and the Collector. So he's got himself 75% crit alongside the Lord Doms. I don't know what W need to do to improve. It's really hard. I mean, realistically, I think Cube has run his course on this team. I think Monkey and Karis are actually worth keeping if they're good enough for a mid-table team. Depends what your aspirations are, right? I think Urha, good pickup. I think probably Cube has run his course here. Question is, who do you pick up? Very hard to tell, right? Well, I hear that, you know, Suyan's taken 369 spot. Perhaps you can have a lot of numbers in top lane, you know. Oh gosh, ult missing onto Viper there from about, again, I think actually he's been pretty solid on WE for most of this split. I know this series isn't the best example of it. Karis pushing mid lane, but BLG very happy to keep pushing in bot lane. 3 grubs do help him take that out. Hypercharger coming through. The ult from Shun into the base. Gets an empowered Q onto multiple people. Doesn't have the GA right now and goes forwards, so they have the shockwave afterwards. Has Sansei trying to disengage. Good damage onto Monkey. Doesn't quite kill him. Very close to that Comet Spear at the end. Karis was not there at first. He's teleported in for a flank. Can he get enough done here? He does have ultimate. He's level 18. Doesn't have a Death Cap. He does have a Shadow Flame and a Proto Belt. Does help him quite a lot. The Zhonya's may also help him. Going on to Viper. Doesn't land the E, I don't think. Trying to judge where he is in the smoke. Shun does have the GA now. Will go down into it. Doesn't have the flash. Karis is R2. Good damage, but not the kill. Goes golden. The flash won't save him. Shun is still alive. By God, he's still alive. Does finally go down, but after so much time, is bought. Bin very nearly killing about, but he is the one that falls instead. Hang on, W defending quite well. Knight goes low now. BLG lose 2. Karis, the only kill they get on the other side. Viper's still alive, though, and Knight, if he gets a QW, perhaps we'd have another thought about that. Base stands for WE. Turret, I think, will go down, though. They don't wave clear it in time. Both Nexus turrets fall. BLG now have themselves the backdoor option, which is a bit of a problem because they do have globals on the other side, notably the Pantheon ult. Double super minions coming in either wave now because all 3 inhibitors are down. 10 seconds till the dragon. BLG, hang on a second. There's no jungler for the Mountain Soul, the Infernal Soul. Well, Monkey's just seeing if they pulled it out there. He puts a, well, the ward's already down. Shun can ult towards the dragon. Monkey has flash and ult. There's no GA on Shun as well. Could WE really sneak, like, somehow get themselves a Dragon Soul? Oh god, they have to defend their base. They can't afford to. They can't afford to because they lose anyone. They lose the base. They have to give over a free Infernal Soul to BLG. That one sucks. Monkey's seeing if there's a written road. There isn't. He's on a ward. Infernal Soul to BLG. That's the death now. They have no Nexus turrets. Infernal Soul in. It's not going to take much now to take this Nexus down. Double teleports in from solo laners. Orianna, death cap 25 stack Medjay's. Serpent's Fang, Edge of Night on Bin. Yeah. Pretty hard to get those, pretty good damage. Pretty hard to get them down as well with some of the defensive items in now too. Almost full build from Viper, almost up to that Lady Harry 6th item. Karis on the flank, her taking a lot of damage. The Camille early game was great. Struggled beyond that point, and now half HP struggles. Shun flashing to get himself into a better position away from the Akali. Goes down to low HP, and Viper just one-shots him. That'll be it. The Infernal Soul damage is too much to bear. About is assassinated by Bin, who nearly takes a second in the same combo. Cube trying to hold the line, but there's no geometry left here. The cube has been dismantled into vertices and lines, and WE will find themselves oh so sadly after a valiant effort at another 0-2. Another 0-2. 0-16 for WE. It's not an easy time. It's not an easy time to be a WE fan. Not an easy time at all. I mean, WE, I think people should walk away from this series feeling a lot better about them than a lot of people may have entered this series. I actually think that they were fairly good in terms of the early game particularly. The early game was not the problem here. It sucks for WE fans, and I'm sorry I have to go through this. It is very much a difficult time for you. But BLG, I think they overlooked W a little bit in the early game. Monkey showed what he could do. I'm very impressed with Monkey on the whole. And thank you for joining me today, folks. If you enjoyed this coverage of the LPL, please think about dropping a like, a follow, a subscribe, or donating to the Ko-fi link. It does keep paying our rent. There's no official broadcast for the LPL anymore, so if you want good LPL coverage, I hope you can find it here, and we'll keep doing it as long as there's support for it. Appreciate everyone. Good numbers today. I hope you've all enjoyed yourselves. I don't think Sam is streaming, so I'll find someone else to raid you guys over to. Stick around for a little bit, see the post-game stats. I'm not sure I'll stick around for player of the game and player of the series because it comes after the interview, so at that point we'll be waiting like 15 minutes, but you know, while we're here, may as well keep you around for a little bit. And yeah, then we'll find someone to raid you over to. And thank you so much for Kitty and everyone who came over from Kitty's raiders earlier as well. Makes a lot of difference. You know, I like to raid over when I can. It's nice that Kitty says something back as well. Hope you enjoyed your time in a different stream today. But yeah, WE, I think Cube has run its course. I think that the team fighting from WE just doesn't look good enough. The team fighting doesn't look good enough there. I like Urha. I actually think he's been playing really well. I think that About, sadly, it wasn't his best series, even though I think that Karis played pretty well. I think that Monkey played pretty well. Cube, it wasn't his worst series ever. I mean, it is versus BLG, right? It's versus BLG, but I just don't... In terms of what WE do to find that spark they did from last year, they need to find chemistry and like a distinctive style of play. The thing about Vampire is that when he was on this roster, he was a very flawed player, but they just played to his strengths. And I think teams overlooked that. They didn't prep for him just picking like Nautilus every game and just like throwing hooks at you non-stop, you know? Wait, BLG is bad. Wait for MSI. BLG in regular season definitely have issues. They definitely have issues. I do think that's I think that's overstating it though. I think this is not BLG of 2025. I think we saw that at first stand, right? Yeah, I think that BLG, they don't look good in regular season right now, but yeah, I think that they need to shape up. I need to see them get better at level 1 prep. I think that drafts have been largely fine, but there have been some holes in that too. Realistically, they need to get better at their level 1 prep. Bin and the whole team needs to get better at allowing Bin space to play out his matchups, because everyone's just perma-ganking Bin on the whole. It's very easy to get under bot lane or top lane skin. Okay. Right, folks. I am gonna send you over in a raid to someone else. Thank you everyone for sticking around, and I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. Which games we got tomorrow, folks? We have CT versus LGT, and then we have Ultra Prime versus CDG. So it's a full Nirvana Gate day tomorrow. But those are going to be survival matches. Those are genuinely survival matches. So they'll actually be a little bit more exciting than I think people will give them credit for. Okay, let's see who's online. Well, Peng's online. Who else is online? Dragdar's on. Wait, hang on. We're going to give you over to Dragdar because he's doing like new AP Ezreal stuff. All right, folks. Enjoy Dragdar. See you in a bit, folks. Bye-bye.